Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our Artificial Intelligence Conference this morning. This is day number 2, and we are looking forward to a very, very exciting day. Before we start, let me thank again our host of today, the state representation of Baden-Württemberg, and a very, very strong partner for us. We wouldn't have been able at all to put this together today. And also to the team, to the technical team, to the content team, thank you so very much. Also, many, many thanks to the Dürr Stiftung, with whom we also wouldn't have been able to put together this 4-year-long series on artificial intelligence. And we also wouldn't be here today without our other strong partners, the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, the Böll Stiftung, Accenture, SAP, Microsoft. Very, very, very many thanks for your strong support and for believing in us that we could pull it off. Today we are starting with a panel which is particularly dear and a keynote speech dear to my heart, because there are 2 very special women who I'm welcoming today and who are setting us up for the day. It is Eva Deininger, who is a very good friend of Aspen and a member of our Friends of Aspen board, and you have been pivotal in supporting Aspen over the last years. And a good old friend, Gabriela Ramos, who is going to be introduced by Eva just in a second. And I just want to say about Gabriela, she is a power woman. She keeps everybody on her toes. And I know this from the German G20 presidency, when I was responsible for the Business 20, where she really kept me on my toes, saying, where's the responsibility of business? And I think we are going to hear a little bit more about this. So thank you so much being here today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Domi. Good morning to everyone, also from myself, here in the representation of Baden-Württemberg, my home country, the land, and also over the live stream on the internet. I'm delighted to start with you, Gabriela, on this spotlight talk by you, and very happy to have you here in person, despite of the COVID situation. I think the conference couldn't be better at this time, because on November 24th, you had a comprehensive global standard setting instrument. You provided the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. So I'm very curious about to hear how you got there to this enormous paper with this amazing content, and to hear what are the next steps after your spotlight. But before, I want to give some insights about your amazing CV and what you're doing now. Gabriela Ramos, to get the whole name, is the Assistant Director General for the Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO, where she oversees the contributions of the institution to build inclusive and peaceful societies. So her agenda includes social inclusion and gender equality, advancing youth development, promotion of values, anti-racism, anti-discriminatory agendas, and our topic today, the ethics of AI. So I'm very, very happy to hear about all this. You served as the Chief of Staff and Chairperson to the G20 and G7 before, as we heard from Stormy. And in 2019, you launched the Business for Inclusive Growth platform. So you're really connected also to the big companies and to the operational business. And you were director of the OECD office in Mexico and Latin America. So a really powerful woman. So the floor is yours, and we are very happy to hear what you're telling us about the latest news on the recommendation, which came out the 24th of November.
Thank you so much. So I go there for my initial presentation. Thank you, Eva, and thank you, Stormy. Thank you, Aspen Institute and the foundations. I would say that if Stormy calls, I come. So we are 2 of a kind, and I'm really admiring this very impressive work. The title of the conference is Humanity Empowered. And I think this is the way we should be talking about artificial intelligence. This is the way we see it at UNESCO. But I feel that now that we have 193 countries approving this very ambitious recommendation by a standing ovation at the General Conference in last week at UNESCO, it tells you that there is something that is bringing us together in terms of how we need to redress the way we have been advancing these technologies to make them sustainable. I have to say that we are all at awe of how many contributions artificial intelligence can make. We know it. I mean, they help us to find a vaccine in less than 1 year. Without their churning and tracking and analyzing all the patterns of the virus, I don't think that would have been possible. We know how much they can help in every single step of our lives. But at the same time, we are concerned about many issues. And I think this is very, very linked to the question of resilience. Because if the systems that we have been developing have vulnerabilities in terms of protecting people, in terms of respecting human rights of people, we have something that is not sustainable and that is not resilience. And this is how I want to frame it. Because, of course, in UNESCO, we frame it human rights, period. The ethical framework is about respecting human rights online as we do it offline, which is not still the case. So what are the issues there? First, if the systems are being used to meddle with our democracies and with our minds, I mean, they are being used, not by everybody, thanks God, but they have produced outcomes in terms of how elections are conducted and how much you can profile and target people with messages that raise concerns and trigger certain behaviors. This is not sustainable. This is really very worrisome. If we are constantly being targeted in terms of really protecting your privacy, in terms of every time you go to the internet and get something, you don't know what is going to happen really with your information. And the fact is that even if there is consent and even if there is GDPR and we have improved the way these things work, the fact is that we still do not know how our information is being used. Do you know? We don't. We know that, of course, you put certain information in the system, and you get some outcomes with all of the algorithms. But the fact is that we're still not on top of the issues, and this is more worrisome because of COVID, of course, because there has been a massive gathering of data, which is normal because we are in a crisis. But there has been 60% increase in internet traffic and leaving online footprints exposed to all these things. Finally, we are subject to algorithmic determination every day. And many decisions are being taken with the support of artificial intelligence without full transparency. And therefore, what is the quality of data? What is the framework, the conceptual framework of the algorithms? How much we are really taking into account that they are representative, that they are not biased? Well, this is not true because we have known for many anecdotes or examples or just scandals, plain scandals as we have heard from the Facebook whistleblower. But in general, we know that many times facial recognition technologies are less capable of recognizing women. Why? Well, because probably women are less present. And we know because only 20% of the AI developers are women. 85% of AI developments are done by male-only teams. Nothing wrong with men. The only point is that they represent a certain view of the world that then when you ask the machine to produce certain outcomes, of course they are biased. And this is really one of the questions that we were tackling in the recommendation on how to make it more inclusive, how to make it more representative. And then there is the question of the business model. 5 countries producing the totality of, or the majority of these technologies. 200 companies producing 77% of the IPRs. And again, this is not that we are going to punish these innovative businesses. The only point is that if you have half of the world not connected, this is not sustainable. And therefore we need, or you have small startups growing and then being bought because you have these very big tech firms that can also acquire any kind of development. we are hurting. We are even hurting innovation, because we have yesterday a very interesting conversation about how much regulation can hurt innovation. The fact is that now, I would say, that the very high concentration and the winner-takes-all dynamics is hurting innovation. Monopolies hurt innovation, and we are really heading into this situation. So the point is, how do you tackle all that while preserving and keeping a very positive message about these technologies? And the response of UNESCO and the 193 countries that signed this recommendation is that we need to frame these technologies ethically. What does that mean? That we need to put the values that we have in terms of human rights, human dignity, democratic values, well-being of people, respect as the frame. Then you need some principles that we know them, because I was also at the OECD, and the principles are very straightforward. We all know them: accountability, transparency, explainability, proportionality, all these principles. But then you cannot just stay with the principles, because the main goal of the recommendation is to say, let's transform that into rules and regulations and legal infrastructure in the countries that don't have them, or have them not very well developed, to ensure that we have the rule of law online. And this is exactly what we did. We produced these principles, and then we didn't stop there, because of course UNESCO came, let's say, if you compare all the other institutions that produce principles for AI, we came a little bit late, because in the OECD we produced it to 2019, the Council of Europe, the European Union, of course, has been dealing with these issues for so many years. But the fact is that what we said was, okay, let's then translate this into policy action. And I think this is one of the most important contributions that this recommendation is doing, because we translate what we consider to be the framework into policy action in education, in communication, to avoid hate speech, for example, or misinformation, in culture, to ensure diversity, because again, there is not diversity. You have only one language, or mainly one language producing the majority of the issues, and therefore the diversity of the world, the cultural richness of the world is also not being captured. We did it also on the question of the environment, and I'm happy that we will have another panel. And this was actually after a very global, impressive consultation, because this is UNESCO style. We don't produce the thing. It was 24 experts all around the world, representing all the countries, all the regions of the world, that produced the first text. We went out to a very broad consultation, 55,000 comments, and one of the outcomes of those consultations was, what about the environment? And so we have a chapter on the environment and how to align the AI developments to our goals to climate transition. Gender, again, if we feel that women are not represented in several areas of our activities, in AI world is just even less, even lower than being represented in STEM. And therefore, we build all these chapters, and we will be delivering very concretely data. Everything is about data, and there is a very strong call for people to own their data, to be able to retrieve, access your data, but also delete your data, to know where is it going and how it's being used. The ethical stewardship of these things, the ethical stewardship of algorithms, the ethical stewardship of how it is developed in the whole life cycle, the research, development, deployment, the ethical reflection about the diversity of the teams. And this is pretty straightforward. If you don't have diverse teams, how can you control the biases and all the things as we know them? And then, of course, the question of the governance of these technologies and how much we need to have frameworks, legal frameworks, that will actually do something that is impressive, but we are not able yet, when something goes wrong in the public or private use of AI, we have not been able to allocate directly the responsibility and accountability and redressal mechanisms. So this is where we are. I think that it's a long journey, because it's going to take quite some time. I have to say that the members also ask us to do two things that we are super interested, and I invite the Aspen Institute and all of you to join us in building two tools that we are asked to do. The first one is the ethical impact assessment that can be used for the public and private sector. And the second one is the readiness assessment, because recognizing the very different level of development, we need to work with low-income and developing countries so they can also not only be consumers or users, because they are now, but be also developers to try to advance solutions for their own challenges. And I want to thank Japan because they are now working with us to implement the recommendation in Africa. So this is where we are. It's a long journey. Not only it was approved by a standing ovation, and let me tell you that it was very interesting because me coming from the OECD, when I arrived there, I was like, how do you negotiate with 193 countries? You get a good chair of the negotiations. And I got Ambassador Adam Al-Mullah from Kuwait, who is fantastic. And then when the thing went out and people got so excited about what they have achieved, that they said, we want to be the early adopters. And now I have like 30 countries, including Germany. So I'm very proud because Germany played a fantastic role. I have to say thank you, Germany. But we now have a group of 25 countries also from all over the world: Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and Germany, and the Netherlands, and the UK, and Japan, and Namibia, and Kenya, and Egypt, wanting to be early adopters, to start working. Because in any case, even if you don't do anything, if you don't join this work, you will need to report back, because UNESCO has this mechanism of reporting how you implement it. But this is where we are.
Thanks a lot. As you said, implementation. I'm very curious, how do the countries, or what are the aims to implement it now? What are the next steps, and how do they have to get the issues back to you that you know that there is an implementation?
Well, the fact is that what we are going to do now is to put all of the framework as it is now, in terms of the ethical stewardship, in terms of the human rights, in terms of how we manage the data, the diversity of the teams, into some kind of blueprint, so that countries can assess where they are in terms of the continuum. So the recommendation, you can see it as a benchmark. Mm-hmm. The things that you have there is where we need to go. It was very interesting because even some countries like the UK or the Netherlands, when they read the recommendation, they came and said, well, I thought I was going to be on top, but I'm not. So we need to do that assessment. I have to say again that Germany is a pioneer, because your National Commission for UNESCO has already launched, and I think they are now discussing, Mr. Lutz, this assessment to see how much the legal infrastructure that you have, the policies that you have related to all the things that I mentioned, are really in line with the recommendation. Once we have that, we are going to create a group that is going to be our basis to bring the policy experts and do the peer learning, the peer pressure, learning from each other. And of course, the recommendation also asks us to produce a lot of knowledge, analytical, because we need to document all this.
And the assessment, is it about the politics and the regulations, or is it also going down to the companies and to the real world who is then dealing with those issues?
For us, it's the member states that need to upscale the legal infrastructure. And it's very interesting that many times we hear like, what do you think the companies will think? I'm like, well, I don't think that the government asks companies whether they can be regulated for good. I know that and Stormy and I have spoken so many years on how to avoid really burdensome regulations. And yes, we need effective regulation. But I think that the time of self-regulation is over. So yes, we are going to do it in a multi-stakeholder approach, because the ones that know also how things work are the companies. But it's the government that is going to be developing the infrastructure to address these issues. In any case, there are two parts of this recommendation. If you tell me what are the main concerns that really countries had, first, of course, is the very unbalanced power distribution in the economic world, because you have the big companies, and even for the small and medium-sized enterprises, it's not easy to compete. We have the misuse of this in the private sector, and first for commercial purposes, no, the maximizing the money, and also but maximizing, as we've heard so many times, the airtime where people are connected and the impact it has in our youth, in our girls, in our children. But you also have the massive surveillance, and we're by authoritarian regimes. And we're very proud that the recommendation includes some provisions that ban mass surveillance, ban social scoring, and bring really the debate into a higher level. So it's for governments to implement. All the things we say is for governments, but the companies will need to rethink because they are going to be concerned.
Certainly. Coming probably right on to the companies, regulation for me is one point, but in the end, it's also a leadership issue. How do we get this ethical values into the leadership? What do you think? How do we educate also all people to think on these issues, to get known from those harms or those things who really doesn't want to do us good things? So for me, it's also a leadership issue if the company is going for ethical issues or not, and then it's a business issue. If you are open and you open your data and you let extract the users the data of, for example, LinkedIn or something, the possibility to extract and go to another site is much more easier, or to use them without using the platform or the product. So what do you think, where to start also on these leadership issues to educate?
Well, I think that it calls on all these issues, and as you say, I was heading with Danone, with Emmanuel Faber, the Business for Inclusive Growth. This kind of mentality of the 40 big companies that joined us, not only to go for corporate social responsibility, which is fine, and I will not deny that we continue to need this very strong commitment, but the company saying we are really in a world that is so highly unequal that is going to hurt us. This kind of mentality, recognizing that the way these technologies are proceeding might create a social backlash against the technologies, which is what we want to avoid. If people start seeing that their children are being lured into radicalization, as it happened in the previous years with the European children and France, if you think that your girls are getting this depression or being targeted, or of course there's going to be a backlash. So I think that it's very important for companies, as you say, to show leadership, to step up and say, no, I'm going to join this ethical, and we invite the companies to join the ethical infrastructure. We need to be careful, because it's true that when talking with some of the leading figures that are calling for a change of the model, the ethical framework can also provide with window dressing. And that's why the recommendation is very concrete in saying the ethical framework needs to translate into respect of human rights, because human rights are codified. You have the right not to be molested, you have the right not to be abused, you have freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom of agency. We're worried about neurotechnologies being used to manipulate, which is happening. It's not by chance that if you get all this hate speech against migrants or people from other origins, that then people go out and do things that are completely unacceptable. But it's because these technologies are being misused. So yes, and I think there's so many companies that are really stepping up, because we also work with the companies. We work with the International Chamber of Commerce, and actually we have Rolls-Royce and many companies that are working with us to go for this race to the top, because this is what we want, with companies and with governments, to go for a race to the top.
Okay. One point for me interesting, as before I give over to the audience, is the data issue. Data and algorithms. A lot of the data comes in, you can say, what data comes in, it goes also out. How do we get to a gender equalized data collection, for example? I know that the data collection between women and men is completely different, as you told already. How do you think we can do more steps forward that we have a better data collection in the countries? I mean, in this COVID pandemic, I was quite surprised how less women, our government also focused on, or we get real data where we can, as a person, then say, okay, I have the data, I can do my decision for my own, and I know. So how do you think this data collection can be on an equalized women-men can be better to have a better data for better algorithms and then also better artificial intelligence?
Well, I would say that you first need to recognize it. You cannot just go with low-quality data that is not representative, build up the developments, then get conceptual frameworks with the algorithm and the training of data, also biased, because you only have male-only teams. And then the outcome is like, oh my God, but what happened with Amazon? My God, they launched this recruitment tool and they did not include a single woman. And not only not include a single woman, they rejected all the CVs from women. I mean, let's not be naive. Well, let's then look at the model and let's say, okay, if it's more difficult to gather data from women, let's do a special effort to do it. But then I think that the quality of the data set is super important. And I don't think that this is recognized enough. Now with all these scandals, we get to see that, yes, there are certain groups and certain people, only half of the world population, only women, no? That might not be as represented in the information that feeds all these systems. But I think that just recognizing that. And then there is some truths that comes not for the technology, but for what we know about gender equality. What about asking companies and asking countries that are developing the technologies to have diverse teams? What about, and this is what the recommendation is saying, we have affirmative action. We know, and I know that it has been difficult, but you have a quota for boards, corporate boards. And we're still not yet there, but you have it. Well, let's make sure that the teams that develop the technologies always have a woman.
Or be diverse.
Or diverse, or somebody coming from another country, or somebody coming from another region, or from another socioeconomic. And we called also to be open to the civil society participation, to be more transparent. We are not naive because there is a balance to be done. There are IPR issues. All the algorithms are related to IPR. And it's not that you're just going to open it up and give it to everybody, because that's not how the world works. But the fact is that these also need to be balanced. And actually, the recommendation also said that when there is very strong harm, people has the right to know. And people has the right to know how this was built, how the algorithm was built. And therefore, in the deployment, because we took a whole AI life cycle for this, you have the developers, and so let's make the team diverse. Let's have the team develop the whole thing. Do checkups, because we say, oh, but then there is a black box and the machine learning, and then we don't know how it comes. No, sorry, you can put some controls. You can just stop and say, how are you doing? And then keep up the whole thing. And then at the end, what is very important is that there is human determination. Because it's not like the technologies come from the outer space and tell you what to do. No. At the end, when the whole exercise is done, you need to have human judgment, whether I use the outcomes or not. And I think that these kind of very easy steps should be followed.
Very good. I think, looking at the time, I will open the questions for the audience. Do we have questions? Please.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm with the Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace, and I have two questions. The first is, in the document, you have very often reference to human dignity. In the EU regulatory package, you have some applications which should be banned because it goes against human dignity, like social scoring. So social scoring was certainly an issue. And my question is, how you have dealt with the social scoring and what are the implications now for this application? And the second question refers to autonomous weapon systems. I think in the document you have also a clear paragraph that decisions on life and death should not be referred to AI systems. So we have the negotiations on laws, and so they have now introduced a new category, partial autonomous weapon system. Anyhow, the Secretary General of the United Nations is asking for a ban of autonomous weapon systems. So military issues are outside of the scope of UNESCO, but I would be interested, how you have discussed this, and could this document now be used to promote a ban of autonomous weapon systems? Thank you very much.
Very good questions. Well, first of all, I have to say that on the social scoring, the recommendation is very clear, and it's banned. It should be banned. And therefore, we will need to follow up on that. And I know it's difficult, and I know that it's being used, and I know that there are whole systems that are being built on this basis, but it's forbidden. So we will follow up on that. On the question of weapons, there was a very, very intense discussion among our member states. And I have to say that it was very interesting because sometimes in the UN system, you feel these lines of north, south, east, west, developing countries, advanced countries. In the case of the weapons, the debates were really among everybody. Some countries saying it needs to be in the recommendation. We're not going to be credible if we don't ban autonomous weapons, because this is exactly is the representation of the worst fears of autonomy to a system, and we are also saying that this should be taken care very closely, how autonomous the systems can be, and also how much we also say that artificial intelligence systems should not have legal personality. So that's another benchmark that we're proposing them. But the conclusion was that first is not the mandate of UNESCO, as you say. We are not dealing with weapons, and therefore we should not get into that. But what we got as a compromise was exactly what you referred to. The fact is that whenever there is a decision related to life and death, it should be human-based, and it should be based on the final call by humans. So laws and regulations and jurisprudence is always advanced with this, with these negotiations and with these agreements. So I hope that it will be serving good purposes for other settings, but that's in the hands of members. I can tell you my personal opinion privately.
Stormy, you had another question.
If I may, I do have so many questions, but one question I wanted to ask you is about your team yourself at UNESCO. When I started at Aspen and I told my husband I'm going to do a conference on AI, he was first saying, "What do you know about AI?" Because he is one of those people at Rolls-Royce doing AI. Mm-hmm. And then he said to me, "I'm going to show you some codes now and how it works." And that was a little bit of an eye-opener to me, that it's not just the coders who need to have the thinking about ethics. It's also the government people who are talking about AI and digitalization to understand what we are really talking about. So what I wanted to ask you is, how is your team set up? Do you have coders? Is it very diverse? How do you learn from each other?
That's a super good question. The fact is that, let me tell you that I have the strongest team ever. Dafna Feinholz, who actually is a Mexican, even the name doesn't look Mexican, but she's a fantastic lady. and a team of 15 people that are ethicists. They know about ethics. They were the ones that built the Declaration on Human Genome. And they are the ones that have been building up the bioethics committees in member states. So they have this very strong knowledge on the regulatory and legal frameworks related to how to interject ethics in the legal processes. But you're right, no great expertise in terms of the algorithms and the data. Of course, UNESCO is not only based on the secretariat. What we did was exactly to bring 24 fantastic experts, but it was different, because it's not about coding. Coding you learn. That we learn. And I have Maria Grazia Squicciarini, who joined my team as my executive officer, and she's top-notch coder, and she has been looking at innovation and patents, and the data that I gave you about the 77% is hers. But that's not the point. The point is to have a multidisciplinary, more inclusive debate, because if you have just the technical people talking to the technical people, this is what we have, because it has been technically driven. You need to bring, you know what? We brought the philosophers. We brought the sociologists, we brought the psychologists to talk to each other in these 24 global fantastic experts, actually led by Emma Roodkamp-Bloem, who is a professor in South Africa. She was the chair of the expert groups. And I have to tell you that, yes, they have to check with the technologists how much this is possible, how this can be framed. But the conversation actually should be the other way around. It's not about the technology. It's about how the technology is going to help with our own challenges as humans, and how they're going to help us to have more inclusive societies, to deal with inequalities, to deal with climate change, and for that, you don't need the coders. Sorry, coders. No, we will need them, relying on them, of course. To translate this into something that is feasible, we need them. But it's bigger than that. It's changing the nature of the conversation.
Isn't it to bring those issues to the whole society, from those who use it to those who program it, but also the leaders, that we come to the question how we come to this thinking that we want to do it for good and not for bad?
No, but the fact is that it's everybody, because AI is pervasive. And ethics is about all of us. And the fact is that, yes, the developers should have this framework, but also the users. And that's why in the recommendation we also have the question of education. And UNESCO is the leading agency for education, and we are looking at how to instill this critical thinking in this massive amount of information that we receive, how you critically can determine which is good source, which is bad source, which is something that you can trust and which is something that you cannot trust, and therefore is for everybody. Very good point of Stormy. The fact is that how do we ensure, and you said it, Eva, the question of government capacities. We don't have them. Yesterday I was listening to your debates. There are many good people in the governments, but when you want to attract more people to help you to build up the systems in the governments, but also the legal infrastructure, the fact is that you cannot compete with the private sector, because the data scientists and all these fantastic experts, no. You need to bring them almost, and yesterday was your German representative who said, we need to bring them because they have the vocation of the public service. And so I said, yes, please, because we cannot compete. But I'm sure that we will have more and more people really providing their expertise to these very important points.
Is there any more questions in the audience? Please.
Janet Liebeherr, ich habe ein Privatinstitut für Innovation. Janet Liebeherr, I founded a private institute for innovation culture, and I come from a psychological perspective on different things concerning AI. And my question is, congratulations first to have 193 countries coming together to agree on basic human values. Which country did not sign, and are there reasons why they didn't?
Well, we have a big country that didn't sign because they are not members of UNESCO, which is the US. But they participated because they were always, as observers, represented. And I was very proud to see that in one of the conversations, the Assistant Secretary for IOS, she said we need to be in that table. And we will be working with them because we also work with many institutions and many experts in the US. But we will need to work with them. In any case, I can tell you that it's very interesting because when we were finishing the whole negotiation, there were some countries telling me, yes, but you cannot impose this framework to developing countries because they would need to be building all this infrastructure instead of developing the technologies, and that gave me a hint that if you are in the commercial race or the geopolitical race to be the leader, and you will notice that UNESCO was there because we now have all the countries, the developing countries, going to adopt the framework. And we're starting, as I said, working with many countries in Africa, and therefore if you are a seller of the technologies or leader in the technologies, you will find that the new construction will be based in this recommendation. So I'm really sure that everybody is going to be engaging one way or another.
We have, yeah.
I must say I am a little bit surprised by your comment about not having the coders as part of the conversation. I say this because I am professor of computer science, so I am from the side of artificial intelligence and algorithms and so on. And I think they must be part of the conversation because they have to hear what it is said. Otherwise, you won't have in them thinking about ethical aspects because it comes from outside. It is exogenous. They don't deal with that. And my experience is in the last years, there is a need for people coming from the technical side to learn about these implications. All they want to do is improve technology, develop the algorithms, and so on. And they don't have maybe the knowledge or the capacity or maybe the time or maybe, I don't know, to get or to dive into those aspects that are now the most important ones. And this is why I would say maybe they cannot contribute as a legal person, ethical expert or philosophers to the framework and so on, to the implications worldwide and so on. But they have the other side that is actually the one that is bringing such issues in the society and in the conversations. So in my experience, in my opinion, they should be there in order to hear, in order to learn what they must learn, what we must learn in order to come together and to go into the same direction. Otherwise, we will have both sides disconnected, and I think this should not be the case in the mid-term future, long-term future, because we will have technologies for a long time. And as I suppose that the framework and all the things will change with changes in society, in our moral stance, with the development we have in politics and so on. This will change according to how we change as humans, as societies, as countries. But technologies will be there in the future and will have a more and more deep impact in our lives. So I think they must be there to learn. We should be there to learn, to contribute in some way, but especially to learn from those things, not after regulation is put in practice, but in the way, in the path to this regulation too. what I think.
No, I'm actually very happy that you're doing that question, because I never said that they are not part of it. I said that it should be broader. Of course they are. They should be. You are completely right. I think that if they are not part of the group, part of the conversation, we might get it wrong from the technological point of view. What I'm saying is that it's not about only the technology, because what is happening is that we have been in this race to be the leaders in the technological front without due consideration of these other aspects. And the second part of what you say is what I really agree, because it's not about signaling the technologies because how they can be producing these things that are harmful. No, it's not for them. They just go and do what they know how to do, which is to create solutions through the technological developments. The only point is, how do we bring more ethical thinking whenever these things are being developed, which I think has been lacking in many instances. So I would say that, yes, we want the coders to become more ethics savvy, and the ethical experts to understand how the code and all these things work. So they go together, and we had coders, and we had, actually I brought also 3 new members of my team that know these things. And it's fantastic, because then they can tell you, no, let me tell you how this works. And then you see, okay. But you know, the fact is that the technologies don't happen in a vacuum neither. And this is what we're saying. We're saying we need an environment, an ecosystem that will dedicate more efforts, more funds, more incentives to produce AI technologies that help us address our challenges. And this is exactly what we're doing there. We would say, be aware of the impact of some AI developments that just one single model will, to run one single model takes 125 trips equals, no? You know this figure, 125 trips from New York to Beijing. Just be aware. And then, of course, as we do with climate, if Rockstar, this big investor comes out and say, I'm not going to invest in companies that are investing in coal or fossil fuels, you change the incentives. This is what we want to create, because I'm an economist. I know how to use these instruments. It's not to impose top-down without understanding the nature of the technological ecosystem. Is to align that ecosystem to our values and to what to get out. And it concerns us all. Let me tell you also that for the 55,000 questions, comments that we received from the global consultation, we suddenly finished with 55,000 comments for the text. And we're like, what are we going to do? Well, we use artificial intelligence. And IRCAI...
Hopefully for good.
For good. And IRCAI, who is this fantastic institute in Slovenia, a Category 2 center of UNESCO on artificial intelligence, they brought all the experts to boil down these comments into the text, into something that made sense. So I think it has to be super inclusive. That's the point.
I think that was a very good final statement. The time is over, and I'm very unhappy because I have several more questions. But thank you very much, Gabrielle, for these wonderful insights and this new latest news. And please enjoy the further conference.
Thank you so much, Eva. It has been my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to our Aspen Artificial Intelligence Conference 2021. And it is a great pleasure that we now look at one of the really important areas, application areas of AI, climate sustainability. And it is a particular pleasure that we have a very special moderator today, one of our very dear Aspen partners. We've done a lot together on media literacy, on influencers, on AI. You have been with us a lot and guiding us on the way. I would like to introduce to you Veran Meyer, and you are Head of Digital Policy Division of the Heinrich Böll Foundation and also one of the supporters of the Artificial Intelligence Conference of AI. We are all extremely excited. And with this, I hand over, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stormy, and also from my side, a very warm welcome to our panel discussion on burden or benefit, environmental sustainability in the age of AI. As Stormy said it already, I'm head of the Digital Policy Division at the Heinrich Böll Foundation, which is an agency for green ideas and projects. Our primary task is political education and advocacy in Germany and in our 34 offices abroad. One question we've been dealing with for quite some time now is the role that digital technologies such as artificial intelligence can play in the fight against the climate crisis. On the one hand, it could support climate change mitigation goals and adaptation, but on the other hand, it could also be a driver of global resource consumption and emission, depending on the types of applications and the circumstances of their deployment. Today, we will take a look together at the various factors that will play a role in shaping the actual outcome if AI will be, in fact, a burden or benefit for environmental sustainability. We have a great number of excellent guests here participating in the discussion today. I'd like to start welcoming our guests here today in Berlin. Anna Christmann, she is a member of the German Bundestag since 2017, of the Green Party. She has been spokesperson on innovation and technology policy and civic engagement. I'd also like to welcome Grisha Bayer. He is a research group leader at the Institute for Advanced Sustainability Studies in Potsdam. And his research group, Digitalization and Impacts on Sustainability, explores the effects of digitization on industrial sustainability, global value chains, and international cooperation. Thank you for joining us here in Berlin. And now I'd like to turn to our virtual panel and start with Benedetta Brevini. Benedetta is an author, journalist, and media reformer, as well as an associate professor for communication at the University of Sydney. This year, she published a book on Is AI Good for the Planet? Alexander Britz is head of Digital Business Transformation and AI at Microsoft, where he's especially responsible for a division on AI and sustainability. Cécile Huet is Deputy Head of the Unit Robotics, Artificial Intelligence, Innovation and Excellence at the European Commission. This unit funds and assists beneficial robotics and AI developments within Europe. Vladimir Rachmanin is Assistant Director and Director General and Regional Representative for Europe and Central Asia at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Thank you very much for joining us today in this discussion. During the session, please feel always free to ask questions via live stream or the Q&A tool, and we will take 15 minutes at the end of our discussion here to answer your question. Okay, so let's start now with a very quick warm-up question, which picks up our conference theme. You have each 60 seconds, and really 60 seconds, to answer the question. So the question is, what contribution can AI make to adapting to climate change and increasing resilience? And let's start with our virtual panel with Benedetta Brevini, please.
Well, certainly there is an opportunity, but the major hurdle that we have is what do we really mean by AI? So if we define AI as commonly defined as the ability of machines to just mimic the human cognitive function, then we have a problem in dealing with environmental question. If we really are able, as the European Commission recently did, to define AI, in fact, as a collection of technologies that combine data, algorithms, computer power, data capitalism, data extraction, then we can answer this question. So I would say that it's really crucial to start by understanding specifically what we mean by AI application in this context. Thank you.
Thank you. This was really quick. We continue with Vladimir, please.
Thank you. I actually represent food and agriculture organizations. So I would say that use of digital technologies and artificial intelligence make agriculture more efficient, resilient, and sustainable. as well as more environmental friendly, enhancing climate change mitigation, while at the same time adapting agriculture to negative impacts of climate change in order to provide food security for all. So I am very positive about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Cécile?
Hello, good morning, everybody. So I would say that since AI is a tool as well to optimize everything, so optimization of any resources we have, you just mentioned agriculture, but anything, any production, if you can optimize the request and the demand, you limit the waste. Optimization of energy, optimization of any resource we have will help in decreasing also our carbon footprint. Of course, we don't have to be blind to the use, the technology needs resource to run. And we have to fight both fronts. So using the technology to help us, but also making sure that we improve the technology so that it is greener. So that's what we are doing in the Commission. We are focusing and pushing greener AI and AI for green for the twin digital and green transition.
Thank you, Cécile. And Alexander, please.
Sure. Good morning. To be honest, I'd rather focus on fighting climate change than adopting to it. But we certainly come to that in a second in the discussion. But if you're looking at the adoption, I think, and you look at AI, and depending on the definition, but in a nutshell, AI can help us to understand fairly complex ecosystems and also help us to sort of predict future developments. So in other words, sort of allowing us to better plan for the future. And of course, it's an enormous amount of data and it's an enormous challenge. But when we talk about adopting, then I would say AI allows us to be prepared for what's going to happen.
Thank you. And Anna, please.
Yeah, I would even go one step further and say I can't imagine how we can achieve our goals in climate protection in the next years without the use of AI, because I think it's fundamental for the Energiewende, for many fields that are in front of us. And I think AI is one crucial tool to make this all successful.
Thank you. And Trisha.
I agree with many things that have been said from the other speakers. I go with you that we need AI to optimize the existing sectors, make them more efficient and have less impact on the climate. But I definitely also go with Alexander. I think the most specific part about AI is the calculation power. So we should take advantage of that power to calculate, analyze, and maybe permute different scenarios, what is going to happen in the situation of climate change that is going to happen, and then we can prepare adequately for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for this flashlight round. You all stuck to the 60 seconds, more or less, so thank you for that. I would actually like to expand on what has been said. Let's have a look at how AI innovations can contribute to achieving more sustainability. And I'd like to start with you, Anna, because you're the expert, as I said, for technology and innovation policy in the Green Group. And this summer you published a paper on using data for change. From a green perspective, what exactly can AI and data achieve in the fight against climate crisis, and which are the areas and sectors you consider to be the most, to have the greatest potential? I think you said already Energiewende.
Yeah, of course. And I think the Energiewende is one of the most important projects we have in front of us, and where AI can really be helpful and more helpful than we've been using it before. I mean, until now, we don't have it in all areas we could. I mean, beginning from one specific windcraft where you could optimize it to the weather forecast and make it more efficient, like the one single power plant, if it's so to say. And then, of course, to bring them all together. I mean, every extra windcraft power plant will need more optimization for the whole net. And that will be a task where we will need AI to have a very efficient framework of all these different types of energy production we will have in the future. We will have many more different ways to get energy, and not only a few big power plants. And that makes a big change, and there we really need digital tools to optimize this whole setting and to make it a success. And I think there we are only at the beginning to really make use of all the potential and also of data that comes from specific cities where we can see, okay, where are the peaks of energy use and what does it mean for the whole energy net. These are all questions where AI will be extremely helpful, and I'm very happy that we have some projects already going on in this direction where people try to bring these data together and to really model AI tools on the basis of these data, and I think that we will need more of that.
Thank you. Vladimir, we had now an example from this area, but as you said, you work on agriculture, food security. Can you maybe provide us with a few best practice examples of how we can use AI in these sectors to achieve more sustainability?
Yeah, sure. First of all, if we talk about food security, we have a very big task. The year 2050, around 10 billion people to be fed with healthy food, to be provided with a healthy food. So, and the second task for us, for UN organizations, is Sustainable Development Goals, and that's mean 2030, zero hunger. It's a big challenge. It's a big challenge, and we need to make better efforts to achieve it. So, in order to achieve that, we need to use all possible innovation and technologies, and definitely AI and digitalization is in the minds of now all the people working in agriculture and in the environment. Actually, in FAO, in Food and Agriculture Organization, we established the new international platform for digital food and agriculture, where we produce the platform for the discussions. And we have very specific, talking about organization, we have very specific use of digital technology and artificial intelligence, where we follow the agriculture water productivity of Africa and the Near East, emerging signs of droughts around the world, small-scale changes in forests, and to detect fall armyworm damage. It's very practical things that we do as an organization, but of course, we need to work on the ground, and artificial intelligence is absolutely essential in today's world for weather prediction, just forecasting, robotics in agriculture, and of course, supply chain connections. It's very, very important because during the COVID, we saw that these supply chains has been destroyed in many cases. We need to make a seamless connection, and digital technologies will assist us to do it. So there are many issues that we can contribute practically, but there is also a larger kind of social impacts we need to follow, and we need to try to overcome inequalities in use of digital technology. We need to overcome gender imbalance in using technology. We know that women in rural areas have less access to these technologies. And maybe not being exhaustive, one more point, which we all have, and in the European Union it's also an issue. When we try to connect national digital platforms, it's always a very sensitive issue. And we need to work on that, how to keep the national sovereignty on those issues, but at the same time, make it useful for the people. Final point in this regard, in order to be successful, we need to work together, and we need to work with the private business, we need to work with civil society, and of course, with the governments. So I'm sorry, I don't want to monopolize the time, but that's the thoughts that are coming from our agricultural work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. This has been really insightful. I think we will come back to a few of the things you said already. Let's stick a bit to the different use case, because we have lots of experts here. As for instance, Grisha. And so you joined the IISS in 2014, and you worked there on a project called Sustainability Aspects of Industry 4.0. And I'd like to know if you consider the digitized network industrial production an area in which AI-driven technologies can be beneficial for sustainability, and if so, how does it work?
Well, I think it can have an impact to improve the footprint of the manufacturing industry. I think one point that's quite crucial is optimizing the energy consumption in large factories, for example, like orchestrating the way big robot fleets work together in a sense that they don't produce as quickly as possible, but they produce what is required with as little energy as possible. Another point could be that AI can help with dismantling strategies, finding ways how to use these resources that can be taken from products that have come to the end of life phase. And there's also another way, like bringing together people who could use this secondhand material, let's say, and with other corporations that have that as waste, products they can't use anymore. But I would go even one way beyond that. I wouldn't just optimize the manufacturing industry through AI, but I would try to couple the manufacturing industry and other industries with the energy sector. So what you have said, I think that's such a complex task, identifying where energy is used and where energy might be existing but can't be used at the same time, and bringing these demands together like a big demand response management system arching over sectorial borders. That is really a super difficult task, and I think that's too complex for human beings or standard simulation tools. So that's really one point where AI can help a lot.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Alexander, you explained already a little bit what you're doing at Microsoft. More and more companies are turning to AI when it comes to sustainability. I saw that Microsoft wants to be carbon negative by 2030. How do you actually measure this? Do you also account, for instance, for the emissions by the end user? And what role does AI play in this?
An enormous role, and I would underline what Anna Christmann was saying earlier. Without AI, it would work. So it is an essential part, and from a Microsoft point of view, we really believe that AI is one of the key technologies to help us to reach our sustainability goals. Now, in terms of what are we doing? Yes, we measure. We pretty much measure everything we can, and I would say we're not yet perfect, but we have made significant progress over the last couple of years. And when you look into what are we measuring, we are really starting from the design of a product to the end of life, so the entire product life cycle that you want. So that includes also the use of our products. So in other words, we have products like laptops or gaming consoles and all that. And we are also calculating the overall energy consumption over the lifetime of the product into our emissions. And that is certainly something where we have also learned over time, to be honest. 10 years ago, we haven't done that. Now we're doing it because part of our learning journey, if you want, has been it is part of our responsibility. If we wouldn't produce these products, they wouldn't consume any energy. And if you now look into Microsoft, our biggest challenge really is all the emissions from our supply chain, from the scope 3 emissions as they are called. So this is the vast majority of the activity that does the existence of Microsoft actually mean in terms of emissions. Just to give you an idea, the entire Microsoft universe, our own existence, if you want. For those who know the term, scope 1, scope 2, and scope 2, scope 1, scope 2 is about 300,000 tons of carbon every year. The supply chain is 11 million. So it's 300,000 ourselves to the supply chain, the scope 3 is 11 million. So that is the ballpark we are talking about. And therefore, we need to measure, we need to have that transparency, and AI really helps in the whole thing. I mean, if you look into, as I said before, the whole prediction part, what is going to happen. We have, for example, applied AI years ago in our own buildings, and we have found energy consumption savings of about 20-25% year over year through the analysis through AI. And I could go on and just to underline what was said earlier. I mean, we are talking at the end of the day, one of the core capabilities of AI is the whole topic of optimization. And you now can, we optimize production, we increase efficiencies, we lower energy consumption, reduce downtime, we optimize logistics, we minimize traffic. All that is part of the AI capabilities. And therefore, as I said, it's a very center stone of the activities that we're actually having, yes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Benedetta, we heard already from a few examples now, and Alexander also showed this by pointing at this whole debate on efficiency, optimization. I think transparency was also an interesting keyword. What do you think about this whole debate on the potential of AI for achieving more sustainability? I saw you saying that AI is used as a soul to us, as a magic wand. How does AI also impact the climate crisis?
Thank you. Well, I mean, the reason why I provided the definition on the very beginning of this conversation was that very often definitions of AI have this sort of magic feeling to it, right? AI is going to save the planet. AI is going to sort out chronic diseases. AI is going to save us. And this is a typical mythical thinking around technology that we saw historically since the beginning of every technology. And we see, of course, the ideology of the Silicon Valley being absolutely absorbing these ideas. But what sometimes, this conversation is obfuscating is the idea that actually AI, and this is actually coming out from the white paper on artificial intelligence by the European Commission. So the idea that AI relies on technologies. It relies on machines, on infrastructures that intrinsically deplete scarce resources. And of course, they deplete these scarce resources in the production, consumption, and disposal, therefore the entire production chain. So, what Alexander was highlighting was that, of course, that's a major challenge they have also in, by the big digital lords in the West and also the digital lords in the East, try really to reduce the carbon emission. But then the interesting thing about us trying to think of the materiality of AI and stopping just thinking of AI as a tool to save us is crucial here, because like AI, and if you want to read the book, I actually spent quite some time trying to explain it also in lay member of society terms, right? So AI contributes to the climate crisis at least in 4 ways. Now, I mean, every computer scientist and every person on the panel knows that the most relevant way in which AI can be actually detrimental to the climate crisis is the fact that we need computer power to start the algorithm. And we know already, because this has been already debated, the level of incredible carbon footprint of the training of an algorithm. And of course, I could give you a very quick example because I spent quite some time trying to identify, how can I explain this to the public? And we have a great study coming from the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, that showed that just to train a very common, for example, a Google Translate, very common AI application, you need something like 284,000 kilograms of CO2. Now, of course, the engineers would tell me, okay, I know this is absolutely not something we can generalize, but if we compare this to a very simple flight between London and Rome, the carbon emission would be 235 kilograms compared to the 284,000 kilograms that we need to train an algorithm. But this is just the first way in which AI, is, of course, impacting on the climate crisis. The second way is, of course, we know the data centers. So AI rely on data to work. And of course, the data centers, and this is something that Alexander was highlighting, are one of the biggest problems of the major providers. I call them the digital lords, just to explain their incredible power, political, economic, and ideological. And of course, then you see that a major struggle, to make data centers sustainable is the starting point of this conversation. And I can see that corporations are moving forward, trying to reduce. But, let's not forget that globally, the entire production of energy and electricity is based 64% on fossil fuels. Now, we know from the COP26 that we have only 10 years to reduce, and we need to reduce our pledges and our carbon emissions. We need to reduce them by 50%. Now, this is becoming really an emergency, and data centers and the whole IT carbon footprint is on a trajectory to be something like 14% of the entire carbon footprint in the world. So these are data that we should really consider and think about when we think and we say, oh, we just embrace it and we are sorting out our problems, we sort out the pandemic. And I'll give another example. So I mentioned the two ways in which AI is impacting on the climate crisis, but there are two more. The other major problem we have is with e-waste and is with the disposal. Because all the devices that are powered by AI, of course, will need to be disposed of. And what's happening here is really, of course, that we are sending these highly toxic, devices and that we discard them very often in countries in the global south that are already recovering from, years and years of colonialism. And so we are, of course, also violating, land rights because we are polluting these areas. We are making the water impossible for these populations, indigenous population, to drink this water. Bangladesh is astonishing, as a country that is used for this type of e-waste. And this is the third way. And the fourth way, which is something that really worries me because it escaped also, the very recent draft of the regulation for AI that has been just discussed by the European Commission, for example. While we all agree that we should be banning AI-powered weapons, and there is an international consensus on this, we never talk about banning AI applications to keep drilling and making the oil and gas discoveries more efficient. So what's happening now is that all of the digital lords, all the major tech giants are investing massively, including Microsoft with Azure, for example. So they're making major deals to make the drilling more efficient. And now, I think that the conversation, which is a very important conversation, should bring together climate scientists with tech policy people and really try to start with the first question, which is an environmental justice question. So we cannot just focus on a limited, ethical framework, but we really need to embrace a broader framework and start designing AI with this issues in mind. We are living in an emergency. It's a climate emergency. We know this. And so we need to act and make sure, because, sometimes we might think, AI to reach sustainable goals means greening AI. That is not true. They are very different things. And AI, because it's a material technology, because it relies on data, because it relies on infrastructures, is intrinsically extractive. And so we need to say it and start with that, framework and environmental justice framework in mind.
Thank you, Benedetta. You mentioned already the Commission. I see that Alexander is raising his hand. So before I continue, I'd like to give the word to you, Alexander.
Thank you so much. And, I don't want to just, take some of the arguments of Benedetta away, but, I think in terms of data, it's important that we have the same view on it. When you look at these numbers in terms of carbon emissions of data centers, I think what we have to look at, either we measure it or we rather talk about the energy consumption. Why do I say that? When you look at, data centers, the question is, what is a data center? If you look, for example, at all the studies, and I've read a lot of them, when you look at, big data centers, hyperscale data centers like the ones we have, some others, of course, also have, we are talking about in CO2, so a carbon reduction compared to local data centers in the range of 80 to 90%. So that's the first one. The second one that you have to look at is, how are these data actually run? If you look, and we are trying to be as transparent as possible, and I said, we show our emissions in scope 1, 2, 3, and all sort of details. When you look at, the calculation that people typically do, which is, the assumption that you would take energy from the local grid compared to what we actually do, because we are running on 100% renewable electricity, there's a reduction of another 95%. So in that terms, it is really difficult to say, well, this is the CO2 footprint in general of a data center. So that's one. The second one is, just on waste. And yes, that's an enormously important topic. And I don't want to take that away. On the other hand, you have to also look at companies like ourselves. For example, we have set ourselves a target for 2030 to be a zero waste company. All our data centers are now reworked in the sense that they will become circular centers. So in other words, the hardware will be dismantled at the spot, and at least 90% of the waste will actually be brought into the whole cycle. So in that sense, I fully agree it is an issue and we need to tackle that. And but in terms of having data there and saying, well, we got to be specific. And that's the only point I really want to make on that.
Thank you, Alexander. Maybe just coming back to that, before I turn to you, Cecilia, I'd just like to ask Anna a quick question on this issue of data centers. It has been said that they can eat up a lot of energy, even become a driver of climate change. Where do you think we need regulation, but where do we also need incentives?
Yeah, I think in a way the question of data centers is quite easy because every data center can possibly be run climate neutral today. I mean, there is no technical question that it's not possible to run a data center without any form of carbon emissions. So I think there is a point of regulation, and that's also what we want to do in the new government. We have it in our new contract for the coalition, for the Ampel coalition, that we want to secure that we have from 2027 on only climate neutral data centers in Germany, that every new data center will be climate neutral from 2027 on in Germany. That is the regulation that we want to have here, and I think that should more or less be the case for Europe at least, and hopefully for the whole world, because I think that shouldn't be the issue. You can use renewable energies and you can use the heat that is coming from the computation processes, and all this is not the case in many data centers we have today, and but it's technically possible. So I think yes, we should regulate it, and yes, we should just secure that every new data center is climate neutral.
Thank you. Now, Cecile, the European Commission has been mentioned twice. Anna mentioned already the European level. I would like you to comment a bit on Benedetta's points, these various factors that how AI impacts also the climate crisis. You mentioned in your statement at the beginning all these benefits AI also can have. How does the EU Commission assess this conflict in general? Like, how can we build a bridge between AI and sustainability?
Right. Actually, so we have different types of action. My unit is responsible for the programs supporting research, innovation, and the uptake of the technology. And we work, of course, closely with the colleagues developing the regulatory framework as well. But in terms of pushing the technology in improving its robustness, its accuracy, but also reducing the energy use. So we do research to improve the resource efficiency. So using more efficiently data. So also using architecture which are less consuming, or optimizing the whole use of resource when you develop and when you use algorithm, and also developing chips which are less energy consuming. So that's on the technical part where we don't think we have solved the problem. Still, research and development needs to be done to attack the problem as well from that front. And then on the other side, we have a number of actions. Our unit has been working in robotics for many, many years. And many of the examples I've heard today about agriculture. So we've used robots for precision agriculture and drastically, hopefully completely remove the need of using pesticide, reducing also the use of water and waste at any moment in the agriculture, in the agri-food sector. In manufacturing as well, well, we are supporting manufacturing, zero defect production, also towards zero waste and zero emission, but also, the whole optimization of the chain. So if you better anticipate the needs, the demand, then you optimize also the production to reduce the waste. We see so many manufacturing production plants who have to throw away goods because they're not used. So, and also another thing which I don't think has been mentioned today in terms of also sustainability and be also more robust to change and to crisis. It's also manufacturing. You could bring the manufacturing closer to the use, so reshoring some manufacturing and having manufacturing plants which can also adapt to the local needs and to be more tailored to the needs. And of course, in manufacturing, we want also to also use the manufacturing for circular economy. So we heard dismantling and then reusing the materials is something that we are supporting. So both from the research, development, and deployment. So we have a number of activities, and a very important aspect is to really build an ecosystem around that. So we work with the community with that. So we have built a PPP, public-private partnership, where on the private side, you have all the actors from research, from industry, and from the civil society to really define the strategy. How should we use AI for the benefit of the society? And then on the other front, we work with the member states in the context of the coordinated plan on AI to make sure that, again, we work together to be more efficient in addressing those aspects. And one of the, so we have a number of actions where we work together with the member states, and in the updated coordinated plan with them, we have highlighted a number of strategic sectors where we want to work together to be more efficient, and one of them is to bring AI to play for climate change and environment. So then we have a number of action. There is also the program Destination Earth, where we want to model what's happening on the planet, our effect on the planet, in order to also take better decision policy making, which is more better informed, make prediction and adapt. But I agree also that we better act rather than react. So we should first try to do our best to make sure that we don't have to react to those bad situations, but rather prevent them with all the tools that we have. Of course, we are also working on energy, on mobility, to optimize the transport system to be more efficient and less energy consuming as well. So we have a vast number of action to support or will to really have the green and digital transition. They go hands in hands, and one will not go without the other.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you raised a number of really interesting and excellent points. I think this involvement of the different stakeholders is something that we can talk about in a minute, which is really interesting. I just saw that Benedetta was raising her hand, I think, after the data center question. So maybe if you could just quickly answer.
Yeah, because I'm always trying to find solution, together with also major corporations. And of course, one of the biggest problems that we face is data centers being opened in countries that are or areas, regions that are very desertic. And this is something that I think really big corporations should consider not to stop doing, because if you read even some of the most common press releases, for example, from DeepMind, but also Microsoft, you will see that one of the biggest problems of data centers is water cooling. And it's really, really the consumption of water. And yet we are still seeing, even this year, big big corporations opening huge data centers in countries or in regions or states like Nevada. And we know that Microsoft is trying to do its best, and it's, operating with, all these new kind of technology that are supposed to help with this. But, the question is really, do we have time for all of this, or isn't it about time that we use the political tools to actually say, well, probably in a time of a climate emergency where the pledges and where the carbon emissions need to be lower of 50% in only 10 years, is this still the case to keep opening big data centers in desertic areas, or can we actually find, because, some of the best innovative ideas that are coming to achieve sustainability and green in AI are coming from the tech workers movements, and are coming from these tech workers movements that are growing from the grassroots in major tech corporations. And I think we should listen to these ideas because they are really experiencing and understanding the major issues. So that's another idea. But I also think that it's important that we remember that we cannot just refer to the data centers to green AI. We need to consider the incredible and massive energy that is consumed by the computational powers that is needed for the training. And the neural networks, the greening of neural networks is another major challenge that I want to put there because we have excellent speakers and I want an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Alexander, I know you really want to now make a point probably on that. I'd just like to come back to Vladimir, because you raised a really interesting issue at the beginning in your statement. When talking about the opportunities AI can offer in the food sector, the agriculture sector, but you said that it can also come with social and ethical challenges. How can we deal with that? Do we need some kind of ethical guidelines, code of ethics to guide this development of technology?
Thank you, and I'm fascinated by the discussion. And allow me just from the very beginning to start a little bit with the... I'm in the previous life, I was a diplomat, and I believe I'm still a diplomat, when diplomacy meant win-win and not zero-sum. That's what I try to preach, and that's what, not only preach, but I believe implement, and I believe it's possible. For instance, when we talk about this agriculture and digital technologies, we need agriculture to be environment friendly. Digital technology is assisting agriculture to be environment friendly and more efficient. We simply need to find a balance. We need to find the trade-offs, and we need to base this discussion on the science, which Benedetta is providing very important statistics. But what is important is to find this ground. And the European Union, I know, is undertaking a very strong strategies from farm to fork, green economy in general, and biodiversity, all very important. Moving it into legislation. So we need trade-offs and we need to have a balance. In terms of ethics, I was talking about the imbalance and the inequalities on the access to digital technologies. And we have it in rural areas. We have European Union, we have Russia, we have Turkey, where agriculture is strongly developed. But we have Africa and some parts of Asia Pacific where we don't have this access. And when we plan what we are doing, we need to think about less developed countries and their knowledge of actually the artificial intelligence approaches. And what I believe is very important for us when we debate these issues among the developed countries, and if we talk about specifically about the ethics, and together with Microsoft, IBM, and Italy, FAO is co-signatory to Rome Call for AI Ethics in 2020. This is a very specific document which has been prepared. But when we talk, we need to talk about access. Sometimes we want to have digital villages and digital rural areas. But even in European Union, they don't have an access to broadband in some places. So they would not have the necessary hardware in order to develop efficient software. So these inequalities, and if we go further, it would be even more difficult. And that's what I say, for instance, gender imbalance. Also a big issue. If we work all together, women, youth, and men, We can produce much more, but we need to do it efficiently. And we need to address these issues and to learn about it. Maybe I am just a little bit too strategic or just general, but that's how I try to approach, and we try to approach these issues. We need to listen to each other, find win-win solutions, and also taken from my Chinese education, there was a saying in Chinese, "Lan tui zhou lu." That means walk on two legs. We need to use both. And also another Chinese wisdom, "Mo shi go he." Crossing the river, testing the waters. We need to know the science, but always proceed from the practice. Thank you.
Thank you, even for, especially for these wise words at the end. Let me ask one last question before we open the discussion to the public. Grisha, there's still no real regulation from policymakers to make AI truly environmentally friendly. In your opinion, because I know you're working on that, what framework conditions, political framework conditions, do we need to really develop this resource-saving, innovative potential of AI? And we talked about this already earlier. Which actors should we involve in this whole process, such as civil society, for instance?
Well, I think all relevant actors, such as civil society, guys from the practice, regulatory organizations, but also NGOs, for example, should be involved. And I think we're at the starting point of trying to find compromises that are applicable for all parties here. And I think what has been said is that the social and the ethical implications are very important, but I also think that the environmental effects need to be taken account. So I guess a framework that is really applicable for all these discussions are the SDGs of the United Nations. And if we bring together all these sort of peoples, use their expertise and have this as a common framework that all of us accept, it is possible to develop such frameworks in the near future. I think the European Union has started to do that, and I find that pretty a good starting point, but I think we're way beyond, or not even close to a point where we say that there is a framework that is really applicable and serves human and the environment equally.
Thank you for also a bit summarizing the debate. Anna, you look like you want to...
I just wanted to add one sentence, because I really would like to underline that what you said, that it's really so important to bring these two communities together, the AI community on one side and the sustainability community on the other side, because I think it's a problem that both of them are quite... on the other parts of the scientific community, and I think we really need to bring them more together. And what a great example is, I think, is the Umweltbundesamt in Germany. They started to build an own AI sector in their Bundesamt, and I think that is very crucial that we have these expertise on the technology there, where also is the expertise on ecological questions.
Thank you for this point. I'd like to open now the discussion to the public. But I also see that Benedetta is raising her hand. But let's first take a look here in our room. Is there anyone who has questions, comments for our speakers? A bit shy. Stormy.
Yeah, thank you so very much. This has been a fantastic panel so far. What I would like to also come back to the issue of data centers and the carbon neutrality of such. And I know that there's a lot of thinking of setting up data centers more in the north of Germany and in the east of Germany, where we do have a lot of wind energy, for example. And it makes a lot of sense to have them close to where the energy source is. For other companies, that might be a little bit more difficult because they are already set up in the south of Germany. So maybe you can also tell us a little bit about how we get the energy from one part to where it is needed, and the infrastructure of such. I know it's not specifically AI related, but I think it's really, really important to talk about the energy trassen and where they lead, and if we also have the public support to get them through.
Thank you. This sounds like a question to Anna.
Yeah, that's the question for the whole process of the Energiewende, how we get the energy from north to south. It's not only for data centers, it's for the whole industry that is located in the south of Germany. I'm from Baden-Württemberg, so I know this discussion very well. And of course, we need to have solutions for that, and we need to have the connections from north to south where it is needed, and sometimes it's very complex to make that happen. But to come back to AI, maybe it's part of the solution there also, I think, because the whole process of calculating where these Trassen should be located and where also wind power should be located to make it most easy to bring it from one point to the other. There AI also comes into it. But I think it's a very important question. It's not only related to data centers, but to the whole industry and Energiewende sector. And it will be one task of the new government to work very hard on it.
Great. Any more questions here from our public in Berlin? No, and I don't see questions in the online tool, which is quite good because we can ask Benedetta and Alexander, who raised their hands earlier, to make a quick contribution.
Well, I was just responding to Vladimir because I really enjoyed his comment about what we tend to call data colonialism and the inequality, that we see between, the super wealthy West and East, China, US, Europe, and the global South. Just to say that in terms of the data that we have at the moment, it's absolutely even inconceivable for most of the countries in Africa and even South America to even in the next 5 years have the infrastructure that could be necessary to run AI, for example. So, this is very often a neglected area of policymaking. And it's something that, of course, for FAO is absolutely crucial. And I still think that embracing a more clear, even if you prefer the ethical framework than an environmental justice, then in the ethical framework, you can still use the concept of harm. And you can use the concept of environmental harm to really say we live through an emergency, so we need to have the communities that are suffering from these emergencies. And we know very well that unfortunately these communities are based in the global South. But for the first time in the history of Germany, we saw these major floods in Germany and in China at the same time, in areas that never suffered as much as the tropical areas, for example, of constant weather events. And so, having a conversation on the global level that brings all of this concept of environmental harm, like as the starting point of all this decision making, where to place the data centers, like what kind of neural networks should we develop, banning all kind of AI applications that are used to extract oil and gas. So banning completely any kind of AI application that is used for mining, because we don't have time. Because, the point is we need to clean the electricity grid. And 65% being based on fossil fuels right now, is not something that is sustainable. So we need to have interventions that think about that first. And I think we all have the legal and theoretical and ethical framework that we can use for this, without forgetting that the concept of environmental justice helps us also to avoid the sort of data exclusionism, the sort of data colonialism, the sort of violation and exploitation of the South that has been characterized in the last centuries. So I think we have options.
Thanks for this positive note at the end. Alexander, you raised your hand earlier. Do you still have a point you would like to make?
Sure. I actually would like to connect a couple of these points that were just discussed. One on the data center. Yeah, it shows that sometimes things are not obvious and not necessarily always easy. That was on the one side the point made. There shouldn't be any data centers in deserts, and there was on the other side the point made. Data centers should be very close to where renewable energy is. Well, that's the reason why they're in deserts, because you have solar power. Now the good news is, technology has made advances on that, and when you look at the cooling of data centers, and we nowadays have technologies where actually breaks my heart if I see it as an engineer, but this technology is actually liquid cooled, so you don't need extra power to do that, even if you're in deserts. So that's one. Second one, for all the ones that are concerned, these data centers are now built, can talk for Microsoft, but that's not necessarily only Microsoft, in a way that, you're looking into the concrete, you're looking into really every single aspect. And we, for Microsoft, for example, we have set ourselves the target to be what we call water positive. So in other words, have more water in the world that we actually consume ourselves. So there's lots of things going on. 2 points I would love to make, however. Number one, I would want to underline what earlier on Anna Crispon was saying. I believe right now there is really no reason to run data centers in a non-sustainable way. And if it needs regulation to do that, then it needs regulation. We should regulate that and say, well, we should have them on the highest standards. There's no question for me. The second point I'd love to make, even though I'm an engineer, and I love to talk about technology, we've been talking a lot about how we use technology, and that's great. I could talk for hours about it. But one of the questions that we should also have in the discussions are, why are we using technology, and why are we using AI? And what you have, and we've discussed lots of them today. You have good causes where AI can help. But you can also sometimes look and say, well, are we using technology always for the right reasons? Is it for research on climate, or is it for pure entertainment, or is it for even less significant causes? That's one. And that brings up a whole discussion and say, well, we need to have an understanding what it means to use technology. And that goes into the education sector, where I see there's lots of young folks that are using technology without thinking about it. And I think that's one of the tasks we have in our societies nowadays, and say, well, let's have a certain level of understanding what it means to use technology, and if it's always good to use technology. And again, as an engineer, I love to have technology, but it should be used for the right causes.
Thanks, Alexander. You raised a really good point. And I think this is also a good transition to my last question to Cecile. You have the task now to make the last statement. Just because I sent you a question beforehand, looking a bit into the future, what is your prognosis? To what extent will AI be a boon or a bust in terms of achieving sustainability goals?
Actually, when you see this Nature paper, I think it was from 2020, where they try to assess the use of AI and the contribution or the negative effect on the SDG, they analyzed the different aspects, and environment was, of course, one of them. And there was already at that point a clear added value of using AI, and I agree, it should be used where it is needed, where there is a concrete and substantial added value. So I think there will be a substantial help from this technology to be more sustainable economically and environmentally, and also for the society as a whole. But we need to be careful when we use it. That's what we have also the regulation in Europe. We want to establish it to protect people. So because it must be human-centric, it must be there for good and for all. That's also the inequality we don't want to have. So we should fight on the different aspects to make sure that it is really for good, and that everybody can benefit from that. And for that, we need to bring all the different actors, the users and the citizens must identify where, and we should provide them with the right information, where they can take advantage of that, where there will be an added value, and then make sure that the technology is developed in a way which addresses those challenges and take into account all the negative effect the technology can have. So working together, and also we see so many different initiatives going in the same direction, but I think we should really join forces, because working in parallel, it's a waste of effort. So we try at a small level, at European level, to already connect with the member state, build synergies among them, but much more needs to be done. And at Europe, at international level, there is the GPI working on that. There are many different things, but we need to bring that together and besides talking, acting, and make it happen.
Thank you, Cecile. I think this has been the perfect last statement, wrapping up our discussion so far. Thank you all for joining us today. It was really great to have all these different perspectives here together, and I wish you a pleasant continuation of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for an exciting panel. I learned a lot and I took away a lot. I also want to thank again one of our partners who had been, and we don't see him anymore, but Microsoft is also one of our partners supporting our conference today. And I also wanted to draw your attention to a project we are doing at Aspen, and we are continuing this next year, on agriculture and digitalization. And we are doing so together with Berlin Dialogue and the Center Liberale Moderne, and Microsoft is a partner there too. And we are looking at the benefits of digitalization for agriculture. So stay tuned. Thank you so much again to you. And now we leave you to go. I mean, you are free to go into the well-deserved first coffee break of today. And we hope to see you back in about 10, 12 minutes to continue our program. Thank you so much. Enjoy the networking and see you in a few minutes. And thank you so much again.
Thank you.
So, welcome back after a short break in a, I have to say, very sunny Berlin today, which is very unusual for early December. This is, I have to say, an amazing panel. I mean, look at this. All our panelists being here on ground, on site, to discuss this very exciting topic with us. And many of the panelists are all dear friends, and it's really nice to see you again. So thank you so much for taking the time. You're going to be introduced officially by our moderator in just a second. I also want to thank you, Helmut, for moderating this panel today. Helmut is also a dear friend of Aspen, the Aspen Institute Germany. Helmut Kranzmeier, partner, bridge maker, and as I mentioned, a dear old good friend of Aspen. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Stormy, for this kind introduction. And I'm very happy to be here and that I'm able to moderate this panel. So today we are running a hybrid session. So first of all, a warm welcome to everyone in the room and to everyone who is joining us remotely. So we have about an hour to discuss our topic, the triangle of artificial intelligence, innovation, and space. So let me first frame our topic. So Germany and the EU are facing turbulences of economic recessionary shocks related to the current crisis in a global context. Building up resilience by responding to changing economic patterns will be crucial. The utilization of AI innovation in space will largely determine whether and how we will master the current crisis. Our panel will tackle the questions of how the triangle of AI innovation in space can provide cutting-edge solutions to everyday societal problems to benefit citizens across the globe and to master the crisis. I'm very pleased to have many outstanding experts on this topic. And now let me briefly introduce our panelists. So ladies first, I would like to start with Christina Nikolaus, who is the co-CEO and co-founder of Okapi Orbits, a space tech startup that uses AI software to calculate the trajectories of debris in space and to warn space companies of possible collisions. So in a nutshell, reduce the space debris. So welcome, Christina. Then second, I would like to introduce Sabine von der Reken, who is a board member of OHB Systems AG. So OHB Systems is involved in some of the key projects of the German European space initiatives, such as Galileo navigation satellites, MTG meteorological satellites, and EMAP environmental satellites. So very warm welcome to you. Then next, I would like to welcome Dr. Andre Heinke, who is a vice president at Robert Bosch GmbH and is there responsible for corporate foresight and megatrends. So a very warm welcome to you. Then next is Matthias Wachter, who is the head of department at the BDI and is responsible for international cooperation, security policy, raw material, and space. A very warm welcome to you. And last but not least, Lars Zimmermann, who is a co-founder of GovTech Campus Germany, who is the first innovation platform for government technologies co-founded by the federal government, the 16 states, and the tech scene. A very warm welcome to you. So first, let me start with a general question to every one of you, and I kindly ask you for a sort of short answer. So in the space strategy for Europe and the research and innovation needs of the space program in the period 2021 to 2027, EU space research aims to foster a cost-effective, competitive, and innovative space industry and research community. So I would like to know from you, from your point of view, what are currently the most pressing issues on space innovation and the use of AI? So maybe just start with Christina.
Hello, thank you for being here. So in my opinion, the most crucial point is to bring all main actors of the space industry to one table. Because what we see in space is that we have extraordinarily high network effects. So we have to bring the political side, the industry, including startups and established players, as well as the civil organizations and the research side to one table, because with the joint effort, we can enable and foster sustainable innovation and also use our resources, which are limited, in a very efficient way.
Thanks a lot. So you are asking for cooperation. So maybe, Sabine, what's your opinion on that?
Cooperation in space between industries, research organizations, but also cooperations between different states. International cooperation is always very important, and this is something which is one of the extraordinary points of space has been in the last years regarding international politics. Every time on Earth, it's getting a little bit cold here in Berlin between the United States and Russia, something like this, but always the cooperation for the International Space Station was like a holy point in space. So this is at least very important, and I think that if we cooperate together, then we can also make good points regarding the demands of the society in Europe and all over the world for good space programs and good space applications.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So maybe adding with another opinion more from the industry side, Matthias, what's your opinion on that?
First of all, thank you very much for having me today. It's a great honor and pleasure. I'm very optimistic when it comes to space. I believe there are very positive developments here in Germany and in Europe as a whole. We see that a lot of new and young companies are coming online, which have great ideas and great applications and solutions of how to make society and also business more sustainable, more green, and more digital. So I think new space, the current development, it's something positive in general. But on the other side, we also see an increased, let's say, superpower competition kind of thing coming back in space. Russia, a couple of days ago, shot down one of their own satellites, generating a lot of space debris. And I think we need an international understanding that all countries which are able and are active in space somehow work together and take care of each other and think of how can we, for the long term, preserve space as a common human good and that everyone has access to it. And So I think we really need an understanding on the international level when it comes to space debris and other aspects. And what I fear a little bit is the increased militarization of space, what we are seeing. But yeah, at a whole, I think space and new space is part of the solution, but there are also some drawbacks, and I think we need to work on that.
So thanks a lot. Lars, because you're basically working on the intersection between like the tech scene and government. So what's your opinion on that?
I think talking about the tech scene, I think the tech scene is completely sold on space, so they all want to do it. I think we experience a lot of money flowing into the system, private money, by the way. So, and that's, I think, the first point I want to make, that we, again, like in many other areas, see the fact that non-government money is flowing into the sector, and they try to drive stuff very, very deeply. So we have that case, we all know this, that the billionaires, the US billionaires, they really take the space topic to move into new fronts of what they call innovation, and I think it's right. But I think a second point that we underestimate, especially in Germany, is when Amazon, when the people and when Elon Musk in Germany felt like that they would do some private competition about who's the first in space. We experience here a debate within the society that this is something that's focusing on the complete wrong issues. We have so many issues on the world to be solved, so why are they spending billions to just go to space for fun? I don't believe that is right. I think going to space is something that will drive a lot of innovation in a lot of areas. But I think you underestimate that when talking about the interaction, that the overall political context right now doesn't see or acknowledge space as a strategic innovation topic. So when you go back into economic history in Germany, you see the most important innovation areas that Germany became very good at, like the automotive industry, was an industry where the demand side, the people really pushed innovation. So they just used cars. Germans were crazy about cars. So there was a strong demand to make the cars better and better and better. And I think you need to have a domestic demanding demand side to push innovation. I don't see this in Germany, unfortunately, so far. What do I mean by that? I think we need to create a political debate also from the top level, that space is not something where we can waste German taxpayers' money. It is a very strategic area of innovation, and I think that is something that we have to address much better.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So, Andre, you're basically covering everything more from a sort of meta trend perspective. So what's your opinion on this whole topic?
Thank you, Helmut. We have to understand that there will be no European sovereignty without being innovative in space, being present in space. Innovation has always been connected with dreaming about space exploration, about a presence. The Sputnik shock has triggered a huge wave of innovation in the United States. The latest Chinese hypersonics test was connected to space as well and has triggered another shock, a shock hopefully that will be creative in positive ways. The priority should be to ensure that innovation made in Germany is being used for peaceful purposes, for understanding, for building bridges in space as well. But there'll be no automated driving without having a presence in space. We have to understand that there's a race about standardization of space components. We have a very successful company being represented by you, where other American companies have become interested, not because they are not innovative, but because they are building on the R&D capabilities that we have here in Germany and in Europe. Last point, we have to understand that many new technologies will be connected heavily to space, and we have to understand that we cannot stand in between a Chinese space technology and an American space technology. We have to ensure our own capabilities, and yet we have to be compatible to the others. And this is a very difficult game.
Yeah, thanks a lot for all these great introductory remarks. So what I would like to do is dig a bit deeper into specific areas, what we have already discussed. And I would like to start with Matthias and basically address the question of which trends and developments are worrying you and which of them you regard as positive.
Again, like I said in my introduction, I think the increased superpower competition in space, especially between the US and China, but also with Russia, is something increasingly worrying. We see an increased militarization of space. The Assad weapon used by the Russians a couple of days ago to shut down a satellite, that's something worrying. But again, on the other side, the overall development, what's going on in space, I think it's something really positive. And it was already mentioned here at the panel that space is really an enabler for new technologies on Earth. For example, autonomous driving, Industry 4.0, IoT, smart farming. This is all only possible with space-based applications and data. It's already worth mentioning that we are talking a lot about these billionaires and the space tourism, etc. But that's really a very, very small part of the overall space economy. At the moment, we have a global space economy of roughly, let's say, $400 billion, and 300 billions are space-based data and satellites who generate and transfer data. So it's really, space is at the end of the day, it's about data. And space tourism is, I think, it's less than 2% of this overall market. And it will stay at that, let's say, percentage number because the data business is growing much faster than the other aspects. So again, I'm very positive. I think new space is part of the solution, especially when we talk about climate change. And we need to set a framework that allows young companies and established companies in space to thrive. And I think Europe somehow needs to catch up a little bit. And a lot of the developments in the US I regard as very favorable. So I think we should look what's working in the US and try to bring it to Europe as well.
Thank you. So probably leaving space tourism aside, for all of this we need a lot of money. And I would like to ask a question to Christina. So what does resilience mean in the context of EU space research funding, the provision of services, and the required infrastructure for development and explorations of new technologies?
Yeah, so in my opinion, we first have to recognize how diverse the space industry and innovations from space are. This is the first point. And we also have to understand innovation as a supply chain, because not just one person innovating something, it's all supply chain and a big, long process to bring innovation to the markets. And I think all the funding schemes, if we're talking about stable funding schemes, programs, they have to be addressed to the certain development stage an innovation is in. So to give an example, if we're looking, for example, to fundamental research, where we think how can we secure that people traveling to Mars have enough food on board. These are innovations in a really early stage, having totally different constraints than a startup like us or OHB in a really late stage. So here we need first have to make sure what is our strategy and where do we want to be in 15, 20, 25 years? Where do we want to be the market leader? And once we see where we want to go, we have to back this strategy with a big amount of money and say this must be easy accessible to a wide range of researchers who can really develop fundamental research, which comes to innovation, which is going to be applicable into the industry in the future. And here we can't come with requirements looking at a return on invest. We have to see where we want to go and take risk to fund this. If we go to another stage where we see, okay, we have startups, we maybe have higher technology readiness levels, we don't have to push any program and say, okay, we just give you money, please continue doing what you do. We have to be laser focused on commercialization and see where is the business impact, where is the application field. And I think here, what, especially for space, would be super interesting if the government acts as an anchor customer and see, okay, we have a demand, we want to be sovereign in the whole ecosystem, and we need innovation for that. That we change our mindset, especially on the governmental side and the agencies and the big players, to open up for innovation and to foster this. And I think this is my strong belief that once we have the first traction, once we have the early adopters, we will have a spill in a wide range of the whole society, basically, and with this make innovation sustainable and long-lasting. And with this, we will benefit all.
So having heard more the opinion from a smaller space tech startup, I would like to ask you, Sabine, as someone who is representing a really large firm in that field. So the EU space research funding aims to help to sustain a competitive space industry, including numerous manufacturers, service providers, and operators. How do you evaluate the progress so far, and how does your company contribute to these processes?
So EU or ESA research fundings have been working very, very good, very well for, I think, startups, SMEs, large system integrators. This is it's a good system, and I think that especially the European Commission fostering their ideas for dedicated programs regarding benefits for society, like Galileo and Copernicus. It's a very good path to go and to go forward on establishing space applications, space industry, space branch as an enabler for the growth of society, and especially also for Europe's sovereignty. On the other hand, I think that seeing that, especially in the US, and especially there with the billionaires or with really private money, seeing what their next steps are, I think that Europe has to be a little bit better prepared also in the research funding. For example, Elon Musk is going to send people to Mars. Since he has all his big steps that he wanted to do, and everyone said he's not going to do that, he has done. So I'm quite sure he will do so. And I'm not sure if Europe, and maybe also Germany and the new government, is aware of what that means also for sustainable space matters, about what does people they are not sent from an agency, how do they live on Mars? What's a sustainable way to go back from Mars to Earth and saying we take all our debris with us? And I think that there is a very, very big opportunity, but also there has to be more Europe in also in regulations, and the question of how can we foster European research activities to not always being on the second place, not always seeing, okay, someone else is going there and we want to follow, but what can we do to be again on the first place? And I think that this is something that Europe has to be a little bit more breitschultrig.
So a great call for more European and German engagement in the sector. So what I would like to do now is turning to Lars and basically address the question of the digitalization of administration or e-government involves the simplification of workflows, processes of information, and the transaction within and between institutions. So is innovation being sufficiently fostered in Germany, and is there room for improvement? So the question slightly differently phrased to more German and European initiative in space. So what's here down on Earth?
So I could make it very brief and say, yes, there's a lot of room for improvement. Well, there's always room for improvement, of course. And I think of what we underestimate in Germany a little bit in this whole debate about becoming more innovative is that the institutions and the institutional settings and the organization is much more important than money. I think money is never an issue. I mean, that does sound a little bit strange, but I think when you want to do something great, you will always get money for it, right? So I think the problem really is within the institutional settings, and that is also why I doubt a little bit that reaching out to the European level right now would be the best way to do it. I say this really, I'm a strong fan of the European Union, so I don't want to make the impression that I speak against it. But I don't believe right now that Germany or the European Union will be able to speed up in a way in space when they try to do it by themselves. I think that the game of space will be more a game of co-opetition and not of pure competition. My advice would be just reaching out much more to the United States. I think the space area is a perfect area where Europe, especially Germany and the United States, and via Germany, the European Union and the United States could do much more better things together. Why? Because I think the German government, and I don't make a political case here, but the German structure of government right now, and also the institutional structure of the European Union, they are not really capable right now to orchestrate the ecosystem that you need to become successful in space. In the 60s, the space game was a 100% government game. The Russians against the United States, Europe and Germany were completely out of it. I think when we talk about tech areas like space, ecosystems are more important. So we need companies in Germany that are capable of doing it. We need institutional settings that enable the companies to do what they want. They need to have money, et cetera, But you can't say the German government will become a space tech player, or UK, or France. I think you need to find the best ecosystem between companies, institutions, regulations, the legal system, the money and the research behind it. And I think that is more like government-private partnership-based ecosystems than governments or companies. Are we prepared from a pure institutional setting to be capable in organizing these very efficiently? I'd say, unfortunately, no, but I'm per se an optimistic person. I say we have every opportunities, I think, right now. But I think we shouldn't do it by ourselves and just focus on the European level. I think we should really, get at the side of the United States in this and try to figure out, is there a way of co-opetition between Europe and the United States to explore the opportunities in space much better? We have great companies. I think the space tech ecosystem in Germany and Europe is pretty well. I think the United States knows that because the investors who now come to Europe and want to invest in European space tech, 90% comes from the United States. So, which unfortunately is always the case in every tech vertical, right? The best investors never come from Europe itself, they just come from other parts of the world. So what I want to say is follow the money. That's unfortunately a very stupid, simple question or sentence, but it's true. So if I track the investments right now, many investments come from the United States to Europe, and we should make use that money kind of flow to build an ecosystem between Germany, Europe, and the United States.
If I may briefly add on that, I fully agree with what Lars just said. I think in general we need a different approach of how we address these issues and how we, let's say, do space. At the moment, everyone recognizes it is a huge issue. There are huge potentials. So the debate is going. We need, let's say, we need to put more government money into development, etc. Yeah. On the other side, the US, they are not doing that. What they do is they are giving, and Christina mentioned that before, they are giving contracts to companies who compete with each other. 80% of the contracts Elon Musk and SpaceX has and gets are from NASA, from the US government, from NSA, the US Space Force, etc. So what they are doing, they are handing out contracts, they are working together with private companies, and they not put the money in a way into, let's say, research as we do. We very often think if we just increase the research budgets, everything will be good. But at the end, what happens here in Germany is we do a lot of research, we have great developments, but we don't monetize it at the end, and we don't have products which are, let's say, competitive on the European or international level. So I really think we need to change our system a little bit, look how the US is doing it very successfully, and give more contracts, and even if it's very small contracts, to innovative companies in the space sector. And I think this will really boost innovation and will help the companies to develop products which are successful at the market.
Thanks for this additional remark, because I would like to ask Andre a question that is basically adding to this ecosystem and follow the money narrative. So from your perspective, what are sort of general and major trends of innovation, and in which areas is the factor for resilience remarkably high or low?
In general, you are only taken seriously if you bring something to the game. If you want to become a client state, you are just one customer and you stand in line and you depend on political ties or on money flows. With all due respect to our American partners, and Aspen stands for the Transatlantic relationship, GPS, to take one practical example of navigation, has been in the past been restricted or not, depending on the security situation, which is not always clear to us. And I mean German companies, German authorities. National security thinking and using national security as a purpose for economic gains and alliances has been an increasing trend in the past few years. We will only be taken seriously in Washington and in San Francisco and in the Valley if we bring something to the game and where we have options to probably fall back on in case the Trump administration comes back in 2024, and probably it will be a take it or leave it approach, as we have experienced in 5G. We do not want to be in a position to be strong-armed for domestic American political reasons which we cannot influence. This we can only do if we are united in Europe with our French friends who have a great experience in space as well, if we keep our lines open to all the innovative companies that have probably Russian roots, Chinese engineers, but are based in the Silicon Valley or in Israel or wherever. The general trend has been to be independent in a sense, but data is, and was mentioned many times by you, is increasingly the trend that is connected to space, to navigation, to communications, and so on. Developing a joint standard with the United States on data exchanges, that would be a practical first step in using their technology and using our technology in probably bringing up Gaia X in a certain sense and building trust starting from there. That has been a trend that is quite reliable.
Maybe just emphasizing a bit more on this narrative that we had for more European initiative and probably more investment from European or German governments into the sector. So maybe to you, Sabine, where are the sort of great examples of initiatives or companies that we have seen in Europe on that?
Investing in space?
Yeah, so basically government initiatives, grants, money into sort of best class examples that are basically European based. Yeah, very little, I assume. Maybe others that might help. So I think the narrative is we are always arguing for, obviously, cooperation, Europe, the US, but also with a strong emphasis on Europe's independence or Europe's sort of initiatives. And so the question is there anything of substance that we can bring to the table from a European, German perspective?
Of course we can. Europe and especially Germany has extraordinary experience in Earth observation, instruments, satellites, programs, data services. It's really especially regarding applications. Since the US market is not so transparent for us in that case, so we don't really have the total number of satellites being launched in the United States because most of them are for military uses, and I think it's quite understandable that the United States Army is not sending newsletters out about their space, their military satellites. But although we don't really know how many satellites are being built in the United States, and we don't know the whole specifications, we know that German and European companies are working on a very high level. We know that from our export activities and knowing that especially some states in Asia or also in the Middle East are really asking for European technology in here. So at least also the tradition in Europe for space companies and especially the focus on applications, on not so much, but in the beginning there was also a focus on big research programs, but Europe has been very successful in applications for a growing European society. So this is something which we totally can bring to the table. I think on the other hand, you see that since Europe has been very successful in astronautics space, the European service module has been built in Bremen by Airbus, but it's from Bremen, and this is flying with Orion, and it's going to be one of the key elements for the Lunar Gateway. So there are many good examples and projects where Europe and Germany have been very successful, and there is something that we can bring to the table. But again, this is something that we can bring more from a governmental approach. So this is where agency sits together on the table, and this is already it's very good. It's good working, but I think that we have to open our mind for more space activities in the commercial sector, and this is a little bit complicated because we don't have that big amount of money in Europe as it is in the United States. And since space has always been and will be always also with a very big impact on strategic and also governmental and institutional demands, we have to find ways to follow the money and not only to follow it, but to bring it to Europe. And we have to be innovative, and we have to find ways to be attractive for US capital.
Thank you for this remark, and I just saw Lars having an additional comment on that.
There's a company called Mynaric, which is basically a German company. So they're very international, also big in the United States. But that's a space tech company that does, I don't understand the technological issues here, but that does laser-based comms technology in space. And this seems to be a technology that is so important that the German government is considering restricting investments from others into that company. So, but that's very typical for Germany. So they say, okay, or they don't say, okay, you need 400, 600, 700 million. The German government could say, you get it from us. We give you the money, because we see so many investors who want to invest in you, the American government, whatever, others. We say, let's restrict, let's build a law to restrict investments from others into the company. And that is, I think, that makes very clear what the lack of mindset is here. When I said follow the money, the best, for me, the best sign that a great technology is somewhere, that a company has a great team, that it has a lot of potential, are the investments from private equities, from VCs. Government is not a smart investor. I'm very sorry to say this. I don't know any government in the world that provides smart money. DARPA is a little bit different, but I won't consider that as really a government organization, because this is the only organization that is left alone completely. And I totally believe you won't be able to build up DARPA again today. So that was a coincidence, the right people at the right time. And the US can be very, very lucky that they have that kind of organization where only 250 people work with billions of money each year. But why don't we give away the money to companies where a lot of others private investors are in, and just tell them, look, if you want to scale and grow, we don't need to make a law to prohibit others to invest in you. Stay in Europe because we have the money. I mean, the German government, of course, could invest 400 billion in such a company. The German government, maybe another entity. But that is what I mean. So we don't even have to figure out what is a good technology or a great company or not so great. We will also, at any time when you do investment, there will be a lot of failures. You have to write things off. That's how life is, right? But if we just figure out how to build up with our own money 4 to 6 to 7 companies, I think we will be much better off in the end than providing another research program which is funded by the German Federal Minister of Research. It's nice and it's good, but I think it's money not well spent. Research does need money, and they will get it also from corporates, by the way. It's not only the government money. But in the end, the question is, do companies have the money to scale and to expand? And you need to have the ability to invest also in the national interest. Germany doesn't have that kind of entity that is capable of doing it. There's now the plan to change it. I wish the best to actually do it. But I think we need to reach out to the world, and that's really the last sentence that I want to say. The storytelling of Germany as an industrial nation, as an industry nation, should really be right now going out to the world and say to all the funders, to all the startup people, to all the entrepreneurs, if you need money to scale, if you need 400, 600, 700 million euros maybe, you need to come to Germany. That should be the basic narrative. It's not about 20, 40, 50, 100 million. There's a lot of money right now in the system, so it's not the problem to get 100 million. But really going out to Asia, to the United States, to all the parts of the world and say, if you have a very industrial-based, a very hardware-based, software-based kind of thing, Germany has a story about hardware, has a story about this kind of stuff, very research-heavy. Come to Germany because here is the organization that can provide you with 500 million euros. It sounds a little bit strange, but I think now is the time because there's so many big, great ideas coming up. And if we're not doing it, I'm quite sure the US will do it, and they are quite good in doing it together with a private P&E with all the funds, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have the funds, unfortunately. We are not capable in using the money to do this. So we have to build it up as a government entity, and I think that's the best money we could spend. I think Space Tech needs something like that.
A little bit faster. That's one of the key problems we have. It's taking so much time. If you have a new research program, then you can apply for a grant, and then someone in the government is checking it, and it's coming back with other questions, and 2 years later, you may have or may have not starting a program which takes you 5 years, and most of the startups, if they don't get the money in the first year, they away.
That would be my question before we open up to the floor, because we have an entrepreneur here and a German-based startup. So what is your experience with dealing with the government, if you have to, or with external investors into your idea? Is this something that was positive perception, or do you see all these issues we are discussing? So what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so we as a German startup with a long heritage in space research, we see that we have a really strong standing, especially out of Germany. So Middle East is super interested, Asia Pacific, the US, they're looking at our research and see, okay, we invested heavily since the 70s in our field as one of the first institutes dealing with the topic of space debris when no one else did. And they see this, that we have an advantage from our research coming, and also the customers see this advantage that we're having and that they trust German technology. And I didn't believe that before I founded my startup, that made in Germany is real a quality seal and people love it. And they say, okay, you're independent, we trust your engineers, you have good products. So this is a really big benefit for us. But investments in Europe are super different to investments from external Europe. You have investment processes which are longer, you have to fulfill more KPIs, it's more, you have to have more numbers prepared, which is very difficult for a young startup. So we are 3 years old, and sometimes we just meet the glass wall where we don't fulfill requirements basically in some cases, and we see that that non-European investors are often more likely to take more risk, and they say, okay, we believe in the team, we believe in the technology, you've proven traction, so we're trusting you and want to invest. So this is what we experience as a startup.
Maybe just an additional follow-up question on this. Would you prefer state money or private money as an investor in your startup?
I think private money helps you to focus on commercial products, to a commercial product market fit, to really serve a market need. So in this case, I think private investors play a crucial role and can play a better role than the governmental money. But governmental money is super important, I think, for research topics, for being with the startup, even if it gets rough and even if the sales cycles and development cycles are longer. But it's hard to get there because, as Sabine said, you fill a lot of documents, a lot of bureaucracy involved. But once you're there, I think it's a good partner to work on long-term innovations.
Great insights from everyone. So what I would like to do is open up the questions to the floor. Are there any questions? So be so kind to introduce yourself. Not Stormy, but please go ahead.
I do find the topic really, this is why we choose it for this conference, because I'm so fascinated by it. I do have a couple of questions. The first one is to Christina, because I just want to visualize what you're doing or what you're planning to do. Will there be big nets in the space catching the debris, or how is that going to work? I do have a couple of questions to the others before you answer. The second question is who actually owns space? I mean, is it something we can divide up? I mean, there's a law for the seas, but there really isn't a law for space yet. So who's going to get a piece of the pie, and who decides that? And maybe all of you can explain that a little bit to me. And then the last question to all of you is, like, if you have a vision for 2050, how is space going to look like? Is it really people on Mars, or is it a gazillion of satellites up there, or lots of debris flying around, or how is your picture at that time?
So who would like to go first? Maybe Christina. Goes to you.
So coming back to what Okapi Orbits does, so we're not in the field of active debris removal, so we're not cleaning up anything up there, but we monitor what's up there and simulate how objects are going to behave in relation to satellites, to micro launchers. So we say, okay, there's space debris coming to your satellite, you have to maneuver, and this maneuver has to look like X, Y, Z. So this is basically what we are doing, and using artificial intelligence to fuse these big data streams and to have a precise, holistic overview. So it's like Flight Radar 24, just for orbit.
All right. Who would like to take the question on who owns space?
Basically, nobody, or all of us. There is a law restricting the militarization of space. That has been something out of a coexistence coming from this MAD concept, mutual assured destruction. What we see is when the ABM treaty was cancelled by the Bush administration, by the second Bush administration, that was a sign for the Russians and for the Chinese that their second strike capability is being threatened. So this race to dominate the commanding heights in space is on. And every test, the one by Russia that you mentioned, the Chinese one a couple of years ago, I think in 2007, the American capabilities that are there, the hypersonic thing, this all points to a race to dominate space in order to be the foremost military power on Earth. Why did the Chinese land a rover on the dark side of the moon? That points to the future, to the time frame that you mentioned, Stormy, 2050, where increasingly rare earth things that you need in order to dominate current and future technologies will not be found on Earth anymore, but will be found on asteroids, on the moon, on other planets. And this is about buying a share into future capabilities. This might be something that we experienced on Earth in the 16th and 17th century, where the spots on the globe included many white spaces. The white spaces today are in space. And the more you develop a technological capability, which was in the past steam or gunpowder or something, space technology will kind of tell others what you are capable of doing in space and dominate value chains in the future. This is my view, at least. Therefore, it's important that Europe has some skin in the game.
All right, any other remark on that one? Matthias?
Concerning who owns space, there is an outer space treaty, international one, from the 60s. And it says pretty much that all nations, all humans, should have fair and equal access to space, and space is something that belongs to mankind as a whole and not to one country specifically. So there is, let's say, a kind of common understanding, but I think we need to update that, because in the Outer Space Treaty, for example, there is no mentioning of asteroid mining. So the German approach to asteroid mining is, because it's not mentioned in the Outer Space Treaty, it is not allowed, and we don't do it, and we don't want to be involved. The US approach is, it's not mentioned, and therefore it's of course allowed, yeah, because it is not mentioned. And I think we need to very quickly update this Outer Space Treaty, because as soon as asteroid mining and other activities starts, and some countries will have their first cake, the piece of cake of it, it will get very, very difficult to, let's say, to update that anymore. So we need, and that would be my looking at 2050. My vision, or what I would hope for, is that we get an update of the Outer Space Treaty, that we have a common understanding when it comes to using space, using the LEO, the low Earth orbit. That's where all the satellites at the moment are. So that we address space debris, that we address on the international level things like asteroid mining, and then I think we will have, or could have, a kind of fair competition in space, and this will drive innovation, new technologies, and I'm 100% sure that we will reach Mars, that we will colonize Mars, that we will have permanent presence on the moon. I think it will come faster than many believe, because the innovation cycles are so fast at the moment. And I think if we get, let's say, the challenges sorted out, it will be a very exciting future.
Yeah, thanks a lot. What I would like to do is, because there are some questions coming from virtual participants, one is, and that is probably a question to you, Sabine. So what does privatization of space and space flight mean for AI? What role does AI play here?
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure if I know that from A to Z. I think that space flight and the whole space branch is, since we are always a little bit ahead, and we are very innovative, and we have to develop technologies that should be innovative in 5 years. We have that very close connection to AI. But to be honest, I'm not really sure from today's perspective, flying to space with launchers, and it's really not that important if it's with humans or not, is more, it's a hardware thing dealing with physics, because once you have to get the step from Earth, gravity, something that is very important for that, and most of the rockets that we know today, they are not really, stupid rockets, but they are rockets. So I don't think that AI has been really a big thing in the development of the actual rockets, but since we have to be aware of AI in everything that we develop, this will be, of course, be a big part in future developments, but not only for space flight, for rockets going to space, but especially for infrastructure in space. So satellites and especially constellations, yes, they have to work with AI in the future.
All right. There's another question that is, AI is often seen as a useful tool in space exploration, especially when it comes to a task humans are not able to perform. So what are the challenges? What role does AI play in Mars exploration? Anyone prepared for that one? Andre?
A short remark on exactly that topic. Since it takes a while and you have to ensure steady oxygen flow, evaluate the overall situation, and it takes a long time for communications to reach Earth, to react back and so on. You need AI systems integrated into a Mars spacecraft in order to ensure the survival of those astronauts, cosmonauts, taikonauts, however you call them. Everybody will need them, the Chinese, the Russians, the Americans, the Europeans. And another field where AI is being used is to reach 2050, to avoid misunderstandings. Remember that incident in the middle of the 80s where a Russian officer decided that it was not an American attack, but some geese flying over Siberia or over Alaska. In the future, and we are lucky then, you need AI systems telling this is a serious threat, because the reaction time, hypersonics was mentioned, is becoming shorter and shorter. And a president in the US that turned 79, that will be woken at 3:30 in the morning, before he understands what is the matter, because the chain of command puts through the information to him. You need at least some double check by AI systems that this is not a matter of survival.
Thanks a lot. So regarding time, we have to come to an end. But before that, I would like to come back to Stormy's great question and address this to Lars. So from the vision point of view, so what can we expect like in 50 years' time regarding space and utilization of space?
I think no one knows. That's unfortunately the case. So whatever happens, if I would say what I would like to happen, I think the space topic could become a topic where people, societies say, let's not waste money on space. Just before we spend $1 billion on space or something, let's just raise rents, for example. So I think that's really a question that is under-addressed. How open and willing societies are really to move into that very, very far-reaching kind of innovation area. I think quick wins are very important, as always. So maybe we find ways when it comes to the ecological impact of production, maybe we can bring it into parts of the outer space area to prevent ecological impact of some production issues on Earth. I think all the energy issues maybe might be not solved by using space tech, but I think it could be better addressed, maybe. And if we would find a way, maybe collecting kind of sun energy from space and bring it to Earth, and find a way to reduce CO2 and all these kind of things, I think that will completely turn around the perception about the impact of space tech and space-based research to mankind. If that is not happening, I think space most likely will be a private-dominated kind of innovation area. I don't see, or I think the development is completely open, whether it will be government-driven, government-owned, or privately owned. Because when we talk about artificial intelligence, for example, we are not talking about government capabilities here. When it comes to AI, it's only private companies, private organizations who own the AI capabilities. No government is actually better than a private organization. And I think we will experience that in space also. So the game is completely open, whether we will have space as a government-regulated area or an area where private organizations do whatever they can do because they can do it.
Unfortunately, we have to come to an end. So thanks a lot to all your insights and remarks to my panelists. And thanks a lot to everyone participating in the room and virtually. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so very, very much. After a lot of food for thought, there is now food for you outside. We do now have a lunch break. We will reconvene at 1:45, according to my notes. I hope to see you back here again. It was a wonderful panel. Thank you so much. And after the lunch break, we will dive a little deeper into government capabilities. And we already heard a pretty pessimistic view on government smart money, or not so smart money, and that there is, in German we would say, a little bit Raum nach oben for improvement. And that's what we are going to look at after the break, AI and government capabilities and administration. So enjoy the lunch break and see you later again. Thanks so much. Back to our Aspen Artificial Intelligence Conference 2021. After a really exciting morning, we have another whole set of exciting topics for this afternoon, exciting panels, discussions, and panelists. And it is a particular pleasure welcoming now to the stage Corinna Kretzer. She is an expert not only on artificial intelligence issues, but also government issues, administration issues. You can tell us a lot what we need to improve with regard to administration, good administration, and innovation. She is Senior Managing Director and part of the Managing Board of Accenture ASG, and that is Austria, Switzerland, and Germany, not Australia. This is why I took extra care with Accenture. And I have to say, I always loved working with Accenture when I was still at BI and responsible for the business trendy. Accenture was one of the leading forces in also bringing gender issues onto gender gap issues and diversity issues into the equation. And you did some wonderful work on the international scene. And now their wonderful work in supporting us in the Artificial Intelligence Conference. Thank you so very, very much. We will hear a kickoff talk, first by you, but then we will also have a discussion up here with a person you've already heard and seen this morning, Lars Zimmermann, and he's going to join us in a few minutes. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Always a little bit strange to stay in front, to stand in front of a very empty room, but nevertheless, I hope we got many people out there who watch it online. So it's really a pleasure to speak here on the Aspen Conference, and once again, thank you for the warm welcome. And today it's about the future of public sector in Germany. And having in mind that just last week, the designated German government published the coalition agreement, there couldn't be a better time to talk about that. And indeed, if you look in the coalition agreement, state modernization is center stage, and there's a strong focus on digital transformation and innovation. We see a lot of bold ambitions, and it's really the time to get it right this time. If you look at it, there's a clear need for action, and I think we are all aware of the challenges we are facing. It's not only about managing the current pandemic, it's also about the need to achieve the UN development goals, and also not to forget to really maintaining our competitiveness in an increasingly divided world. So Germany and Europe really needs to fight for the competitiveness in this space. So what do we need? We definitely need bold political decisions, but I think it's also clear that we also need a strong government and a strong public administration, because to bring political decisions into action, we definitely need a strong public sector in Germany. If we look at the public sector and the public administration today, and we heard it today in the morning, I think Lars, you were also mentioning it, there's room for improvement. We need to act a bit differently. It's topics around user centricity, if you think about, for example, how applications for approval should happen, to really make all the investments which are supposed to happen in the near future when it comes to climate change and so on. If we really want to have it as a kind of impact, these processes need to change, need to manage subsidies in a different way. And we also need to make sure that project management happens in a more professional manner to really deliver reliable results. So overall, we definitely need creative solutions, and we need to leverage new technologies. And if you bring it together, it's about really having applied innovation in the public sector. If you look at where we are starting at, it's not very impressive compared to other states where Germany currently stands. We are far behind our aspiration level as a fourth largest national economy. But if you look at scores like, for example, the DESI index, the European Index for Digitization from 2021, Germany is number 16 out of 27. If we look at the e-government monitor from D21, which just recently got published, it also states that the state itself is progressing only slowly and lags far behind developments in business and private life. So why are we doing so slowly, so poorly compared to other states? I think there are a few reasons behind it, and I only want to cover some of them. One is definitely if we look at the German constitution, because our German constitution ensures departmental sovereignty. It's about federalism and local autonomy. And that's all for good reasons, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it makes large-scale transformations, if you want to do something cross-ministry or cross-level, definitely more difficult. And there are also soft factors which we need to take into account if we're talking about innovation in the public sector in Germany. So the German administrative culture is based on Max Weber, on his organizational sociological understanding. And according to Max Weber, bureaucracy is a formally most rational form of exercising power. But what does it mean? It's characterized by consistency, precision, tautness, and reliability. And all that together causes silo structures, which we see in many areas, risk avoidance, and definitely also a lack of error culture. Mehr Fortschritt wagen, dare for more progress. That's the theme of the designated new government, and this also needs to become true for the public administration. So if we want to make a difference, we definitely need change. So what needs to be changed to really bring out the potential of innovation in the public sector? I would like to cover 4 different areas. First of all, technology, culture and skills, new work, and governance. Let me start with technology, and also to be very clear, also coming from a tech company, technology does not solve everything, but it's definitely an important basis. And when we are talking about a digital governance, we definitely need a sovereign cloud. And this is not only about having any kind of infrastructure services and having a scalable infrastructure. It's much more also the basis for modern and flexible data management. And without modern and flexible data management, we will not be able to leverage AI in any way. It's also the platform for joint development and use of solutions. So it's not necessary that each and every agency does his or her its own kind of solution. And therefore, it is very important that we establish a sovereign platform which is used across all levels of government or public administration, so federal, state, and local. And the good thing is, if we look at the current cloud strategy of the public sector in Germany, it's hinting in that direction, that the objective is really to have one joint platform for all 3 state levels. This leads to my second technology point. We also need a modern service architecture. And we talk quite a bit about online Zugangsgesetz, the online access law, with that kind of einer für alle concept, one for all concept. I think that's something which we also need to apply for internal processes within the administration, within the government, to really make sure that we standardize and leverage synergies as far as possible to really speed up in bringing stuff forward. And finally, we definitely also need a digital identity for each and every citizen in Germany, which is safe and which is easy to use. So much on technology, but as said, technology is not everything. Culture and skills are also very key levers. And I already mentioned the point around lack of error culture. If you look at the culture of public sector in Germany, it's pretty much around avoiding mistakes. And this is in quite a bit of a contradiction to innovation, because if you want to innovate, you also need to try out stuff. And you also need to take into account that you will fail. And fail fast is one of the themes of agile organizations. If I always want to make everything correct, I will not be innovative. So the public sector really needs to provide room for a culture where I can innovate, where it's allowed to make mistakes, where it's allowed to fail. And of course, experimentation clauses, agile ways of working, digital labs, and so on are all levers to push that kind of innovation. But I think we also need to take or keep in mind that it also might need a bit of change in the way media looks at public sector and the way how fairs are covered in media. And we also might need to rethink the way that the Court of Auditors is currently acting when it comes to public sector projects. Besides culture, of course, it's also about skills. And this will definitely not be a one-off exercise. And it's not only about training IT people in the latest technologies. It's about basic technical skills for each and everybody in the public sector. It's about not only having an IQ, but also having a TQ, a technology quotient, which is needed. Because when we are talking about innovation, digitization, we need both sides. We need the IT side, but we also need the functional experts. So it's about new technologies, new methodologies, new ways of working, and this will never stop. It's going to be an ongoing process. So we had technology, culture, and skills. Let's talk about new work, because new culture and skills will only have an impact if they're applied in the day-to-day work. Therefore, the organizational framework and prerequisites need to be changed as well. What do I mean by this? We need to think about work location, we need to think about career paths, we need to think about role requirements, we need to think about compensation, incentives, and so on, when we are talking about civil servants. And last but not least, I want to focus on the fourth area, the area of governance. So the right governance is a key lever for large-scale and speedy transformation of the entire government. And all of you probably followed quite a bit the discussion around, do we need a dedicated ministry for digitization, yes or no? From my perspective, it should not be about the question, do we need a ministry, yes or no? It is rather about the question, which governance really fuels a speedy digital transformation? And we did a study together with Professor Korte from the NRW School of Governance. And what we looked at is, what does successful digital governance look like? So more precisely, we were interested if having a digital ministry would really improve our DESI index in the near future. And so what we did, we analyzed the digital governance of 3 countries, which are quite far ahead in the DESI index, so they are ranked high on the one hand side, and they improved quite a bit over the last years. And surprisingly, none of them got a ministry for digitization. But all of them definitely have governance structures in place, and they all have a central place, a central office where the threads of digitization come together. And if you look at it a little bit closer, they have 5 aspects in common. First of all, that kind of central organizational hub, which got the mandate to really drive digitization. They got clear cross-level collaboration models, so it's absolutely clear who is responsible for what and how the interfaces work together. They got the right people and the right skills on board, not only a few, but enough of them. And I think that's also a key element, they got a clear budget responsibility, how to spend money, on what kind of projects to spend money, and how to drive digitization forward. And they are also focusing on synergies for joint progress created through targeted knowledge exchange. So technology, culture, skills, new work, and governance, all are key levers to drive innovation in the public sector and to make a real impact in the new way public administration brings political decisions into action. With that, I want to stop here, and I would like to ask Lars on stage for a more detailed discussion on what can we change in terms of innovation in government. So, Lars, maybe we start with a short introduction of the GovTech Campus. So you're one of the masterminds behind the GovTech Campus. What kind of role, what kind of objective does the GovTech Campus have when it comes to innovation in the public sector in Germany?
First of all, thanks for having me and explaining what the GovTech Campus does, who hasn't opened yet. So we are in the last phase of preparing the official opening. So it's basically about bringing external innovations to government and the public sector. So we believe that there's a great technology scene, not only in Germany, but also in Europe. And government and public sector can collaborate with these companies to bring these solutions into government, to strengthen the tech scene. And then, of course, in the long run, to provide what we are also, naming as the digital sovereignty aspects. If you want to be sovereign on tech, you need to be able to have your own tech that you can use. And the best way to do it is strengthen the own tech scene, use their products and solutions, and bringing this together is the main mission of the GovTech Campus.
And what kind of concept do you have to really improve or strengthen that kind of collaboration between the different parties to really play that kind of ecosystem?
Yeah. First, it's a governance model, which is really pretty unique. So we did great research globally and said, is this the first kind of GovTech Campus of that kind? And we can say yes. So basically, for the first time in Germany, the federal government, the Länder, which is the main regions in Germany, we have 16 of them, and in the long run, also the city level. We have over 11,000 city governments in Germany, quite a lot. So the main question was, how can we bring them together in one institutional setting? And the GovTech Campus, for the first time, is where all these three layers can come together in this one entity, which is the GovTech Campus, which is pretty new. But that's not enough. We said, it doesn't make sense that only government is doing this, and it wouldn't also make sense if only the tech scene would provide something like this. So we said, why not trying it out and bringing the technology scene, the startup scene, the investors, the developers, the founders, the entrepreneurs together with these government layers. Let's also integrate the top research organizations on applied research, which is important. And of course, let's also bring in the nonprofit agencies. There are a lot of nonprofits who do great stuff on, data security, who make up their minds about the sovereignty issue. So bringing what I always say, bringing the best of breed together from the GovTech scene, providing them with that platform where they can actually co-ideate, co-create, and co-learn together. You just mentioned what you think has to be done. And we said, we need to build a platform where this is possible. And maybe as a last word, we don't do that only as a hybrid model or a virtual model. We felt like a good way to bring this GovTech scene together is also to provide a co-innovation space, so really a location where government agencies can send their digital teams in, where startups will be, where investors will be, where civil society will be. So providing them with an opportunity to, first of all, meet and see each other and know about each other. And of course, Germany is a highly federalized country, so we organize the campus in a way that we will open not only a campus place in Berlin, which is pretty nice. We are also planning opening up the GovTech Campus in other Länder. We started with Hamburg and Hesse, which are two very entrepreneurial kind of countries when it comes to digitizing of government, but we're also negotiating with many other Bundesländer.
Yeah, and I had the opportunity to visit the location in Berlin, and I must say it's really impressive. It's really top-notch in terms of innovation space, and I think we are all looking forward when it's opened.
Everyone does.
Okay, so Lars, let's get a little bit more into what we expect from the kind of next government. And I talked quite a bit about the prerequisites for innovation. Is there anything specific from your point of view, what you would like to ask from the new government to really provide space to really drive innovation and bring it forward?
Well, the first thing I think is to understand that it's not about technology in the first place. So Germany loves to talk about technology all the time. I like technology very much, but that's not the most important kind of stuff. Yeah. So you just mentioned it. I think leadership is very important, and the organizational and the cultural issue is very important. So I don't want to say that the outgoing government had no leadership behind it, but I think that our focus was far too we focus too much on processes. Like we have a government service and it was very analog, so we digitized the service and now we have a digital government service. That's basic stuff. So it doesn't sound nice, but I also tell this to government officials, so it's just not blaming them here. For example, what we do right now in Germany when it comes to digitizing the government services is pretty much nothing else than digitizing the past. Because what we actually do right now is what other countries did 10 years ago. So it's great that it's done, and I'm quite sure in 2, 3, and 4, 5 years we will have a very basic kind of top-notch digital services. But there's no addressing right now about what is the impact of artificial intelligence, what technologies can be used to make governments better, how do technologies change the way government is operating. So, and this is what we want to address. So how does it have to be? I think it's definitely necessary that we don't see digitizing of government like a procedural kind of thing, which is a nice to have. I think it's a strategic issue of any government in the future, because if democracies are not getting technological savvy, what I call it, I think they won't be able to survive. So that sounds very harsh, but if you have a look around the world, if you own technologies, if you're capable, we had the artificial intelligence aspect. Right now, if you look around the world, no government is artificial intelligence savvy. So all the skills, they are based in private companies. And sooner or later, government will not be able to speed up with them. And of course, there will be then the question, who just owns the power of AI? And if you own the capability, you own pretty much of the value chain, and you own pretty much of the things that you can do in the society. So leadership is important. And maybe as a second and last point, this is the organizational issue, not only in Germany, but especially in Europe. We have the thing that governments are pretty much organizing the way they have been organized 150 to 200 years ago. Prussia in Europe was very famous. We all like Prussia. They did a lot of great stuff when it came to renovating how a state is run. But we are now in the same situation. So we have a federalism that has been invented at a time where nothing we use on a daily basis ever existed. There was no internet, there was no iPhone, there was no platform business. So I think it's time to, just ask the question, if we want to become a digital savvy government, to make government better, that's very important, right? Yeah. What do we have to do to actually do it? And I think it should be time to think about, do we have to have a new process to change the way federalism is working, what we call in Germany the Staatsreform. It's a big word, but I think it's definitely time to update federalism, because the context right now that Germany has to operate in, like any other European government, also the US government, if you ask me, is completely different from what we had even 20 years ago. And I think especially the German federalism is not capable in addressing these issues the way it could be. And I don't want to make an argument to get rid of federalism. I'm a big fan of the federalism way, but I think we have to adapt it to the technological context.
And I think especially when we are talking about federalism, it's sometimes also used as an argument in a context, in a technology context, where you wouldn't need to talk about federalism.
Yes,
you can find solutions of collaborations that keep the federalism. So
absolutely.
That's, I think, sometimes very easy excuse as well.
Yeah,
some of the points. So I guess you already also had a look in the new coalition agreement and the different initiatives, topics, ambitions which are in there. And when we got a new government in place, it's also about really realizing first achievements fast. So are there any kind of topics, initiatives, climate change, whatever, where you would start if you would be in government to really demonstrate that they can deliver results which are tangible for the citizens?
Yes, so the question is, will it happen? I don't know, but of course, I think on an organizational level, every ministry, for example, on federal level, but also on the Länder level, they have all the requirements and prerequisites that they need to change the way how a ministry is working. I know that this sounds a little bit ridiculous. The Germans here who know how German government system is working, it's not easy to change it, but they could immediately do it. So we have in Germany right now this huge debate about agility in government and government organization, and I like it, and I think it's right. But too often we talk about this as a theoretical concept only. So when I talk to government officials, that take the first 5 processes in your ministry and make them agile and do it. Just not wait for anyone telling you that you have to do it, so just change it. And if it's just a very simple process. So I think it could have been done already, but there's a reason why they're not doing it, right? Because everyone waits for this grand strategy that someone says we will change it in whole government. So the ownership about doing things by yourself without waiting for someone else is also a mindset and a cultural issue that I think should be addressed. And that could be a quick win. I think what's great in the coalition agreement is that there will be, for the first time, a kind of this one single budget when it comes to digital projects. I think that will help to make things a little bit quicker because it's clear where the money comes from. And if you work with government very often, the idea, everyone said it's a great idea, but the time that really is a little bit exhausting is watching the government to check where the money comes from. So that can take years, right? So that will speed up the processes a little bit. And I think digital identity is something that you also mentioned. I think that's really something where Germany has to speed up tremendously, because without digital identities, you won't be able to digitize government. It's very simple.
And I think the situation which we had with the digital identity is a perfect example of an error culture at the end.
Absolutely.
Because they tried it, they did it very fast.
Yeah.
I think they just could keep on and fix the issues.
Absolutely. And there's another thing that I think gives us a lot of pressure, and that is that Apple, for example, a few months ago, they did an announcement saying that you can upload your ID in the wallet. So I think most of us use Apple Pay. So, and 9 states in the United States just agreed that the driver license can, be uploaded in the wallet, and you can use that. And this is for the first time where one of the big platform companies just moves into the GovTech scene, because we all use Apple, most of us, not everyone, but most of us. We have the hardware, they have the software, they have the brand, they have the design, and from one day to another, Apple moved into the GovTech scene. So if governments don't do it, companies like Apple will become huge, important players within the GovTech scene. My projection is that they will be already a big player in this. But this is something that a lot of government officials, I won't say that they don't understand it, but I think that they don't really want to deal with that question, is that there is competition for governments. A lot of governments believe there's no one else who can compete with us because we are the only government, right? But companies like Apple and Amazon and all the others, they are competing with government services, and that, of course, means that there will be competition for governments.
Absolutely. Look at the Corona app. It's based
something
on
like
Apple
that.
and Google technology at the end.
And we saw that also in the space issues. So the more the more relevant private companies are, because they have the capabilities, and it also is the same with the data issue, right? So just look into health tech. If you want to analyze all health data, there are only companies who are capable in doing it, not a government organization. So if the government wants to actually do it, they need to hire a company that has the people. They can pay the people much better than any government would ever pay them. Yeah. So there is, a shift of power, because it's not about, who owns the biggest armies, for example. If you have a technological capability that needs a lot of investment, it's not easy for government to cope up, and that means that power is shifting to that kind of private organizations.
Absolutely. Let's look at it from a different angle. You're an absolute expert in the startup scene. Is there anything which government could learn from the startup scene?
Well, yes and no, because you can't really compare a government system with a startup organization.
Completely agree. But in terms of innovation, agility, being fast, trying stuff.
Sure. So, there is this kind of risk thing. So I think if you know that the risk is calculable for yourself, every startup founder would take the risk, right? Saying, okay, there is a risk in everything, life is a risk, but we're just taking it because we feel like it's calculable for us. Government needs to have a 200% insurance that will be working. And it's a little bit sarcastic because the government is waiting a long time to have this kind of 200% certainty. So the longer you wait, the more likely it is that it doesn't work, right? So having a little bit more this kind of risky attitude, it doesn't mean that government has, to spend money wherever it wants to. So it doesn't mean that you shouldn't evaluate how risky the business is that you want to do. But I think you can learn from that. I think hiring processes are totally forgotten in government. Startups scale and grow because they are capable in hiring great talent. The HR perspective is very important, and there is a reason for that, why the best people don't want to go to government. They go to a lot of startups because they have the working environment there, not only physically with nice offices, but also they just know they can grow, they can learn and all that stuff. That brings me to the last point, and you also mentioned it, the learning things. What skills do you need to have? So we have 4.8 million people working in German public sector. It's very likely that there will be a gap in talent also in the next 20 years because there's a shortage of talent, and the public sector will experience it. So there is the need to skill up or to upskill the public administration people. And of course, there are a lot of programs, but I think they don't address the tech issues properly. So there is one goal, and that would be also a wish for German government, just build the best education program for public administration when it comes to tech. There's no upskilling program right now from the German government to all the cities and all the Länder, and that would be something very, very easy to actually do because you need to have a very skilled workforce.
Absolutely agree, and I think it's really not only the IT people, it's around each and every...
It's really everywhere. So we just experience it when we go out to Länder because of the campus. So you have, and that's a good thing in German government. So you can go to every city, you can go to every Bundesland, it's always a kind of the same. So you have CIOs, CDOs, you have the head of the HR department. So there's a lot of, there are a lot of people who have the same role and same function. So you can easily do some kind of peer-to-peer learning. So there are a lot of countries and a lot of Länder and a lot of cities who do a great job, and other cities can learn actually for them. So it's just like providing them a platform where they can actually do it and where they can reach out to the tech scene. So this is also what we want to do at the GovTech campus. We want to bring best of breed content-wise to the campus, create skills, create the learning modules with them, and then provide it to everyone. One of the partners will be Stanford, the Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, and we will work with Stanford to provide, for example, several courses when it comes to algorithms and what the impact to government.
Perfect. I think we need to come to an end. So many thanks, Lars, for that very interesting conversation and discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about waking up a sleeping giant, which was the title of our talk. And there's a lot of potential in the public sector, and I think we just have to harness it, bring it to the right governance, building the right structures, and then I think we can really turn into action. And with that, thank you for your attention, thank you for listening, and have fun with the rest of the Congress.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was an excellent panel. We don't have any time for questions right now. I'm really sorry, because our next discussants and panelists are already waiting in the waiting room, and our moderator is also already here. We don't do a big break now, just a few minutes to get our moderator set up, to get the stage set up, and then we continue. But let me thank you so much again for sharing your insight with us. I want to make a connection between your panel and the next one and share a little anecdote with you. We talked about cybersecurity at another conference not long ago, panel discussion, and we talked about German federalism there as well. And if it's a good idea to have so many different agencies trying to take care of the security of cyberspace, and one of our panelists said, well, you know what? Resilience is also about redundancies and not giving too many access points. And I mean, who from the outside would really know who to attack with such a complicated system? And that's the first time that I heard that our complicated governance system was actually a part of building resilience. So there's always two sides of the coin. Thank you so very much. And yeah, we should take use of giving applauses as long as we see each other here physically. All right, and here we are back at our Aspen 21 conference on artificial intelligence. We are heading into another exciting panel on cybersecurity. And it is a particular pleasure to introduce our moderator of this panel, who is Johannes Steger, and he is editorial manager of something you should really, really read religiously, and that is the background cybersecurity of the Tagesspiegel. And if you don't know, the Tagesspiegel is one of our big Berlin newspapers over regionally, and also really very much a readable paper. So the floor is yours.
That is a pressuring issue we need to tackle, and especially when it comes to a digital world. Almost every day we see how vulnerable we are, and now we want to talk about what can be done and how we can collaborate to tackle these issues. And I don't need to introduce myself because Stormy did it, thank you. So I'm very happy to keep the experts in now, and that's for the starters, it's Ms. Liesl France. She's the acting deputy coordinator in the office of the coordinator for cyber issues of the US Department of State. Welcome, very nice to have you. Thank you for making it. And there's Arne Schönbohm. He's the president of the Federal Office for Information Security, which you all know maybe under the name BSI. So, to start, thank you for making it. And we will have 30 minutes of discussion, and afterwards you're very invited to ask your own questions, and we will discuss them together. So, a question to start with, Ms. France. When you look into Germany and the German mentality on tackling cybersecurity, what is the thing you admire? What's the thing you think, well, that's something we need too in the United States?
There's a lot to admire, actually, and we have been working very closely with Germany over very many years, including looking at incident response and cybersecurity needs for a very long time. So I guess I admire the foresight and the continued focus on cyber and cyber security issues that Germany has had. And I would say that I appreciate that we, both that Germany and the United States, approach this important issue in the spirit of partnership, not just with each other, certainly, but with other countries as well, and recognizing that we really are stronger together. You know, years ago, we worked together with Germany to start incident response policy and law enforcement community, and I think that partnership remains today. And we have been able to use that partnership to work together to understand and mitigate the threats that we see, and also find ways to really address them in not only technical ways, but also in discussion and dialogue, and in, I guess what I would say, attribution. Mm-hmm. If we see, you know, the SolarWinds incident, the Microsoft Exchange hacks earlier this year, the Ghostwriter campaign that targeted Germany, and being able to compare our experiences, safeguarding our democratic elections from external cyber threats, and really calling out this what we call malicious cyber behavior. And we really appreciated Germany's efforts to do that as well, and also the strong role that Germany has in the European Union and pushing that discussion into that venue as well. So we also have been dealing with, obviously, dealing with ransomware attacks, and the United States started a counter ransomware initiative with countries like Germany, and thanks to Germany for chairing the diplomatic track of that effort. So I would say I admire the long-standing leadership and partnership that we have with Germany.
Thank you. So, Mr. Schönbaum, what's your answer?
There are so many different different areas what we can admire from the United States. One is what Ms. Franz has already said is regarding the areas of, let's say, partnership and cooperation. I would add, if I may, so one area, this is friendship. I think our two countries are real friends. And there we are working very close together. And that's not just a rationale behind it, but this is also a kind of feeling behind this. And that's where I'm very grateful for. And what I admire, that if you have generated this kind of friendship, it's a long-standing friendship and partnership. And this is what I admire there within the US. The other area is, of course, the so-called can-do mentality. And this is what you see very strong in the area of, let's say, innovation. Like, for example, on the industry side and the entrepreneurial side, when I look to the Facebooks, Amazons, Googles, or Alphabets of this world, or Tesla, I think there's a very strong creative potential in this area. And I think this is something what can be also a kind of benchmark for us within Germany. And then number three is, from my perspective, is not just talking, but also walking. So I think it is great that there, if I remember well, when we met last time in Washington, with Franz, right, in the German embassy, whenever I look to the different kind of discussions we are facing with CISA and the other guys within the administration. And there, I must say, what I admire always very strong is that it's a creation of a plan and then implement this kind of plan. Just do it. And I think this is great, and this is very important in this world in a digital way, because this is a basis and a fundament for being successful. Information security for us, as you know, is a precondition of successful digitization. And therefore, we, I think, have lots of commonalities to cooperate on in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Schönbaum. You mentioned the can-do mentality, and you could say that the $1 trillion package of the Biden administration is also a can-do thing. And it's not only about infrastructure like mobility or energy, it's also about cybersecurity. So, Mrs. Franz, maybe you can elaborate a little bit about what is planned and what's going to change under this package and this investment, this huge investment into cybersecurity. We can't hear you at the moment.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. Yes, thank you.
After so many of these virtual meetings, you think that would be the first, the first thing. Well, I think one thing I'd like to say is that I think we have seen over the years an evolving but yet sort of remarkable change on the focus on cybersecurity at the top levels of government, and that has been very welcome. So when you see new policy or new packages or investment, it's very welcome. You know, here at the State Department, we work on international diplomatic engagement, but our efforts complement and are strengthened by our strong partners in the U.S. government that are doing more of the practical work to build technical resilience and incident response capacity. So with regard to the infrastructure package you mentioned, the largest share of cybersecurity related funding is for a $1 billion fund that will help state and local governments improve their cybersecurity preparedness. We have our own version of a federated system, I suppose I would say,
Yes.
so that is, I think, will be very welcome in that regard. There's a separate $100 million fund that will pay for response and recovery efforts from significant cyber incidents, and then other funding goes to research to implement cybersecurity upgrades for specific critical infrastructure sectors like public water systems, transportation systems, and energy grids, which then you can sort of see as part of the infrastructure package. So that's the kind of thing that those kinds of investments are, I would say probably the newest element of this sort of evolving policy and attention to cybersecurity over the years.
And in Congress, there's a debate about the obligation to report ransomware attacks. If you pay a ransom, you have to inform the federal office. So is that something, Mr. Schönbohm, this regulation of the private sector and to learn more about incidents that happen that you wish for too? Would that something be, we have that for critical infrastructure, of course, but is that something that we need in Germany as well? Now you're mute too. You see, happens to the best, so.
Follow the leader, so sorry. But I hope I did your question right, Johannes. So if I understand well, we need something like a kind of, let's say, a report.
Yes.
If you have a certain kind of attack.
Yeah.
This is something, as you know very well, we have implemented since 2016 with the IT Security Law 1.0. And we have enlarged it even on the IT Security Law 2.0. And as you know, currently, I think there are some discussions ongoing if it is legally still possible that you are paying a kind of ransomware or not. This is, I think, currently under discussion of within the Conference of Ministers of Interior, if I read it correctly. So this is something I'm very easy. I like to get all the reports I can get so that I can have an overall situational picture. And that's what I need, these kind of reports. I need not just regionally and nationally, but also on the European scale and then on the international scale. And that's why I think it's so important that we are exchanging very close with our partners, for example, with CISA in the US, or also with NSA and the other partners we are having. So this is something what is of utmost importance for us so that we have an overall situational picture, so that we can exchange views if we see some, let's say, new attacks like from Emotet coming, for example, the rebirth of the dead king. If we see additional, let's say, usages of weaknesses on Microsoft Exchange, what we are just seeing currently, where we are seeing of the weakness here, and if we, for example, see, hey, that 3,000 servers in Germany are not yet, let's say, updated and fixed, even if they had a month of time for fixing it. So these are areas what we have to identify, and yes, I would get as many reports as possible.
So, Mrs. Franz, I best thank you. That is something you would wish for too, right?
Well, we certainly agree that building the situational awareness picture is part of the ability to address it. We do have, again, back to our federated system, we do have breach notification legislation or laws in most states, if not all states at this point, for companies or entities that need to report on breaches that they see that reach a certain threshold of the number of people that they might touch. And so there's a similar, has been for many years an attempt to make that a more national law. And as you rightly note, there is a discussion in Congress about requiring reporting for ransomware incidents and ransomware payments. Where that will end up, I'm not entirely sure, but yes, there is active debate. And of course, those in those of us in government, like Mr. Schumum says, the more we know, the more we can try to address, not only directly as government, but also in partnership with the private sector and the technical community.
Thank you. So you mentioned the cooperation between both of our countries, and Mr. Schumum, you said we are friends. So how does this friendship look like on a daily, or not a daily, but in the cyber world? What are you exchanging? What are you talking about? Are there regular meetings you interact? Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, of course. So you're absolutely right. There are regularly meetings. I myself be normally twice a year in the US. I see my counterparts as they're coming here to Germany or to Europe, for example, also during the so-called Munich Security Conference. So there are on the, let's say, on the executive side, there are exchanges, but there are also very technical exchanges on preparing what is the right level of standardization, for example, on the way of artificial intelligence. What is the right level of standardization certification on high security areas like common criteria certification? Or like, for example, the C5 standard or artificial intelligence C4 standard. There we're exchanging in-depth discussions. One. Number two is, what is the right level? We always try to learn. When I'm always there meeting with the Department of State, with my counterparts and within the administration, but also when I'm on the Congress or Senate, there I'm always having the questions, hey, what are you doing in Germany or in Europe on the legislative side? So what can we learn from each other regarding how do you secure critical infrastructures, for example? What is for you a critical infrastructure? How are you preparing if there's an attack? And there are also in-depth discussions. And last but not least, in case of an emergency, if something happened really, there we are having very, let's say, operational exchanges regarding threats, but also how to react on this, like, for example, within the third community and so on. And therefore, I think it is more than just partnership, it's real friendship.
Thank you. I have, you said case of emergency, and I think we all remember, or in case you don't, for the audience, there was this huge ransomware attack on Colonial Pipeline, and it was like very critical, and I bet a lot of you also talked about, and there was some exchange. But Mrs. Franz, did this incident, or this almost a catastrophe, did it change something in the perspective, the public perspective, but also in the level of alert you experienced in the United States?
Well, unfortunately, there's nothing that focuses the mind like an incident that has implications for the public, right? So that the incident that addressed the Colonial Pipeline that had direct impact on what individuals see on a daily, in their daily life is something that catches a lot of attention. So yes, it focused the mind, it focused some efforts, as Arne said earlier, finding something to do, setting a plan and doing and implementing it. There was very rapid movement on addressing the Colonial Pipeline issue, addressing the critical infrastructure aspects, and of course then ransomware as well. So I think it, once again, an incident has focused the mind. But it did also present an opportunity, yet another opportunity for working together. I mean, as Arne said, we have been working across the interagency contexts, both in the US and Germany, whether it's working with our colleagues our counterparts in the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or whether our incident response functions in CISA and CERTs work together practically every day, I would say. So we have been working on this full time for with regard to the sort of diplomatic aspects of it for more than a decade, and the incident response for several. So I think we have made important progress on both. And in an incident like Colonial Pipeline or any of the ones we've seen in the recent years. We have been trying to make sure that we have both the incident response and technical connection, but also looking at it from a foreign policy. Here at the State Department, we look at it as through a foreign policy lens. And for over a decade, we have been making important progress on defining what is responsible behavior by states in cyberspace. So while we have to address an incident once it happens, we're also trying to set up what we would call the international environment. What is the expectation of the behavior of states in cyberspace? And we have had quite success in doing that and setting up this framework that includes the applicability of international law to cyberspace, a set of norms that for responsible state behavior in peacetime, and what we call confidence building measures. Things like who are our points of contact with each other? What are our national doctrines? So that's how we look at it from a foreign policy perspective. But yet, when an incident like that happens, we want to be sure that we have partnerships that we can work with to address it in a rapid way, and dealing with it both in a public fashion and in the technical fashion is something that we work very closely with Germany on, as well as others. And we have as Anja said, we have many opportunities to meet each other and under normal non-COVID times to address any number of those issues, whether it's in a UN meeting or a conference of the international response. The Forum for Incident and Security Response Teams is a global community. There's no shortage of meetings and opportunities to meet, but we also have a regular ongoing interaction bilaterally as well. One thing that I didn't mention earlier is that to your question about how often we get together, we have had an ongoing US-Germany cyber dialogue. And while we have had that addresses cyber issues across sort of the spectrum of foreign policy and incident response and capacity building and things like that, that we are looking forward to revitalize in early 2022, hopefully in person.
Thank you. Mr. Schönbaum, the colonial pipeline was a very heavy incident, and I think you also ask yourself, I would presume, what would happen if that happened in Germany? So my question is not, could that happen in Germany? My question is, it was very present. Everyone could experience that something is bad, that something bad happened. So is it a part of the public unawareness when it comes to cyber incidents, that it's not in the real world, that it's very disconnected from the daily basis? Is that where our unawareness in certain fields comes from, when it comes to economy, for example, or private people?
I think you're right, yes, absolutely. The challenge within cyber is, or cyber attacks is, you don't see it, you don't smell it, you don't taste it. The only issue what you're seeing is the result of a cyber attack. You saw it within Colonial Pipeline. You saw it regarding the billing and so on system there. You saw it within the hospitals. You know, because IT is so normal that it is working, that everything is running on it, but we don't understand quite clearly how much we are depending on IT, on working IT. And it is fascinating when you're having small children and you ask them, how are you going from A to B? They put it on a certain kind of navigator. I will not make any advertisement, but you know what I mean. And put it down and they will go exactly to where they have to go. But if this is not working, they don't know how to use even a normal map in former times. So we became more and more dependent on this one. Within the Colonial Pipeline, we understood that this is not just hypothetical, And it had been the same on all the different attacks, WannaCry, NotPetya, and so on before that. So, but this is also questioning how our real life is depending on working IT. And therefore, for me, it became very clear, and that's why I'm so grateful that the German government understands it so well, that information security is not a cost factor, but information security is a precondition of digitization. That's what we see every day.
Thank you. Mrs. Franz, you are on the other side, like Mr. Schumann is the interior, and from the title and from the organizational background, and you're then the foreign politics. So are you also raising awareness among your colleagues, or are you advising and helping them to understand? Because like Mr. Schumann said, the US and Germany, they are friends, but they are certainly not all over the world they are friends. So how are you advising, how are you helping your colleagues to understand cyber diplomacy?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, first of all, since, well, I don't know, we've always had a very strong interagency collaboration across the departments and agencies dealing with various aspects of the cyber problem. As you noted earlier, or perhaps in the introduction to the session, there was a question about having a number of agencies or departments that might be dealing with any aspect of cybersecurity. So we have had a very, I guess, robust interagency discussion for many years. However, it became much more formalized about 10 years ago or more in a deliberative process that the interagency works on, and included developing an international engagement strategy, and it included developing a cyber deterrence strategy. And both of those efforts have required a lot of engagement with our interagency partners, including how we might address malicious behavior in cyberspace, what kinds of things can we do, what countries that we can partner with, and how we determine as a government when we might publicly attribute any cyber incident to another state. And all of those deliberations have been a very active engagement process over the course of the past few years, and resulted in not only building awareness from our side to our colleagues in the government about our what we might do with partners internationally, but also what, for example, the law enforcement community does with their partners globally, or what the incident response community does with their partners globally. So pulling all that together in this sort of deliberative process to come up with processes that are repeatable and that we can rely on over time. So I would say that awareness has sort of been intrinsic in those interagency processes. And it has been very useful to formalize the internal process for deliberation on things like a public attribute, a political attribution we might do to another state. As part of that, we have been building our partnerships with other countries, or a coalition of countries that are willing to engage in that discussion. And what to do about it, whether or not it's a political attribution, whether there are additional consequences that can be imposed on states that are transparent, that are reversible if need be, and how we can utilize those things to really deter states from taking that kind of activity in the future. So that is an ongoing activity. So I would say it's ongoing awareness as well. But that engagement with our interagency is very robust, regular, and deliberative, I'd say.
Thank you. So I have tons of questions, but I think I will open up now for questions from the audience if you have any. Otherwise, I would continue with my questions. We have one question here. So I think we need a microphone. Microphone is coming.
Hi, my name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm with the Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace. And Leslie mentioned already the achievements in the open-ended working group and the group of governmental experts in the United Nations. So, but there's a second process now under the third committee of the General Assembly, which is the negotiations on the Cybercrime Convention will start in January. So both Germany and the US have favored for many, many years the Budapest Convention, and we have just signed the second protocol. So do you expect that something will come out from the UN process, in particular if it goes against ransomware or an attribution? Thank you.
Do you want me to start?
Yes, I think you nodded, so yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I can't see you, Wolfgang, but nice to hear from you. Well, yes, it is. The third committee process will start in January, and we have been obviously following that very closely and wanting to make sure that the modalities for this discussion are acceptable. And our support and promotion of the Budapest Convention has not waned at all. In fact, I think it would be very useful, continue to be useful to refer to the Budapest Convention as not only the existing, but increasingly adopted by other countries as the standard for dealing with global cybercrime issues. So as we look towards those negotiations, we're looking at them very carefully for the right modalities, keeping the scope where it needs to be in this discussion, not letting things creep into other areas of cyberspace. Because one thing that we also believe is that existing international law is applicable to cyberspace, and we don't need another legal instrument or treaty to address cyberspace writ large. So keeping the scope and the parameters for this cybercrime negotiation will be important to us.
Thank you. To answer your question? Perfect. So, Mr. Schumann, I know you have to leave in 5 minutes. So is there a question that Mr. Schumann should answer before he leaves us? Okay. Any questions from the... No. Okay. Then I have a question, and my question is, the US are very bold when it comes to naming and shaming, which comes from attribution capacity and a very, very strong system there. Do you think that we need to be better with our attribution capabilities, or do we need a European concert to foster that?
I think we have the appropriate capabilities, what we need for. For example, if you remember well, before the German elections, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs made a very clear attribution towards a state, a different nation, regarding not to interfere with the German elections. So this is something what they have made very clear. The question is, and that's a very political question, do we need it to be better in the future? Sometimes it's good to attribute someone and say, yes, stop because we are watching you on the one hand. On the other hand, to be very clear, I'm not so much afraid regarding the state actors. We see there day by day between 350 to 550,000 new malware programs. And most of them are coming out from organized crime. So this is for us a challenge. And if you are an outlaw, you don't care regarding any convention or attribution. You just do it for earning some money. So this is for me, let's say, so these are the two pillars we are facing. And this is something we have both to be on a safe side. And therefore, I think, yes, if we do it on a European scale, I think it would be appropriate. But then the evidence has to be very, very clear and not just with a certain kind of margin.
the attribution thing, is that something, can you attribute a state that easily? Because every attacker will hide between like a single person or a group, like Mr. Schönmund said, someone who's not linked to a state, or will say, well, we're just doing it for money and not for political or ideological reasons.
To whom is the question? Is it to me?
Sorry,
or
Mrs. France. Sorry, Mrs. France.
Well, certainly it certainly matters to how we respond publicly or politically based on the actor, which is why we take a very careful approach to determining, making either a technical attribution on the one hand, which, we used to say attribution is very hard. But I think that, as Arne mentioned, there's more and more capability for doing that. And the fact that we work together bilaterally and across with other countries and communities is very, very helpful in that regard. But also, when you're doing a political attribution or a public attribution, or talking about addressing the actor, it may not be that you have to have every piece of evidence that you might have to have in the technical attribution if you're following the trends, if you're following following the money, say, to be able to at least identify that there is malicious behavior, and can condemn the behavior, even if you can't go as far as calling out a specific actor. But as you have seen, the United States has done both political attribution to another state, and also called upon states to address the criminal activity that might be coming from their territory, particularly in the recent ransomware cases. So there's varying ways that you can address the actor, the problem, and the malicious activity that is happening. And I would say that it's one thing for either one country like the United States or Germany to make such an attribution, but it has far more impact if there's a community of countries that are able to make an attribution or a public statement about the behavior, the actor, or the activity. And so that is why we're working so closely with a number of countries and with the EU, and utilizing their diplomacy toolbox to expand the landscape of countries that are making such statements, because that makes it much harder for either denial or for any one state or actor to retaliate, because the landscape of countries that are standing up is so broad. So that is why we continue to work with Germany and other countries to do that.
Thank you. So I have a question from the online audience, and it's about how do you get top talent for democracy, but also, technology, when it comes that a private sector can pay much more than a state can? Mr. Schönmund, do you want to start?
Yes. So we are, when I have been younger than I'm currently young, 30 years ago something, and I started to go into business. It had been the time of Michael Douglas and Wall Street, this kind of movie. Greed is good and so on, So in this time, the young generation at this time wanted to earn money. That's the core of most of it. Today, the young generation, I understand, is very different. They like to earn some money, but they love to do something good. And they like to have a challenge. And they like to have a combination between, on the one hand, a professional life and a family life. So to bring it all together. So there, I think the generation has changed. And this is exactly why we within BSI are having no big challenges regarding getting the right people, because you're getting a perfect possibility to train yourself. You're at the spearhead of, let's say, new technologies, and you do something good for your country. And this is something, and then you have a right work-life balance. And this is something what is most important for them, and it is making much more fun than just earning some money, doing some database, let's say, analytics behind it. So this is very boring, and this is what the young people understand. And therefore, we are getting the right people, but the more challenging is regarding lifetime training and educating. So after hiring them, that's a bigger challenge from my perspective.
I can hear the word purpose like in there. Mrs. Franz, would you like to add something?
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that there is optimism for this younger generation, because I do think that I think for many, building up the workforce is a challenge, not just here in the United States, but other countries as well. And we often get asked about how we can build that up. Obviously, a lot of it has to do with the education programs and the curricula that are put forward. And we have had an initiative in the government to deal with education curriculum and focus specifically on how to build up the cybersecurity cadre of professionals. I would say from a diplomatic standpoint, we also are seeing some desire to do something for your country. And I think it's also important to understand that not everybody that works on cybersecurity, and certainly not everyone that works on cyber policy, has to be a technical person. Yes, we probably have to have a little bit of understanding of the translation between the technical and the policy aspects. But for example, we find ways to train our foreign service officers who are in embassies abroad to address the cyber policy issues that we have, or how to work with what elements in any particular government may be dealing with cybersecurity and cyber policy issues. So we've been proud of that part of training our diplomats, but that's a whole different sort of multidisciplinary way of looking at it. We also have a program in the government for recruiting students from college into a program for service. We pay for the government pays for their college, and then they have to serve in the government in the cybersecurity capacity for a few years. And that has been very helpful, but I'm not sure that anyone would say it meets the need. So we still find ways to exploring ways to recruit and retain the talent, because I think that's another issue. Not just getting them in, but keeping them in.
Thank you very much. So
I just have to step out. I'm sorry. I just have to step out. We are 8 minutes late. I'm sorry. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Schönborn.
Good to see you.
Bye.
So we're over time, so I would close our exciting panel now. Thank you so much, Mrs. Franz, for your time and your expertise and your insights. And thank you all for listening. And back to you, Stormy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful moderation, and I'm just so sad that Mr. Schönborn had to leave before he got the applause. I hope that he got a feeling how appreciated or how appreciating we all were of this exciting exchange. We now have a coffee break, and we will reconvene again at 3:40. And we are, this is going to be another really exciting panel. I keep on saying this, but I really mean it, because it's the chief scientist of the WHO Oh, and I find it amazing that she makes the time to speak to us today, because I'm pretty sure that she has a lot on her plate. So come back, both our on-site audience, after you got something sweet and something with a little bit of caffeine, and certainly also our digital audience. Come back, it's going to be an exciting afternoon. Welcome back after a coffee break to the second part, or almost third part, of today's Aspen AI 21 conference. It has been already an enjoyable day, and we are continuing with really exciting discussions. And it is a particular pleasure welcoming a special guest to us today, who I know has a lot to do and a lot on your plate. So thank you so very much for taking the time joining us today. It is a great pleasure announcing and introducing to you Dr. Sumaya Swaminathan. She is the Chief Scientist of the WHO. And why we have invited you to our conference, I don't think I need to explain this. It has become a part of our everyday life to think about health, but also to think about digital health and the benefits of artificial intelligence. Thank you so very much for being here today. And since we have the pleasure of having a real audience also in the room, let us all give her a very big applause, not only for being here today, but what she's doing for us at the WHO to make us safe. So many, many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And how we wanted to do this today, we wanted to give you the opportunity to speak to us for maybe 15 minutes, and then we would also love to ask some questions to you. So the floor would be yours.
Okay, thank you so much, and many thanks for this opportunity. And I think it's one of the examples of the good use of digital technology that we're able to connect like this, and it doesn't matter where in the world we are, we all can connect. And in fact, it's been quite, that's been one of the real high points for me during the pandemic, is this ability for us at WHO to be able to connect with networks of scientists and researchers and doctors from around the world from the beginning, to really understand what's happening with this disease, to get the latest information, and the incredible passion that scientists have shown, and also their willingness to share information, share data. It's a completely different model from what it was in the past, when academics would first wait to publish before talking about their research findings. But today, we have data platforms like GISAID, which host the genomic sequence data, over 5 million whole genome sequences from around the world. And that's the kind of global collaboration that has enabled us to keep track of this virus, to track its evolution, to track the variants. The fact that we have talking about Omicron today is only because we have this ability in real time. So it's really thanks to scientists all over the world. And this is why we feel sad when we see that countries are punished for their transparency, particularly South Africa and the neighboring countries have now been put on travel bans from many other countries. And this is a way of disincentivizing data sharing, because then the next country to detect a new variant will think twice about declaring it if the reaction of the world is going to be to cut you off. It also impacts science, because, supply chains are all dependent on these transport links. And the moment those are snapped, you also have an impact on what can be done in laboratories. So I just wanted to make that statement, because I think I want to start with talking about equity. Equity is, I think, at the center of everything we see today, including digital health, digital technologies, and artificial intelligence, if we do not think about equity from the beginning, we are going to go wrong. And we can have the best algorithms and the best technologies and the best of intentions, but we will not be serving people if we don't include equity. So, in fact, I want to start with that because we started thinking about this in 2019 when the science division was set up, and I was appointed as the first chief scientist at WHO. What are those cutting edge technologies that we need to be leveraging for public health and clinical medicine? And what should WHO be doing? And as you know, WHO is a normative agency. We do standards and guidelines, and many countries depend on us and our guidelines. So we said, let's take two examples. One was artificial intelligence for health, and the other was genome editing, again, a technology with immense potential for curing genetic diseases. But we had just heard about experiments by a Chinese researcher to have used genome editing to actually edit the genomes of embryos that were then born as babies. In fact, those twins today are growing up. And there were huge ethical concerns around that. So we took these two topics and we said, let's put together a multidisciplinary group of experts who include not only the people who understand the technology and the science, but also people who are from background of ethics, of law, of social sciences, philosophy, and so on. And we came up with a framework for the ethics and governance around artificial intelligence in health. And some of the principles that the group came out with were around equity and the digital divide, and will the movement into digital technologies further exclude some people and further exacerbate the health inequities. Second is around data protection. How do you protect the everyone's talking about this, and what we believe is that people are willing to share their health data for the better good, for the public good, if you can explain to people that their data is going to be used for a particular purpose and that it's not going to be used for, let's say, commercial gains or won't be used for things beyond certain analytics which are useful for public policy. The third thing to think about when you think about AI-based diagnostics or AI-based treatment decisions is a liability. Who is liable if the algorithm makes a mistake? Is it the developers of the algorithm? Is it hospitals? Is it clinicians? How will these tools potentially alter the relationship between providers and patients? Because traditionally the doctor makes the decisions and takes responsibility for them, but here you're allowing an algorithm to do it. And how do you regulate the private sector in this area, which includes several of the world's largest technology companies? And this committee concluded that ethically optimized tools and applications could sustain the widespread use of AI to improve human health and quality of life, while mitigating or eliminating many risks and worst practices. And one of the good examples where AI could actually help in public health is in TB, which is tuberculosis is one of the infectious diseases that actually kills 1.5 million people a year. It's the top infectious disease killer. It's getting worse because of the pandemic, and artificial intelligence algorithms reading X-rays of people can actually differentiate. There are many companies now that have developed algorithms which are quite sensitive and specific, and potentially you could probably diagnose also cancer and other things. So, and COVID, it was used also to diagnose COVID pneumonia. And so it could be used in many areas of the world where you don't have radiologists. This could potentially really be very useful to increase the diagnosis of TB. And similarly, we're looking at another application on cervical cancer. Cervical cancer is one of the biggest killers, the fourth leading cause of death due to cancer. And the deaths due to cervical cancer are disproportionately higher in the low middle income countries because of late diagnosis and late access to treatment. So if you could diagnose these lesions early, they can usually be cured. And they can be cured quite easily by doing some kind of thermoablation or cryo-based local treatment. So using an AI algorithm on a phone, a nurse or a community health worker should be able to take pictures of the lesion in the woman's cervix, and the algorithm reads it and gives her an opinion, and then the woman can straight away be sent for further investigations and treatment. So these are just a couple of examples where you can have these AI algorithms have huge impacts on public health, apart from all of the other applications that have been in high-income countries, for cancer treatment, for radiotherapy, also for personalized medicine, and so on. Of course, it also plays a role and has played a role during the pandemic in detecting outbreaks. You can have algorithms that are screening all of the news that's happening around the world and the social media and so on. In fact, we use that in a system that our emergencies program uses to scan and to pick up signals which need further investigation. So you pick up like 4,000 or 5,000 signals, and out of that, of course, that there are a couple of hundred that are worth further look, and then you come up with a couple that need to be investigated. But it helps to do that, and of course, it's also helped in predicting, in modeling and in predicting mobility of people and so on. So the use of these technologies obviously has to be done thoughtfully, and therefore you need people who have the expertise, not just in developing the code, but obviously in understanding the landscape, the epidemiology, the kind of data that's available. And again, we all know that biases in algorithms are very, very common, and you need a very thoughtful approach to avoid those biases from really becoming a limiting factor. So our Department of Digital Health and Innovation, that was created as part of the Science Division, set about developing a global strategy for digital health. This was endorsed by all of our 194 member states last year. We know that different countries are at different stages of digital development, and we're coming up with some kind of ranking of the maturity level. But the main thing is that countries need to think very holistically about what kind of backbone they want to build for their health system, because in the future, we're really not going to talk about digital health so much as digitally transformed health systems. So we have to keep in mind that the ultimate goal is to provide better health care. And I remember that during, again, the peak of the Delta wave, which affected India and many countries in South Asia over the summer months, that there was a call from doctors in small towns, which they had to suddenly handle a number of patients who had severe respiratory illnesses, and they did not have the experience. They were not specialists, and they had to use all sorts of new oxygen devices and things that the government was providing to them, but they had no experience. So we used platforms like the ECHO platform, which is one way of democratizing knowledge. You had experts sitting in the US or Canada or wherever in the world, or in one part of India or Nepal, teaching in a very sort of inclusive and in a dialogue, going through once a week cases of severe COVID and how to manage. And I sat through many of those sessions. So I could really see the benefit of having platforms like that. So not just as a one-way delivery of knowledge, but really in a way to engage and be able to think as a group and come up with solutions as a group. So this is often not used, I think, adequately. These platforms are not used for the purposes of training and mentoring healthcare workers who may be further removed from the cities and who don't have the latest information. Of course, because we're in the pandemic, the DG, Dr. Tedros, along with Chancellor Merkel, announced a couple of months ago the creation of the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence in Berlin. This is a new center that's designed to foster greater sharing of data and information between countries and to improve global surveillance for epidemics and pandemics, again, by harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and other cutting-edge technologies. And the idea is to have better data better analytics and better decision making at the country level, because ultimately these things have to have an impact on the ground. So a global hub that does not have an impact on the ground is really not what we aim for. And because you strengthen countries' abilities to use data wisely and decision making, that can all feed then into a global hub. And it's wonderful that our member states yesterday at the Special World Health Assembly have agreed to debate and discuss a treaty or an agreement, which will be called a pandemic instrument of some kind or the other, where there will be rules, regulations, and guardrails laid out about what the world should do when faced with a pandemic in terms of having a coordinated and comprehensive response, both in terms of the kind of restrictions that are put in place, travel, trade, etc., but also about how to develop the tools that you need and how to share them equitably. So over the next couple of years, I think countries will be investing more and more in preparedness. Hopefully, a lot of the preparedness will mean using digital tools, putting these tools in the hands of people in the community and at the lowest levels of the health center, at the primary healthcare level, expanding surveillance, One Health, not just human, but also animal and environment, because we know that new pathogens most likely will come from the animal kingdom and then jump into humans. That's what all the previous zoonotic diseases have been, from Ebola to Zika to SARS and MERS and now the SARS-CoV-2. So zoonotic infections are going to increase, and so we need to have that kind of surveillance, which is across all the three, environment, human, and animal. And then I think transparency is the other thing about how countries are going to use these tools. How is the data going to be collected? How is it going to be used? How can individuals actually have control of their own health data so that they also learn that's one way of making people more health literate and taking more responsibility for their own health. So perhaps I can stop there and turn it back to you for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Soumya. And I'm so glad that you started out with the issue of equity, because this is something which has been like a theme throughout many of the panels we had. Yesterday, Rebecca Greenspan told us that some countries were put 2 decades back in their development efforts. Today we talked to Gabriela Ramos and heard that there is not just a huge digital gap between countries, but still also within countries. What I wanted to ask you first is, since we do have that huge digital gap, is the international community doing enough to really utilize new technologies in all countries to help us prevent pandemics, prepare for pandemics, and answer to pandemics?
I think clearly we have to do more, and all different sectors have to think about what they can do actually to make this. You talked about the digital divide, and one of the things that I've seen in some of my travels in Asia and in Africa is the fact that even now we don't have connectivity in many parts of the world. And in fact, it's estimated that half the world doesn't have access to the internet, though many more do have access to mobile phones, but they don't have access to it.
That was very fitting, I have to say.
Yes, I said phone and my phone rang. So I've been in villages where children have had no access to online education, whereas their counterparts in cities obviously could at least do that, even though they didn't have in-person learning. So I think the companies and governments have to make sure that they provide connectivity to all of their citizens, particularly not leaving behind those in remote areas, not just focusing on the cities. So I think that's the first thing. The second is also around thinking about those people who will have more difficulty. So we have to look at the gender aspect. Generally, women have less access to the internet than men do in most countries. Older people, disabled people, they may not be able to use the way that younger people are able to. So we need to think about how to assist them. And this is true also of high-income countries where a lot of services are being provided now through the tele mode. And older individuals are really not that comfortable with having virtual consultations. And there are some things that you need to see a doctor for in person. And then thirdly, I think we need more research, more monitoring and evaluation. We're rolling out many things, digital, thinking that it's all good, but I think we have to measure the outcomes. And not all digital innovation necessarily is improving. Some of them actually add burden on healthcare providers without improving the outcomes. So I think it's important, just like we assess new vaccines and drugs through clinical trials, we need to also be doing studies, research studies to document the impact on people and whether they're actually benefiting from it. So this needs carefully done studies, and governments, I think, should collaborate with academics and with companies as they're rolling out these new initiatives, so that you're constantly learning and updating your policies.
One of the other things you mentioned was trust. It was also liability, the quality of data. And you also mentioned data privacy and what we do with the data. So I wanted to ask you if you could tell us a little bit more about how you're discussing in the WHO the issue of where to get the data, how the quality of the data, how to use the data, and where to find the line between data privacy and the right to protect your own data and the, so to say, necessity to protect society.
Yeah, I think this is a very important topic. It's fairly complex, but basically if we approach it very simply, we're looking at, say, 3 or 4 types of data. The first one is public health data that governments collect and they provide to WHO. So that's at the very aggregate level that we see data. The second is, and that kind of data, I think, can be shared. It should be shared openly. It doesn't, because it's aggregated. So it's not about individuals, but it's about the whole country or the state or the region. Then we have data that comes from research. And I think this is where we can actually make a lot of progress. We need to be able to share that data quickly, more openly, transparently. There has been a lot of moves in the past. WHO was also at the center of leading a movement where research funders actually put into their grant proposals a clause whereby researchers must make their data publicly available within a certain time frame after completing the study, particularly clinical trials, because otherwise you get biases. People don't publish negative studies, you get only the good results being published. You never know about all the trials that did not show a good impact. So that has to be enforced, and also more rapid sharing like people have done in COVID. And I think that can happen provided there are some principles around data use. And I say this because of the experience with the whole genome sequences that people have so willingly shared for COVID, and why they didn't share for other pathogens in the past was because researchers from the developing countries felt that if they shared all of this data, that they would lose their right to, or their ability to be able to publish it, to write about it, because someone else, it becomes public knowledge, and then anyone in the world can use it. So that fear needs to be, or the disadvantage really needs to be addressed by having some principles that academics, researchers agree to, the way they use data and the credit that needs to be given to people who generate the data. And the third set of data is a patient level data, individual data, which is where the data privacy and confidentiality issues come. And we need to build in mechanisms. There are ways of anonymizing data, and there are other ways also by building trust. There are countries where citizens have volunteered to share their health data with the government, individual data, because they believe the governments are going to use it for the benefit of the public as a whole, and that they're not going to use it for any other purpose which might disadvantage them. So there you have to start with building trust and even though there are many ways of anonymizing data, I understand that if you really want to, you can still go and find the identity of people. So I think we want to, on all of these three areas, WHO is working with countries, firstly, to strengthen data collection systems on the ground, because still we have many countries with very poor data collection and surveillance systems. Even basic things like births and deaths are not being properly counted and monitored. And then we have, so strengthen it on the ground, but then talk about how to share and how to use that data, so that it's beneficial for all. And I always think about CERN and how, but then that's data, that's physics, that's not data to do with human beings. So in a way, it's easier, but the concept there is thousands of researchers around the world actually working on a common data set. If you could do that for health data, and we have an experiment, a group called IDARE, which has recently been set up, essentially to look at research and artificial intelligence around health data. So I think there are some small steps being taken, and I hope that it will become a movement in the future.
Thank you so very much for explaining those three different, and clearly differentiated between those three different fields. There's the first question from our audience coming in digitally, picking up on one of the dilemmas, so to say, which you also touched upon in your opening remarks, and that is the dilemma of we need transparency to fight the pandemic, and we need the numbers. At the same time, then there will be, as an answer, severe travel restrictions. Where is the balance? How can we ensure that there is an incentive to share the data without having to be afraid to be severely punished, so to say, for being transparent?
Yeah, I think it's quite easy, and it really boils down to countries agreeing on certain responses. For a pandemic which affects the whole world, you do need a global set of rules that everybody will play by. Unfortunately, the world doesn't have that. We don't have a set of rules, and so every country responds the way they feel. Of course, every country does it in the to protect their own citizens. So. That's what they're supposed to do, but sometimes they end up doing unscientific things, which doesn't help anyone. And on the other hand, it hurts a lot of people. It hurts lives and livelihoods. And so I think at least now from this experience that we've had, for the future, we should have a system where the only way to encourage open sharing of data and information is to make sure that, firstly, you're not punished, and secondly, that the rewards, the benefits are also shared equitably. Mm-hmm. So if everybody's sharing their data and then vaccines are being developed based on those genome sequences, then those vaccines must be shared with people around the world, wherever they're needed. So that's right now it's a dream and an ambition. We need to get there. We're not there.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at our audience here in the room. This is also your opportunity. We have another 5 minutes to ask questions. And if not, I'm going to pick up another one of the digital questions. Oh, yes, please. The mic is coming. Just 1 second.
Artificial intelligence and what artificial... Shall I start again?
Yes, please.
So,
yes, I didn't hear the first
okay. So my name's Charles Litchfield. I'm interested in what you said about bias in artificial intelligence. What you've seen, the sort of biases you've noticed when you've tried to use artificial intelligence in your work, what's been obviously wrong, what mitigating procedures you've managed to put in place. Thank you.
So we haven't used it for too many applications, but one thing I'd mentioned was the cervical cancer study, and we started off with you need images to train the algorithm on, and so one of our sources was the the National Cancer Institute in the US that's got a big collection of images. But it was clear that, you're dealing with a certain demographic. And so we decided that before that algorithm could be considered to be efficient enough at picking up cervical cancer lesions, it would have to be tested in at least 5 countries around the world, a couple of countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, because we do not know if cervical cancer lesions look exactly the same. I think because there can be genetics, there can be other infections, there can be, also things like the pigmentation of your skin, etc., which can have an impact. And so I think this is probably true that if you train an algorithm on a set, on a people who come from a particular background, either racial, ethnic, age, sex, etc., then you may not be able to generalize it to everybody. I think that's quite a well-accepted principle and needs to be thought about right from the beginning, I think, when one is developing a solution. Similarly, I came across another example where I think a company in a European country was developing an algorithm for doctors to have a decision support tool. So if somebody comes to you with fever and headache of 3 days or 4 days, what's the differential diagnosis that you would think of? Now, this would be very different in Germany and in Nigeria and in India, because the first set of diseases you would think of for fever and headache would be very different in these 3 settings, right? So if you had an algorithm that's trained on German health record data, that is not going to work in Nigeria or in India. And so one really has to think about what is the application and then what data set would you need. And this is, again, an area, I think, where global collaboration is important. That's why these large data sets are going to be critical to inform and help developers actually train their algorithms on a properly representative data set.
Thank you so very much. We are coming, unfortunately, already to an end of this very interesting discussion, because, I mean, listening to your cell phone going off every 5 minutes, we know that you have a lot on your plate. Let me end with one of the questions which came up here from our digital audience, not specifically on AI, but on crisis preparedness. And one of our participants is asking if the WHO is doing crisis preparedness scenarios where all countries come together to play through different crises to be better prepared for future crises.
Yes, in fact, that's been happening for the last couple of years, just like the war games that the army plays. There has been this kind of scenario being played out. In fact, I think even at the G20 meeting in 2018, perhaps, this was done for the G20 leaders. So yes, it's a good way actually to look at it, but clearly it wasn't enough because ultimately countries were not investing enough in preparedness, in surveillance, in health systems. And we always say that health security and preparedness for pandemics has to go hand in hand with investing in universal health coverage. It's not one or the other. They're 2 sides of the same coin. And so it's really important, even for the high-income countries, that they were all found lacking in public health capacity. So they had very good tertiary care, could take care of very ill patients in the hospitals. But when it came to work in the community, it was found to be, there were big gaps. So I think every country now recognizes where those gaps are and really needs to start investing both in workforce, not just in infrastructure and putting up more buildings, but really in training people. And I think it's an opportunity for young people as well, huge opportunities. So I think digitally empowered young people can really play an important role in the future to link between communities and the health system.
Thank you so very, very much for your time, for your insight, for your knowledge, for your experience. It has been a really great pleasure having you. A big round of applause to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye. So this ends this panel. You already know the practice. What we have to do is take a 5-minute break, very quick break, to change the setting up here. Don't run away. We will continue on time again, almost on time, with a very exciting next panel. And it is going to be just as fantastic as the other ones. So stay tuned. Hey, so with a little bit of delay, you had a longer coffee break. We are back again. We just heard in the previous panel about the digital divide, the digital gap, just not between countries, but also within countries. We heard a lot about equality and not so much equality. And this is something we need to pick up and talk about honestly, and not have this as a Western debate only, but as a global debate. And thus I'm very, very happy that I can now hand over to the moderator of this panel, Merle Uhl. You are Officer Artificial Intelligence and Digitalization at Bitkom. And you're going to lead us through this panel, the conversation on intrinsic inequality. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Welcome to everyone from my side as well. I'm very happy to be here at the Aspen AI Berlin Conference and to moderate the panel on intrinsic inequality, sources and solutions to bias in artificial intelligence. I am very glad to have 3 amazing guests here with me today. I'm joined by Carla Husted. She's the director of the Center for Digital Society at the Mercator Foundation. She headed until 2021, so this year, the Bertelsmann Foundation's Ethics on Algorithm project. So she has experience on the topic, and I'm so glad to discuss bias in AI with her today. Welcome to you. Also, a very warm welcome to Gabriela Ramos. So nice to have you joining rather spontaneously today in this panel. Gabriela is the Assistant Director General for the Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO. The UNESCO recently launched a recommendation on AI ethics, which was adopted by 193 countries. Gabriela led the initiative leading to this recommendation, so it's great to have her and her expertise on the topic here on the panel. And our third guest and speaker here joining digitally is Ivana Bartoletti. Warm welcome to you as well.
Thank you.
Ivana is a global data privacy officer at Vipro, an international information technology, consulting and business process services company with over 150,000 employees. She's a visiting policy fellow at the University of Oxford and co-edited and authored several publications on AI. Great to have you here, Ivana, and joining the discussion with your insights. I can already remind the audience here, we have great speakers. If you get any questions throughout our discussion here, please keep them in mind or address them to us virtually so I can hand them over in the end of our discussion to our panelists. So, starting on our topic, bias is an unavoidable feature of life. It's the result of our necessarily limited view of the world. What I find so very intriguing about AI and its relation to bias is the ambivalence of the consequences the technology can have on bias. So let me elaborate on that. AI, on the one hand, potentially amplifies the inequalities we have in our world by using models that are trained with real-world data. We can reinforce existing structures. So I guess you all know already the example of a hiring system trained on a data set with mainly male employees, which eventually led to a model that preferred male employee applicants over female ones, just based on their gender. So that's the potential downside AI can have for bias. On the other hand, AI can also offer the chance to mitigate the bias we as humans bring into our world. So, for example, it can hide certain characteristics on a CV, for example, so that a recruiter is not somehow or is less biased through these characteristics. So what I want to discuss today with the panelists is whether artificial intelligence is helping us solve human biases or instead camouflaging them through technology. So if you get questions also regarding this topic throughout our discussion, please address them to us as well. So for the start, maybe a short insights or view from your side on how you felt the discussion around AI and the role of AI shifted during the last 2 years. We saw kind of a shift into the digital through the corona crisis. We're all in video meetings all the time. AI is kind of a little bit more than just digitizing what we have now in the real world, but through legislative initiatives, for example, but also ways of mitigating the current crisis, AI changed also over the last 2 years. So maybe, Carla, you want to start how your impression is around the discussion and role of AI right now.
Sure. I mean, of course, I have a better overview over the German debate on the topic. Maybe you can later add something on the international view. To be honest, in the last 2 years, like you said, the focus has been so much on the corona pandemic, so on the overall public. I actually think the awareness on the importance of talking about the societal issues of AI hasn't really increased, which I think is really a problem. Like you said in your entry statement, artificial intelligence or automated decision-making, the term that I prefer, is already impacting all areas of our society, from education, healthcare, recruiting, credit scoring, and so on. And most people, including most policymakers, to be honest, are not aware of this. And when they talk about AI, they focus solely on economic aspects, industrial aspects, and so on. So I think this is where we still got a big job to do. And when I looked, for example, at the discussions heading to the German elections and the role digital topics played there, it was basically non-existent. There was a talk of 2 minutes about digital infrastructures and a little bit of bashing against data protection, and that's it. And other societal aspects of digitization played no role. So overall, I feel we haven't really moved forward in the public debate, but in the background and among politicians that focus on digital topics, among scientists, among civil society, there's been a lot of work going on. And I mean, you just mentioned the UNESCO principles, but there's also this work happening right now at the European level on the European AI Act. You have a lot of civil society organizations trying to create awareness, producing great analysis on the topic, working on practical solutions. So these two things happen kind of in parallel. And maybe the biggest positive development that I see is that in the debate among experts, there's been a shift of focus a little bit away from the pure technical aspects and a more holistic perspective on the issue, also looking at institutional, economic aspects of bias, of discrimination. And that's been positive.
Okay, so I see the holistic approach from your perspective exactly is to be welcomed, but at the same time you say it's not enough, at least on German European level. Maybe Gabriela, you can tell us your opinion or your impression on how that development or discussion on AI developed on a global scale.
Let me just start, and thank you for inviting me, rescuing two things that both of you say. You said at the beginning, we really need to look at our world. If our world is unequal, if our world is biased, if we have bias, and we have, all of us have bias because bias help you explain to yourself certain issues. So you need to be aware of that. And then artificial intelligence, we are artificial intelligence. We develop artificial intelligence, we translate it into that. The only way is how you produce the guardrails, the ethical guardrails, to recognize that these things are happening and are translating into the system. The other point is that artificial intelligence can be discussed from the economic point of view, from the commercial point of view, from the geopolitical point of view. But what I would go with Carla is really from the people's point of view. Because we are consumers and we are users and we are producers and we're just people. We're just people. And what we know is that these technologies, if they do not have high quality data, representative data, if they don't have diverse teams, which they don't, if they are produced mainly by 5 countries of certain language, of certain profile, cultural profile, and if the whole 77% of patents on these technologies are produced by 200 firms, highly concentrated in some countries, then of course you're going to get a view of the world pretty linked to those that are developing it. I have always said 22% of development of the whole world of developers, only 22% women, even lower to what we have in STEM. And therefore, if you don't have diverse teams, if you are not confronting yourselves, and it happened also in the financial crisis, you have this herd thinking, you just reproduce what you believe, you just put it there, nobody tells you, hey, hold a second, why are you saying no? Then it happens. And then the data also reproduces the fault lines of our societies. You will always have, in the criminal records, people of low socioeconomic background of certain groups. Well, you need to know that, because if you're going to use it for judicial purposes, you're going to be super unfair. In the financial markets, you will always have overrepresented white men of very high income. So these things, I feel, need to be tackled. I have to say that I'm proud because I have been working in UNESCO for 1.5 years, and my main priority that the Director General asked me to oversee was the development of these recommendations on the ethics of AI. And I can tell you that these things, among other things, but the fact that you can produce unfair outcomes, that you can reproduce inequalities, that is not really, in many ways, the downsides are so scary that it blurred the positive sides of the technology. We had 193 countries signing to it and adopting it as in a standing ovation. And what do they say? Change the governance of data, make sure that you have these checkpoints, get diverse teams, get more women, have human oversight, and let alone this question of, oh my God, this is a black box. How would I know? No, no. The outcome should always have a human person that is there to decide. And actually, we're saying other things like don't give legal personality to AI systems, avoid massive surveillance, and avoid social scoring. So it's for companies, but also it's for countries, and it's the whole AI cycle and how do we develop these technologies. But we also look at the business structure and competition issues, because that also leads to these unfair outcomes.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. I think we can come back again to the kind of regulatory side of AI, because I think it's a kind of recent development exactly with the AI Act and also your recommendation for AI ethics. So it's progressing. The question is in what manner? Now, Ivana, to you, maybe we can build on what Gabriela just said and also look at the kind of the company side, if that's all right for you. How the view or the discussion from a business perspective changed regarding AI, and also topics exactly like Gabriela said, diversity for developing AI, for example. What's your take on that?
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. And I just wanted to say to Gabriela, sorry for interjecting here, and say that it's really great to see what the UNESCO's done. You know, to have 193, correct me if I'm wrong, signatures. It shows that there is the possibility to agree on principles, and there is a role for international work on this matter. So I really wanted to say it was really good to see that happening. To be fair, I mean, I was listening to what all of you have said, and I couldn't agree more. I do want to offer a little bit of more of a mixed picture here, because I think over the last few years, we have seen some really positive things happening. So we have seen a proliferation of privacy laws across the globe. So now all countries, with India coming in, so the last one to at the moment to be discussing privacy legislation. So we have seen a widespread, now we do have data protection and data privacy legislation across the globe, which mostly encompass issues around algorithmic explainability, transparency, and all of that. Then the actual implementation is another matter, but I think that is positive. The other things that we've seen as positive is regulators stepping up. So we've seen court cases happening. We have seen court cases around Deliveroo, for example, Uber, Ola, court cases really highlighting how transparency is essential. Court cases are really saying to companies, hey, you cannot do this, you cannot be transparent. A court case in Italy saying, look, if an algorithm is not transparent, that consent cannot be deemed as valid. A court case saying, for example, in the food deliveries companies, basically saying you're not differentiating the reasons why employees are cancelling their shift, and by doing so, you are discriminating when you're assigning employees a trustworthiness sort of code, and because you're not differentiated the reasons why people may be cancelling their shift, and therefore some may be looking less trustworthy simply because they wanted to attend a strike, which is guaranteed, or because they're looking after a child. So we're seeing regulators stepping up. We've seen just yesterday that the Internal Market and the Civil Liberties Committee will jointly lead the negotiations on the European AI Act, which I think is really, really important. We've been fighting a lot for this to happen, but I think this is really, really important. And the last thing that we have seen, I think, is that these issues have become a little bit more mainstream. I mean, coded bias has been streamed on Netflix. Sometimes when I talk about bias in AI, even my 75-year-old mum, knows that this is happening. She doesn't understand the ins and outs, but she does know that this is an issue. Now, the problem is that all of this does not correspond to the speed and to the urgency that we need to address some of these issues, with algorithms increasingly having an allocative function, as it was mentioned, a curating functions. They curate what we see, what we are exposed to. Of course, we need urgency to deal with these issues, and this is really important. What I've seen from the business side is that businesses, there is a need for clarity in this space. So companies, they know that these issues are absolutely important. We have seen a proliferation of tools in markets, how to make algorithms fairer, as if, a purely technocentric solution would work. It doesn't. But I think it's really important that we are seeing an attention in the business community. Of course, I mean, what Gabriella was saying is true. I mean, we can't talk about all this without taking into account the bigger picture, which is the inextricable link between privacy and competition, between privacy and antitrust, between the sort of the geopolitical dimensions around all this, without the fact that AI is being seen too often as a race rather than an opportunity to grow if done in the proper way. So I think the picture is very much mixed. On the one hand, we are seeing an increase of attention around these themes. Companies they do want to feel that there is clarity around this. We know that current legislation around discrimination law, around consumer law, and sometimes even around privacy is not fit for purpose when it comes to handling a lot of these issues. This is why regulators are stepping it up. But I think it's really, really important to recognize that, particularly thanks to the amazing work that some campaigners have done on these issues, and the action of some regulators. And I think these things are becoming more mainstream. And I think now is the time to see a lot of these concerns turn into proper action, the action that we need now. I mean, the European AI Act is going to take 2 years just to be finalized as a text. So the negotiations have been go on for a long time. And the issue is that we need action, we need it now.
Thank you so much, Ivana. Maybe I can also highlight as well that I'm seeing from industry perspective that the topic gets increasingly important for industry players as well, which I think we all welcome as a development. Ivana, you mentioned the connection between transparency and trustworthiness of AI. Transparency, maybe also with regards to how is my AI system biased? Where are potential sources of bias in AI systems? Maybe, Carla, you can take or give us your view on the importance of trustworthiness for the acceptance of AI in our society, and whether trustworthiness or transparency is a good mean of preventing, for example, that people are afraid of bias.
I mean, first of all, I would maybe say that, of course, acceptance is one goal, but it's not the only goal. And there might be some cases where we will actually have more transparency and then less acceptance because there's actually something wrong with the system. So I think what we should make clear is that the protection of fundamental rights and of course also acceptance, because there is a lot of great examples for positive impact of AI systems, those are two equal goals. And then there's a couple of measures, and transparency, which can mean a lot of different things, is one of them, to actually help create systems that do protect fundamental rights and that do create acceptance. But something I see in the debate on AI, but I think this is actually a problem with all discussion on digital legislation, is that there's this search for a standardized solution. And this focus on debiasing is very symbolic for this, right? We hope that there's an easy fix for a complex social problem by buying this one AI system, and then there's a problem with it, like bias discrimination. And then again, we hope, okay, let's just take out the bias from the data, and then that's the solution. However, and this is something I think we agree on, and your statements made this very clear, it's much more complex because the problem can lie in the data, it can lie in the model, it can lie in the underlying assumption, and there are some systems that work extremely well, and they work well for women, they work well for men, they work well for people of different skin color, but they discriminate because of the way they're used, the purpose they're used for. And something that was mentioned is the increased use of AI systems, for example, for state surveillance. And this is a case where it's not the technical issues, but it's the purpose behind it that has a negative effect on democracy, which is why in this case transparency actually means something completely different. It's not just about explaining how the technical system works, but having an open discourse, a public debate, where you include civil society on what kind of purposes we want technology to be used for, whether there are red lines, for example, which is something that makes me quite happy that we have this included in the AI Act, that there's actually a potential right now to have a ban on, for example, facial recognition being used in public spaces in the EU. So this is a great improvement that I see, that there's no sole focus on this technological aspect of transparency. And another thing that I find positive in the AI, which is also represented in the AI Act, is this risk-based focus, which shows that we cannot apply the same solution to all application cases. Whether an AI system is used in an industry case, an image recognition system, you need very different rules applied to it compared to an image recognition system used in healthcare, or, like I said, by state authorities in a security context. So we need a very sector-oriented discussion about this, and we also need to look at the kind of task an AI system is doing. Is it a classification system? Does it do a regression? Because the way the technical solutions we also need to find for removing bias are very different depending on where you apply the system. So it's quite complex, and I really think we need to look at this as an ecosystem of solutions where scientific research, where civil society plays a crucial part, and I would be happy if we could maybe later talk a little bit more about this. It's one of the main focuses of my work at Stiftung Mercator, to strengthen civil society in the debate, and it's something that's actually worrying me a lot when I look at the lobbying power of big tech industry in Brussels, for example.
I see. Thank you so much, Carla. Maybe handing that on to Gabriela. How does the recommendation for AI ethics maybe take into account such concerns, for example, by civil society? My impression would be that such a recommendation would also serve as a mean to create trust for the user, as you mentioned, who is the most important part in that ecosystem. What is the contribution the recommendation can make in that regard? Because as I understand, it's not like the AI Act binding regulation. So what's its power on a global scale for companies?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to explain this very important instrument, because it's true that it's a recommendation, but we managed to get very, very concrete provisions. It's not just let's be transparent and hold hands together. It's about rules and regulations. And it's about rebalancing the power equilibrium that we have now, because governments need to enact those protections that we don't have everywhere. We're still in the world, not in Europe, because Europe has, and then you have this discussion because you have the GDPR and because you are more exigent in terms of protecting human rights, you are not as competitive as the innovators that have all this free space to do whatever they want. I think that the time for self-regulation is over. And you saw that even the office of the President Biden launched this Bill of Rights a bit, because now it's people. And it's the civil society that is bringing this. Let me tell you that when we produce, actually, it was a very interesting process in UNESCO. Stormy knows that I come from 20 years in the OECD, which I was more into the economics and the competition. And I see Kaino von Meyer here. The point is that the fact is that in UNESCO, it was human rights-based. Human rights-based. So there's no discussion of whether the company or whether the technical solution or whether it's like the purpose, as you say, should be human rights protection and promotion. And then the whole thing should follow. And governments with their different legal traditions and uses, and yes, of course, you need to be super effective because it doesn't mean that you are just going to overregulate and stifle the innovation. But the fact is that innovation is being stifled by the lack of competition. This is a fact. But we have these narratives. So for me, just the narrative of having 193 countries saying, yes, this has to be human rights-based. This has to be enhanced by good regulatory frameworks. This has to be policy-driven because policy matters. It's not only the value statement that we did in terms of protecting and being fair and having fair outcomes. It's also the human rights framework that is our guide, but it's also the principles, transparency, accountability, which is the rule of law. It's so basic as to say, yes, let's have the rule of law, and if you are hurt, you have somewhere to go and complain and have redressal, and you have the right to know whether a decision that was taken for any institution, public or private, was done by using artificial intelligence, because more and more we're doing that. But then we move into the policies very concretely, on education, on communication, on culture, on gender, on environment. And let me tell you, we did a huge regional, this was put by 24 experts from all around the world, not only economists, not only technicians, there were some coders, I have to say, but you also have philosophers, you have sociologists, you have psychologists, and then it became very rich. But the basis of the whole thing was to talk to people. And we did this global consultation, and what people said was, yes, we need protection. It's as simple as that, when things go wrong. And when you have a good regulatory system that people trust, then innovation flourishes.
Can I jump in here just real quick with one thing? Because I found it so important what you said about the narrative and like, how it should be so basic that the human rights principles at the bottom, and that we need to break this narrative of innovation versus human rights. Because if we look, for example, at the debate of climate change, it took us 20, 30 years to break that narrative. And I'm really hoping that we can kind of leapfrog in the digitization debate and not take 20 years to get there. And this is so key, I just wanted to underline it.
Yeah, maybe we can just a reminder to the audience, if you want to ask questions. I'll have one additional one for Ivana, and then I'll open the floor. Maybe we can build on that, Ivana, because what I find the really interesting question is when I have these high-level principles, a recommendation how to use AI ethically, how do I get that implemented eventually in companies, for example, then developing AI systems? We already spoke about diversity, for example. Maybe, Ivana, from your experience also with the GDPR, maybe, or with data privacy, which was like the last maybe big initiative with regards to that. How can we build the bridge between what our ethical standards are and how we bring that into businesses and products?
It's a really good question. I mean, what I'm seeing at the moment is that there is one need, I think, that all companies have, which is they have to bring together teams from different backgrounds, the engineers, data scientists, legal, to agree on a common vocabulary. And to me, this is really, really important because, for example, even the word fairness, it means different things to different people. And I don't mean just in terms of in terms of values. I also mean in terms of understanding from their specific background. Even the term bias means something to a different from sort of a lawyer and an engineer. So I think it's really, really important to settle on the common vocabulary. So I always say that I think companies are realizing, I think in some of them at the very least, they're realizing that the way that, for example, they interpret fairness speaks to the values of the organization. And that is because we've got to be clear here that there is a dichotomy between fairness and efficiency. And this happens a lot of time in artificial intelligence, in algorithmic decision making. That is because unless there is a strong determination of an organization to say that they want to be fair and determine how they want to be fair, because fairness, there are different ways of achieving it. There are different ways to turn that definition into then its sort of computation. But the thing is that sometimes there are situations where there will be inevitably a discrepancy between the efficiency and fairness. So it's really important to make these choices, and companies need to make these choices in an open way, in a transparent way. So settling on a common vocabulary, understanding the concept, for example, of fairness, what it means, how they want to achieve it, understanding that it's not just about the data, as was mentioned, and understanding also that there is another problem here, that even a tool which may be in theory not biased at all may end up being biased just by the way it's deployed. And I always make the example of facial recognition, where, for example, a lot of people are saying, well, the problem with facial recognition is it discriminates. Yes, it does. And it's really a dramatic problem. But also, even if we have the perfect facial recognition system, that doesn't mean that we need to deploy it, because inevitably, even its deployment could be happening in a very biased way. I can imagine, for example, that facial recognition cameras would be deployed in particular areas by making privacy a luxury good for people living in some other areas of the city. So I think it's really important to understand that. And also in regarding to transparency, we can have all the definitions that we want. I mean, the General Data Protection Regulation has a definition of transparency, it talks about transparency, explainability in certain circumstances. But the problem is that transparency requires people to understand. You know, transparency has to be meaningful, because there is little meaningfulness if we continue to have, for example, what we've had in privacy, which is a 20-page privacy notices that people do not read. You know, we have to identify innovative ways to make their transparency work, even if that means, for example, that we have to have a more deliberative approach to transparency, involving the people who are going to be impacted the most by a particular system. And the other thing that I think companies is very important is that companies need to start rewarding dissent on this. They need to start rewarding instead of punishing those who actually highlight a potential failure or a potential pitfall of a particular system. And I think this is really important. And I think, the companies are starting to understand that when they do this, then there could be, they can sort of disseminate a message of trust amongst the consumers and the users. The really last thing that I wanted to say on this is that I think it's really important. We're seeing a lot of talks about all these things, a lot of talks about transparency, explainability. They mean different things to different people. They're very difficult to translate into practice. But I think we have to have the courage to move to a situation where we do not leave on the users the burden to understand, vet the system. I'd be very much more in favor of an approach that means that systems are vetted before they enter the market. Because otherwise, the asymmetry of power between an individual and the system and the company behind it is too big for the user to deal with by himself. Frank Pasquale talks about, the distrust by design, so you distrust the system, and then it's for the system to demonstrate that it's trustworthy and does not discriminate. And there is a point in that. He also talks about licensing models. But I do think it's really, really important to shift that burden on responsibility, because in the world we live in, it's hard to ask a user to navigate these complexities and to be able, and to even spot the potential bias, to be asking for decisions to be reviewed. Because that transparency could be failing the ones who actually need it the most. And this is why I think we need to shift the burden of responsibility onto the pre-market stage with checks and controls before products enter into the market.
Thank you so much, Ivana. I want to remind the audience here, if someone wants to address a question. I already have one here in my iPad, which is a very good following up question actually to your statement, Ivana. You spoke about fairness and that we have very different understandings of fairness, and that's also related to the question here, which states it feels that we talk a lot about how to address bias that comes from AI, but the question remains, how good are we actually at identifying bias, and do we even have a universal understanding, which is, I think, very much related to our understanding of fairness. Maybe relatively quick, because we're already at the end of time. I don't know, Ivana, if you want to start, and then I'll hand over.
I'll start. And this is, to me, this goes straight to the point of why the human oversight issue is an illusion. If we think that we can get away with sort of fair AI by providing human oversight, then I jump in my chair, because you're asking biased individuals to be the ones having to provide the oversight. That's not the panacea, is it? You're totally correct, and I think it's important that for organizations that's where having different voices in the discussions, having different people involved, that is where we can define what fairness means in a particular context. It's very much contextual. In the financial sector, for example, giving everybody the same access to loans may sound fair, but it's not. Because if people for historic inequalities are going to default payments, you're just going to make the situation worse for them. So it's really, really important to sit down and say, okay, what does fairness mean in this context? What is, and so it's not just about outcomes, that's the first thing. It's really about the process, obviously, but it's really trying to understand in this context, what does a fair outcome look like? in a situation where it's very difficult. I mean, think about compounded discrimination. I mean, the fact that somebody could be discriminated because they are Black and female, because they're Black and disabled. How are we going to tackle this in AI solutions? To me, this is still a mystery.
Thank you, Ivana, for basically raising more questions than answering them. Maybe I can, yeah, please,
Great.
Carla.
I agree with everything Ivana said, and I want to actually add one thing, which is that I feel in a way automation can also be an opportunity to talk about what discrimination actually means. Because like you said at the very beginning, as humans, we are biased in so many ways, and we're often not very aware of it, and in a way, we are the biggest black box overall. And if we do have good oversight, at least we can kind of make it, well, tangible the way it's happening. And for some people, something I realized is that for some people who have never talked about discrimination and inequality issues before, they started looking at it because it's now somehow a technical issue. It's not a soft topic anymore, and you can make it very visible. You can say this facial recognition system detects men in 99% of the cases and women in 60% of the cases, and nobody can deny that because it's there, it's numbers. And that's a great opportunity to maybe also win more people to actually talk about these issues. That's one thing. And the other is, of course, we need to talk about what fairness means in a particular case. The other thing is that we also need to look at, again, what kind of problems are we actually solving with technology, and are there maybe certain problems that are not being looked at? Are there some people who have needs that are not a business case, and that will never be solved if we just look at this from an economic perspective? So talking about fairness and inequality also means talking about civic tech and social innovation, and the state also being an actor who innovates and who does not only regulate. And what we see right now is that digital innovation is mostly happening to strengthen stakeholders that are already in power and not those that are marginalized, although I don't like that term. And I think that's an additional, more portfolio holistic view that we need to have on this debate.
Thank you so much, Carla. So I guess the discussion needs to be a little bit more inclusive, maybe, of all actors concerned. Maybe we're in the last minute. I'm so sorry, Gabriela, but maybe you want to, it's a little bit a mean question, but what would be your number one priority now to tackle bias in AI?
To have the ethical reflection. And that's why, because you have to really look into the very specific problems you're trying to address, and there is no one single size-fits-all approach. And that's what UNESCO said. Of course, we advance a lot of very concrete policy recommendations that are not rocket science, like having affirmative action in the teams. So please, let's not get philosophical about what the outcome is. Let's just look at the process, and if you only have certain kind of people from certain kind of universities, it's for sure that the outcome is not going to be so diverse. So you need diversity, you need inclusion. But what we are also called to do at UNESCO is to develop this ethical impact assessment, because there are so many questions that you need to ask yourself in how you build the system, but also, as Ivana was saying, the outcomes. And the outcomes, sometimes you need to redefine the objectives. We talk a lot about the technologies. What we're not talking about is how do we ensure that these technologies help us, humans, to solve our problems. We are always saying, how do we fix the technology? I would say no. How we fix the framework so we have more investment in the technologies that will help us to address the issues, to give more opportunities to those that have never had the opportunities, to address the question of climate change, to address the question of inequalities. So I think that's why I think we need this whole redefinition, and that's what we try to do with the recommendation.
Thank you so much. I guess that's the perfect ending of our panel discussion here, using AI to make our world a little better, hopefully, and cover our flaws. So thank you so much, Ivana, Carla, Gabriela, for being here with me today at the Aspen AI Berlin Conference. Thank you to the audience here in the Landes Baden-Württemberg and the audience at home. And I'll hand back to Stormy. Yes.
And also thank you so very much to you for moderating this panel. You jumped in on the very last minute, actually, and this is an extra applause, I think, for... Yes, thank you so very much. You all know the drill. We continue in just a couple of minutes. Our next speakers are already at the door, waiting for their mics to be placed on. Thank you for this amazing and insightful discussion. And we will continue with a panel on education, and it is a very special panel. We heard over the whole day and yesterday that we need to bring people together who wouldn't usually talk to each other, right? The philosophers with the coders, with the sociologists, with the doctors, and so on. On that panel, we are actually bringing together a designated minister, a teacher, scientists, academics, policymakers. So we'll see what comes out of that panel. So thank you so much, and see you in a couple of minutes. So we will continue with a last firework of today. We had already wonderful discussions yesterday and today on artificial intelligence here at the Aspen AI 21 conference. And this is going to be another highlight of the day. It is welcome to all of you to our panel on the new normal obstacles on the path to digital skills and education. And as I said earlier on, this is also a very special panel because we not only have a designated minister with us, but we also have a teacher and a director of a school with us. So I also tried to get a student to join us, but there was no student, at least not in my close family environment, being brave enough to come on the panel here. I think I have to do a little bit of more work on that. I want to hand over to the moderator of our panel tonight, who is Johanna Börs-Supan, and you are Director Strategy and Program of the Vodafone Germany Foundation. You are doing a lot of very good work on media literacy, on digital skills, on education, and you have been very supportive to us in our school project on media literacy and also our influencer project. Thank you so much, and with this, I hand over to you. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. And I'm particularly honored that I get to chair the grand finale of this fascinating two-day conference that we've had from the Aspen Institute Germany. And this last panel, as you've already said, of the conference, I have the pleasure of welcoming 5 really, really interesting speakers, and we want to talk about the future of education. Namely, how has education actually changed during the past 20 months with COVID-19 around? Which new normal, as you said, the title of this panel, which new normal are we actually aspiring to? What do we want to see in the future? And of course, this is not going to be the last crisis, but what will make our educational systems, and of course the people in it, the teachers and the students, what will make them resilient so in the next crisis we actually look better globally? And of course, and this is why we're at this conference, how can digital technologies and artificial intelligence maybe help with all of these questions? But we're a large panel, so I'm going to take just a moment to introduce everyone. To my immediate right, you see Bettina Stark-Watzinger. She's a member of the German Parliament and head of the National Parliamentary Group of the Free Democratic Party. She's an economist by training, but she's been active in the educational system since 2006. As she was already introduced, more importantly, she's the designated Secretary of Education and Research, in the new coalition government that is supposed to be sworn in next week. So fingers crossed, but congratulations already. And I'm sure many of you out there and in this room are as excited as I am to hear about your visions for education in Germany. On the screen, I'm welcoming Dr. Georgi Dimitrov. Little wave. He heads the digital education unit within the European Commission. And Georgi has been instrumental in leading the first digital education action plan the Commission put in place in 2018. And he's also been one of the core architects of the new DEAP that is guiding the Commission's work right now and until hopefully 2027. Then, very exciting, a good morning to Katrin Röschel. She is joining us from California, where she's the head of the German International School of Silicon Valley. Katrin trained as a maths and physics teacher, but she's always been looking at how to learn and teach using technologies since the late 80s, I've read. And so I'm guessing all that experience and all that all of this came in very, very handy when the pandemic struck and her school went into distance learning, just, I hear, 2 weeks after she took over the school. So I'm very excited to hear about those experiences. Also on the panel with me is Professor Dr. Niels Pinkwart. So one of the distinguished centers of AI research in Germany is the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, as we know it as the DFKI in Germany. I'm very I'm very happy to welcome you as well. You're the scientific director of the Educational Technology Lab at DFKI, and you've widely researched and published in the field of educational technologies with the DFKI, but also with more research institutions like the Weizenbaum Institute, the Einstein Center for Digital Future, and the German Informatics Society. And lastly, it's actually a real privilege because we can look at education from so many perspectives tonight. Because lastly, education is not only driven by the state or by those who are in schools or by those who research it, but also by the civil society, by NGOs and by foundations. And I'm very happy that Dr. Wolf Pries is on the panel as well. He's joining us from the Joachim Herz Foundation, where he leads, among many, many, many other things, the research and development of new learning environments. So, with this in mind, I thought we'd kick off with a warm-up question to all of you, and I'm asking for short, snappy answers. But what does the term resilience, what does it mean to you in your current role when we think about education? Why don't you start?
Resilience is the core of nearly everything. Freedom, self-determination depends on being able to live that, and that comes not only with the own will, but education helps quite a bit to that. So education plays a prominent part in becoming resilient or self-determined.
Great. Thank you for being spot on. Yeah, Niels Pinkwart, do you want to?
Yeah, it's a tricky question to answer in short because it has so many dimensions. I mean, institutionally, educational institutions like universities, they are resilient. Maybe you remember a couple of years ago, we thought universities are going to disappear because now we have MOOCs. Oh, surprising resilience. On the individual level, we will probably discuss how tricky, except the last especially the last years have been in the COVID pandemic, to have the resilience on that individual level to survive studying through a pandemic. And the question how AI can help is on the table here.
Yeah, great. Katrin Röschel, maybe because Niels Pinkwart already said individual level, what comes to mind on your end?
Yeah, everything that was said already, but resilience also means for me flexibility. We have to be more flexible in the future. And I think education is the key here, and not so much changing hardware and what we bring into schools with the next plan or whatever. I think the mindset has to change, and that's what we can do in our schools. And that's what we have to do in teacher education, all the way to educating students in first and second grade.
Thanks. Wolf Pries.
Yeah, it's a difficult question indeed. For us in our role from the foundation, we offer different methods in learning and in digital learning. So what is important for us to stay resilient is also to just be in contact and in touch with his teachers, with his students, and to learn from each other to still offer all these new ways of teaching and new ways of learning, especially in the pandemic. So I think, stay in contact and in touch and learn from each other is a great founding for stay resilient.
Great, thanks. And to finish the round, Georgi Dimitrov.
Well, given that I work primarily on digital education, for me, resilience is the capacity of education and training systems to continue to deliver education in times which are perhaps not the best, which are around maybe a pandemic, or that may require a very long-term transformation of society, such as the ones driven by digital transformation more generally. And to be able to have adaptable and flexible systems continue to include pupils and to provide quality education, this for me is resilience. Great.
And I think if you could add on there a little bit, because you've already said it's a systemic feature as well. So if you look at, from the European perspective, if you look at the many different countries in the European Union, which educational systems would you say have proven highly resilient during the crisis, and what are the core principles that other countries could learn from them?
Oh, I could go on and write my PhD thesis right now with that question, but let me give you perhaps two specific variables, let's call them like this, of resilience. One really has to do with the ability to have an integrated worldview of what education in the digital age means. And I think that if you look across the European Union, you know that we have a very big diversity. And if you look at the history of investment and education, in particular in the digital capacity of education and training systems, you sort of start to see a pattern that countries that have started earlier, not only to invest in hardware, let's say platforms and so on, but to accompany this with teacher training and perhaps integrate this investment into the overall digital transformation strategy, let's say, of the country, they tend to be more resilient. And this is what we have seen, for example, in a country like Estonia, just now through the COVID crisis, where the shift has been rather smoothless, where existing platforms were in use already before any crisis struck, and where essentially the shift of the teachers also and pupils to using those was just a matter of scaling this further. Now, this is not the perfect situation, but in terms of the way it has been done, it worked rather well. And then, of course, this is the rather, let's say, best case scenario, perhaps. But if you look at some other member states, which one could not maybe think of as very maybe best in class because of low investments in education, for example, if you look at Eastern Europe or some other countries, you see that wherever there was autonomy and flexibility in the school to take a decision and to move fast and to do what is necessary in order to enable the shift to this provision, which, by the way, is just emergency-driven provision, so we should not equalize it with proper digital education. Still, you see that autonomy, the ability to move and the ability to take action at the local level, at the school level, is a really important factor. And you see this in studies where you immediately observe how teachers have been able to put on video classes just from day one, to be in touch with their students, to keep them going despite the very difficult situation. And this, for example, happened in a country like Bulgaria. So this is a very special variable, but I think autonomy is also an important factor. So overall, there is no one size fits all. And given that I work in the European Commission, I have to finish by saying that we operate, of course, in the field of subsidiarity. So we have some limited competences here.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I remember when the pandemic struck in March 2020, there was actually a huge euphoria in Germany. Maybe that was only in the foundation sphere, but I do feel it also came from the schools themselves, maybe mixed with a bit of panic on that side. But everyone thought, finally, we're going to digitize, because now we have to. 1.5 years later, I think this summer, there was a lot of tiredness. And we felt really, really frustrated by how slow the system is actually changing. So my question to you, obviously, is how are you going to turn it around? What are sort of the main priorities we need to tackle in the next 4 years to get transformation going in Germany?
Yeah, wonderful question. Thank you for that. No, the pandemic crisis, it actually threw a torchlight on the German education system, which as such has pros and, you know, strengths and weaknesses. But we've seen that we've waited so long to actually implement the digital world into our schools. And I mean, there was the example of Estonia. And Estonia, I mean, I'm really impressed what they did in a very short period of time. Somewhat they could start from scratch because they really had to start after, you know, after the Soviet Union broke up. And we are living in an existing education system, and we have to transform rather than, you know, there's not real revolution. But with the speed, with the revolution in digitization around us, we need to become much faster than that. Two main points. First of all, we have the federal system, and digitization needs economies of scale. You need standardization, and of course you need the skills. And school, I mean, teachers, we've got wonderful teachers, but they are not necessarily trained for digitization. I mean, this will change. But even if we start now to put it into the teachers' education, it takes a period of years until it really, you know, these teachers are standing in front of classes. I mean, there was a lot of teachers really catching up with it. But the federal system means that we are sometimes too slow because we need the economies of scale. So we have to look into that. Second, bureaucracy is rather resilient in Germany. So this is something we have to address. If you have to write up 400 pages for applying for funds out of the so-called Digitalpakt, a lot of funds available for actually funding digital tools, that's too much. So we have to really lower the bureaucratic hurdles. And second, we should not only, and that has been mentioned by I think all of the speakers, we should not only think about hardware, but about software. And this has happened too late, so even if you have the tools, it's difficult to implement. So teachers' education, also using the funds for people actually looking after your digital infrastructure, and then having the hardware as such. And last but not least, this is only phase one, where we actually use digital tools. We also have to learn to use much more of the chances, you know, having AI to help children that need special support and things like that. A lot of things are happening, but this could be done in a much more centralized way, best practices, joining forces. So strong schools, strong states, but also a lot doing together.
Yeah. Great. We'll talk about technologies and the promise of that in a short bit. So, yeah, bureaucracy is slow. I wonder, Wolfgang, please, where do you see the role of civil society organizations in addressing educational needs, and how can civil society organizations like the foundation you work for actually maybe help push along this transformation in a speedier way?
I think the benefit of the foundations is that we are not profit-driven. We have our funds and we have our aims. And in our case, it's fostering education and research. So we could go into the niches and try something where we don't know what is coming out. Like, for example, we have a big project started, which researchers together try to look for a solution for adaptive learning in the economic education. And it's a big project with different researchers from different universities, machine learning and computer linguistics and economic education. And it's 3 years, several people work on that, and we ourselves don't know, and the researchers don't know what's coming out. But that's the difference of foundations compared to, for example, the school publishers. There's no they see no profit in these adaptive learning systems, not in the near future. So that's the big advantage of foundations, that we give it a try, and hopefully there are results that the society could base on new learning technologies and use that.
Yeah, hopefully. In the end, I mean, I guess systems are made up of people, and we also need to talk about the resilience that we have to build up in people. And I wanted to ask you, Katrin Röschel, which competences make teachers and which competences make students more resilient? And maybe you could share a bit of your experience of the last 20 months. Where did you see resilience pop up in those students and in those teachers around you? What astonished you there?
Yeah, I mean, my school is in the Silicon Valley, so digitalization was well on the way already when we started here. And as you said, I was literally my 9th day on campus when I started the job here, when I announced we're going to close down the school. It was a Thursday, and I said, tomorrow you keep your kids home, we need a 1 teacher workshop day, and on Monday we'll be online. And that worked. And everybody was excited that it worked, because we had just the regular schedule, and in every subject and every hour you would dial in where you can go to your class. But we thought it's till Easter. So we planned for 4 to 6 weeks and not for 20 months. And then it was quite clear that we need to go right into that adaptive management, into adaptive planning. It was clear that we can't go the full circle. We have to reevaluate. We have to, as a picture, I always told my teachers, we are on the dance floor, and then we stop dancing and go on the balcony and look down what we are doing. And then when we decide on the balcony what we are doing, back on the dance floor and keep going. And that really worked. We stopped teaching every 4 to 6 weeks for 2 days, and gave the students work to do at home, and worked with our students, worked with our teachers to readapt. And I keep saying that worked really well, because it did. But I cannot not say that we are so glad that everybody is back on campus now, because we need to get the advantages of both. That component of social emotional learning is not to underestimate in that whole process. And to combine both, that's what it takes now. Now we need, and therefore I love that group here. I mean, for Stark-Watzinger, all eyes on you, no pressure, but we need you here. We need the EU, but I also want to offer our expertise as heads of schools. And I found it very interesting that you picked a head of school from a German school abroad, because we have, as Germany, 140 schools abroad, and all those heads of schools adapt the system in that country to our German school system. So you have your expertise basically in that group. And I really want to offer that, and that we can work together and should work together. And we also need the universities, of course, to do research. We did pretty well, because everybody was excited that it worked. But now we really need didactics and pedagogics to kick in, and need theory to define that new normal and see what it means. It's not about organizing a drive-through and pass out tablets. We did that. That was nice and great and worked for a while. But now we need more. And we really need that pedagogic students, we need didactic research to give us to that next step, to go back on the balcony and look together. What can we do better on the dance floor before we go back into the schools? And that's what I think makes us resilient, to stay flexible. We do not know what the future for our students will look like. We don't know when the next crisis comes, but we know already who has to handle it, and that's our students, and we need to make them ready for that.
Great. If we look at the technologies we've been talking now, digital technologies, obviously, but more specifically, the kind of artificial intelligence we can bring into school. And obviously, I'm looking at you, Niels Finkwart. Can you, from your broad research, maybe say what for you is the largest promise that artificial intelligence can make in the educational sector to make the kids, the teachers, more resilient and to prepare them for a digital and crisis-ridden world, I guess?
Yeah. Well, there are a couple of areas where AI can help. Some are pretty obvious that, for instance, through personal assistance technologies, that people that have a hard time reading, seeing, or moving, that AI-driven technologies can provide personal assistance. These are then not educational technologies, but general assistance technologies that can just, come in place very handy for education. Then there are some AI applications that have already made their way in education, even though they are not intended. Look into what's happening in language classes, for instance. We all know that these language translation tools are extremely good today, much better than they've been 5 years ago. And so what happens in language training, sometimes probably unintended by teachers, is that you learn French, you make up a messy sentence, you go to some online tool, translate it to German and back to French, and it's wonderful. So is that a cheating technology? And there are even text tools right now that will produce texts for you. So you start off writing something and it completes an essay. Now, you won't find that on Wikipedia or anything. For a teacher, it's almost impossible to detect whether this has been written by a student or not. You can call it a problem, but you can call it a fantastic opportunity to explore what artificial intelligence can already do, and where the limits of this technology are. Also, that is not an educational technology, but I'm mentioning that because we need to broaden our view. There are so many technologies in our life that have an impact on education, even though are not intended to have a didactic function. But to the core of your question, there is really ample research out there that we have ignored in this country for, I think, a decade. We are now starting off funded by BMBF in higher education and professional education in many sectors. We are catching up there. But there is really ample evidence that supporting children more individually at scale and supporting a more diverse and heterogeneous citizenship or students across the sectors, that this is really one promise, that the traditional textbook where you have a book or maybe you have a PDF, that this is on the long run going to vanish, and so that you have more training in sectors where you really need it. You get feedback by your textbook, and I somewhat disagree. We are in touch with some publishers, also school publishers, that really have an interest in doing just that, to make this traditional textbook disappear and having something that is more interactive, that can provide guidance to students, and where maybe also the traditional homework is going to be replaced by some extent, that you can really have the training that you need, and maybe even contextualized. There is evidence, particularly from the United States, but also from China, from other countries, that these systems are really highly effective on the cognitive dimension, so that you can really learn stuff. Some papers write better than with a human one-on-one tutor. You have to contextualize that. I'm not talking about the social dimensions of learning there. It's really about learning learning the content that you want to have. So there are really huge potentials, and we are already now slowly, I would say, but we are going this way. The school sector is probably the one where we need most pushes, because there you often, when you talk to German schools particularly, they have to take many steps at once. When I give talks about AI in education, they sometimes, not so much now, but 2 years ago they said, well, we don't have enough plugs, really. So there is one which is for the vacuum cleaner, but that's it. And so they had to take multiple steps. And in early 2020, we offered teacher trainings on the basics of online teaching. And in 2 days, only advertising in Berlin, we had 2,000 participants. So there was a movement, but you have to move in different scales.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'd like to bounce this back right away to you, Katrin Röschel. If you hear about these technologies, and I'm guessing, given your school in Silicon Valley, you are also experimenting with a lot of them. What does that mean for the role of the teacher today? And what does that mean in how we need to support teachers or even train teachers so that they're ready for this new role in a digitized classroom that doesn't have books anymore, possibly?
I mean, how cool is that? That's just amazing. And what I said in the beginning, it really needs a different mindset. For me as a physics, informatics teacher, physics, math teacher, in informatics, or when you use tools in math, even the calculator, you better get ready that the kids know more about it than you. And I mean, then teaching is really cool and really good. And that's what our teachers need, I think, is that openness, that knowledge, that development will go faster than our job is over or so. I mean, it's now informatics students for many, many years. There's no hardware existing when they finish their studies from what was there when they began. And it's even more for schools because they're just longer in school, the kids. And we really need the teacher training. I believe in a heartbeat that you had 2,000 applicants in like no time. But even more important is to strengthen our teachers, to give them time to adjust, to leave that dance floor that I talked about and go on the balcony needs time. We really need prep time. We need time to exchange best practices, but also to dive into that new technologies and all that. So when we started teaching online, it's not because we are in the Silicon Valley that everybody can do it. We have, as in German schools abroad, you have a colorful mix of very highly educated, fresh from the university coming teachers to all the way to people that just speak German that are in the area. So we had that formal groups, but we also had many, many informal groups. You know, there are still teachers around that say, oh, I don't find the any button. It's just, I mean, the knowledge is from there to there. And you really have to give opportunities that it's not a problem if you don't know yet. We have to educate ourselves and follow our students in that education process. And we want to teach for a long time. And teaching is about educating for the future. So that's a mindset that we need in our teachers. And I really see it in many, many teachers. Totally independently from the age, totally independent from the passport they have. Teachers are ready for that. We just need to strengthen them in their ability and also in their value. And I say education is the key. I mean it. It's one of the greatest jobs that we have to offer.
Thank you. I'd like to focus a little bit on how we can get digital education right for everyone, independent of socioeconomic background, to ensure equal opportunities. And I think it's a problem, the digital gap everywhere, but it's particularly large in Germany as well. And I think COVID has shown us just how deep it can run. And the coalition agreement has a few good ideas on this. I've read about the Talentschulen as a way to strengthen schools who deal with these kind of students. But what do you think we can particularly do to close that digital gap, or at least not to make it wider? And which role can digital tools play in that?
well, they can play a vast role. It starts, or let me say that at the center of everything is that digitalization becomes part of the school, because there you have all children from all social backgrounds, from all areas, from you have them together. You can actually use your access to everybody there. So digitization needs to be an integral part of our schooling system. This is why with these Talentschulen, with this start chances package, we want to provide, and this is already done in Nordrhein-Westfalen, we want to provide schools with special funds, with special opportunities to cater for children who don't have the support from home, or German is their second, is not their mother language, and all these hurdles that actually still lead to differences later on in life. And the tools can be, first of all, you have to provide the hardware there so that they have access to that. Like we heard about the Plucket, in some families you just have one computer at home, so there's access to tools. But then secondly, because teachers, and we just learned about the role of teachers in digital education, teachers have to train much more heterogeneous groups, classes, and this will enable them to actually do more individualized training for the children. So the chances of individual learning and self-determined learning and becoming, self-determined, it's a huge opportunity. Having said that, it's a bit like with medicine. If you take too much, then it becomes the obvious. So the right balance between being in schools, having a social life, motoric skills, social skills being trained is also important, but digitalization helps a lot to get the right composition of competences.
Yeah, and mostly what we've heard of the promise of artificial intelligence is that we can devise individual learning paths. And that we can have adaptive learning and adaptive teaching, I guess, in that respect. And I wonder if you and Wolfgang Pries, both out of the research that you're doing and the sort of practical research you're doing with schools, can tell us about some of the concrete data. I don't know if there is data yet. That actually gives us hope that, yes, we see when we put those adaptive learning systems into a classroom, we see that, let's say, overall competences are going up, and we do actually see that those from disadvantaged backgrounds have a different kind of learning experience, so that we can actually see, yes, this is most effective. Whoever wants to start, really.
Well, maybe I can start. So there is ample evidence that these individualized learning support technologies, that these can help. So this is pretty clear. It's not as much studied whether that really, or how this transfers across cultures, societies, and cultural embeddings of education. It's simply not possible to take something that is highly effective in China and put it here and expect that it would work, because education is much more than an algorithm. Although some of the math learning can, you need to make careful transformations when you want to use something that has proven successful in one area of education into something into another one. It's usually possible, not straightforward. So it's a process that you have to go through, and this is why it is an active area of research how underprivileged groups can benefit. There are some evidence papers in that respect, but it's not as much studied as we should do.
Great.
Maybe I can add and point out, maybe again, connecting to what Niels Winkwart said before. What is the great promise of digitalization? I think it's not putting paper in PDF and now watching YouTube videos. That's nice. That's good for the motivation. But a big challenge is the classroom differentiation. So there are different needs from students, different learning levels, different motivations, and that will increase with the challenge of inclusion. So there are adaptive learning systems a big promise to have a solution for that. And well, in our field, in the economics, it's a little harder because there is data with mathematics and with linguistics. There are already some adaptive learning models, but it's harder if you don't have so many right or wrong answers. And in economics, it's very often that there are different perspectives, and you have to ground your arguments on that. In the social science, it's different. So, and there is no data how adaptive learning can teach students in this kind of field. And maybe one last thing, very often it's said, well, the teachers will be replaced with computers, and it's a fear here and there. And I think you have to see the benefits there. The adaptive learning systems, they have the aim to teach the basics, and it's a great opportunity that flipped classroom is the key word here, that every student gets what he or she needs, and then the teachers have the time to discuss and to lead the students in a discussion and show them how to argument on these bases. And that's a big promise. And although there is not so much data, the promise is so big we have to do the research, and it's a great plans.
Thanks. Before I open up to the floor and to the virtual audience out there, and you can get ready and type your questions into the chat, or get ready for someone with a microphone to come to your place. I wanted to zoom out again to the European regional level and ask you, Georgi Dimitrov, the EU has set itself very ambitious goals within the digital decade for education, and obviously also within the Digital Education Action Plan. How can the Commission best support the diverse set of member states in reaching those goals, and to maybe also counteract not only the digital gap that we're seeing within countries, but also the digital gap that we're seeing between countries, so that we can move forward as a highly skilled Europe, which is in the end the aim that the Commission has with its great plan?
Thank you. I would list perhaps 3 main points on how the European Commission contributes to this very big objective, indeed, as you are rightly identifying there. The first one is really to say that the core business of the Commission when it comes to education is about best practice exchange and cooperation. And what some of the speakers identified here as innovative examples and practices is exactly the type of thing that we are looking at. We are sharing it with as many member states, in fact, with other countries as well, from the neighborhood countries, from other as well. Because I think we all agree that this is not a European issue, this is a truly global issue, but we make sure that together we strive to find what works best. And this is the so-called best practice exchange and cooperation. And with this, we believe that we can achieve more excellence, because we can together elevate the level and perhaps avoid mistakes and things which are tending to reinvent the wheel. So that's number one. Number two is the question of funding, for which the European Commission is mostly known. Sometimes people associate this primarily with funds and distributions of money. It's true as well. We have, of course, the Erasmus program, where we support a lot of different cooperation beyond the mobility of students. And we support also the digital competence development. We support digital transformation plans in school, for example. But we have now the Resilience and Recovery Facility, which is an unprecedented answer to what has happened since COVID. And in this huge funding instrument, we observe, and I have seen all the plans of the member states, we observe that the investment in digital education is the most important priority when it comes to education. So this is really what is standing out. And of course, this is due to the crisis. but also maybe because we have missed some opportunities over the last decades. And the last point which I would like to make here, and the third, which is very, I would say, timely, and this is why I'm mentioning it, it is a bit more political, so maybe of interest also for some of you, is that after the State of the Union address of the Commission President just 2 months ago, the Commission launched what we call a structured dialogue on digital education and skills. It is led by Margarete Vestager, who is the one responsible for digital transformation overall. I'm mentioning it because it is important to think about education and training in this continuum. It is not an isolated fact only. And with this structured dialogue, we want over 2022 to exchange with the member states and see where are the gaps, where are the challenges. Do investments also need reforms? Because of course there is now a lot of money coming in from the resilience facility, but maybe sometimes we need to think also about reforms that can accompany this type of funds. And these are three specific instruments how we together want to contribute to achieving those objectives. I think my final statement would be to say that looking at the growth in the past in terms of achieving our targets, we cannot assume that we're going to achieve them if we continue with the same instrument. So we need to do a little bit more, but mostly we need to do some things differently.
Thank you so much. I would like to open up the discussion for questions from the audience. I'm looking into many curious faces. There is a question over there, yes. We're waiting for the microphone. I think you on the screen, you won't be able to see the lovely lady who's asking the question. Yes?
Well, thank you very much. I have a question about the emotional and motivational deficiencies that you discovered with your pupils, with students, that were not addressed via the digital communication or the programs you use in order to teach. So what were the most deficiencies that you could see that it's hard for the pupils to catch up with?
I'm guessing this is a question for Katrin Röschel?
I would say so, but if someone else is also having an answer, yes, please.
Yeah, we observed quite a bit. So DEI is easily said, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the gaps become bigger. And that is in the nature of differentiation. If you differentiate, and that's always connected with the hope that finally everybody reaches the same goal, and knows the differences get bigger when we differentiate more. It can be a good thing, but we have to be aware of it. And a colleague shared a picture with me after the pandemic and said when they come back to the classroom, the kids, and are together again, they sort of knew each other from the screen, but it's like if you come out of a long distance relationship. You think you know everything the other one does and the other one thinks, and then all of a sudden you are together in a small apartment and can't get along that very well, or it takes you a while. And we really decided now to hire a middle school counselor, because especially our kids in puberty, as you would expect, 5th to 8th grade, there are difficulties, there is more need to talk. They were basically, here in the States, at the West Coast at least, we were literally locked at home, and we were in lockdown for a long time. And they were with their parents, sometimes didn't even have siblings. Some parents built groups with other students, but they didn't really see people in the same age. And you know that growing up and growing through puberty is hard enough if you see the others every day. It's even more difficult if you haven't seen them in a while and think you know them, and then you don't. So there is more need for talks. There's more need to build up trust again, to talk with adults, to talk with other kids, with all the diversities you can imagine, coming from so many different backgrounds in our school, but that's normal. It's in Berlin, the same thing. You come from different backgrounds. Your family dived more into their religion and their beliefs and their home whatever, and then they come back and have to be in the group again. And yes, we have to be aware of that, and yes, we have to tackle it in order to go back to a stage where we can appreciate the differences and celebrate them instead of being held back by them. So it has to be tackled. It's not, we cannot talk it away.
We have another question in the audience.
This is a related question, although it actually goes the other side on the teachers. So I was really astounded. I'm sorry, I've totally forgotten your name. But you mentioned about teachers not being able to recognize the essays which have been produced by AI. And when I think about detecting plagiarism in my own classes, I'm a university professor, actually of ethics and technology, which is why I'm astounded I hadn't heard about this yet. But if you're creative and you do something hasn't been done elsewhere, you can see it. But at the same time, I don't deal with the full spectrum of education that you see in other grade categories, in primary school or whatever. So I'm just really curious about this, and more generally what it sort of implies about having, maybe is it no worse than when we got calculators and you just had to tell people, no, write your essay yourself? Or
that we change the way we educate as technology evolves, and that these two things are deeply intertwined, that we have new possibilities that come up that are technology-driven. At the same time, we need to design technologies that make sense educationally. And this is one of the facets where technology is there that has not been thought through, particularly by educators, also by university education of teachers. There are fantastic opportunities to redesign language training based on many things that current technology does. It comes from very, very simple things like assessing easy texts that can now be done with great correctness, and where those teachers that are teaching language say, hooray, I can really now focus on discussing with students, whereas the simple things like assessing a vocabulary test can be automated. But these go higher, and making teachers and teacher trainers aware that there is a technology underway that will probably prompt them to at least rethink a bit what they do, and that maybe the goals of language education may change as some other educational goals have changed, because many of the facts that we should know are like in our fingertips and on our smartwatches and so on. So it's a larger complex probably than we can discuss today. It was just an example that is not available to everyone, but that really has an impact, or will have an impact.
Perfect. There's one more question, I believe. Yeah. Oh, yeah, two more. Yeah. Okay.
I think I will use my.
Great.
Yeah. Keep her running up. Thank you, Annika. One of the reasons Katrin is here is not because she's a great teacher and a great school director, but also because we did a project together on media literacy with three schools, her school and a school in Berlin and a school in Dresden, bringing together 60 kids to learn about media literacy. And those kids are also working on a manual, student-to-student manual, and also producing a podcast together. And what we noticed, not very surprising, that there's a huge gap between, different schools, different kids, different ages, on how to really navigate the net. And the social media is a wonderful tool to learn and get information, but it also has its downfalls. And my question is, to whoever would like to answer, how do we start in an early age to teach media literacy, and not just when they have already used for 3-4 years social media, and we already lost them on the way. And to add on this, in a setting where education is organized in a very, very federal way, where states have a lot of competencies over the curriculum.
I believe the the European Commission actually has a whole expert group on this topic. So maybe you want to kick off the answer.
Yes, thank you. I can definitely do that. And indeed, thank you for this, because we have also actually some of you on that group as it happens. First of all, I would say that maybe I would address just one part of the question and leave how exactly that can be done to someone else. But I think that we need for sure to think about who teaches and who takes the kids through this environment. And of course, we need to think here about the teachers first and foremost. And we set up indeed this working group, which is an official one of high-level experts from very different parts of society, from private sector, journalism, media, broadcasting, but of course also teachers and educators and researchers, to come together and together develop guidelines for educators and teachers on how disinformation can be tackled in a more effective way and how we can promote at the same time digital literacy. Now, I have to confess that on the part of how we can do that from an earlier age or as early as possible, I am perhaps less of an expert, but for sure it needs to be a systemic development with teachers who are those that guide, because we know from research and from evidence, by the way, the private sector has excellent research on that. We know that children turn to teachers even in these kind of questions. We always assume that children are much more, let's say, digital than the teachers, and it's true. But in fact, in some of the research by indeed the Vodafone Foundation shows that children turn to teachers in order to get guidance in terms of how to deal with fake news. And this is very interesting, and we need to really think about that and how to capitalize on this. So perhaps that would be my 50 cents. Thank you.
If I may add just two thoughts.
Sure.
It is a difficult question, but I would say let's start early and never stop doing it. I think we have to become very realistic that children already start at an early age to be using or be confronted or, using these new media and social media. And they have to be trained, but we should never stop, because in a way it is a democratization of information, having this World Wide Web. But on the other hand, we see that it's used for fake news, for interference in democratic processes and so on. So first of all, start early. And maybe we should have a learning process that information has a value, that we have certain gatekeepers, that we have certain proofs, and of course it should be part of every curriculum and teacher education. We are early stages, but we have to learn that. And we can learn, and this is actually, we can learn together, I mean, we can have best practices on a European level, but it's a worldwide phenomenon. And the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, we see that in the countries where there are young democratic, systems are building up, luckily, then they have much more experience with that. So having that as a task that overcomes borders and learn from each other. Start early, never stop, and do it globally.
Thanks. I'm going to allow one last question. Now I'm very torn because two arms went up. I'm hearing we're running out of time. One last question, or do we take this offline?
I think the car is already waiting. Do you give us two more minutes?
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Okay, then one last question, snappy answers.
Very briefly, because the coalition treaty was mentioned a couple of times, could you just elaborate, Ms. Stark-Watzinger, what you expect after 4 years? Because we have 3 different parties with very different traditions and different histories, and we know from Hessen and North Rhine-Westphalia how different FDP educational policy is from the SPD and from the Greens. Maybe very shortly you can elaborate.
So your elevator pitch.
I mean, we worked so long, 4 weeks on this coalition agreement, and you want me to finish it up in 2 sentences. First of all, that it is very important, education. I'm very proud that education, being it early stages, or being it school, or being it later on academic or lifelong learning, has a prominent role in many chapters. So, and there was a huge agreement on that. And of course, you know, the FDP has a more individual approach when it comes to education. Other coalition partners have a more, community approach, but we all share the same goal, that this is part of the promise we have in our country. Regardless where you come from, regardless what you eat, what you drink, whatever, you know, education is the core of social inclusion, and this is what caters for it. And there is, in all the chapters, there's a lot of education in there, and that is why I'm so proud, and this is why I'm going to say, yes, this is the right coalition agreement.
That's a wonderful end, I would say. Thank you very much. And I hand back over to you.
Yes. Unfortunately, this concludes our conference. It has been a wonderful day. It has been a wonderful last panel. Thank you so very, very much. Before I know that you have to rush off, I would love to ask my team, it's a very, very young team at Aspen. They seldomly have the opportunity to be in a picture with the with a minister or designated minister. Not yet, not yet. I'm not jinxing it. So we would love to take the opportunity before I thank all our partners and sponsors. So team, come up here. Because we wouldn't have been able to do so. This was one of the conferences we've done, which were, well, I mean, in the given circumstances, not so easy to pull off. I know. Yes, yes. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, this is how I feel every single day. I know, right? It's well, we have one for you. And he's a tall one, so. So this is the Aspen team. This is who stood behind that conference. This is who stands behind all those wonderful events, publications, ideas, enthusiasm at the Aspen Institute. So please give them a very, very big applause. Thank you very much. And with this, I want to thank our host. We wouldn't have been here without you. It was really, really amazing. We hope to be here again next year. The state representation of Baden-Württemberg is just a wonderful partner. Thank you so much. Thank you also so much for the Stiftung, who have supported us for the last 4 years. It has been a great ride so far. And in addition, also many, many thanks to Accenture, the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung. Thank you so much for being here today. Perfect. And all your support and your patience. Oh dear. I mean, to everybody, I mean the patience. The Heinrich Böll Stiftung, Microsoft and SAP. Thank you so very, very much. And drinks are served outside. Thank you.